2025 to order. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Van City Clerk. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Please don't use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain where you are, and one of our super friendly security team members will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is also available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. I would like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's public hearing on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this great land that we live, work, and play on. I also want to acknowledge the incredible efforts of all of our team members throughout the city of Vancouver who work incredibly passionately every single day to make this city an incredible place to live, work, and play. So with that, can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Sim, in the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young is on a leave of absence for personal business all day. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr. This meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone and may submit written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application, unless the speaker requires and provides their translator, in which case they can speak once for 10 minutes. Please state whether you support or oppose the recommendations and if you are a resident of Vancouver. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Please follow the live stream or at Van City Clerk on X to track meeting progress and know when your turn to speak is approaching. Please note the live stream has a slight delay. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form linked on X. If you pre-registered with the presentation, say next to have the clerk advance your slides. The procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, or gestures that express negative views of individuals or groups. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes hateful, defamatory, or discriminatory language. Council members may raise a point of order if language is not respectful. As chair, I may ask speakers to adjust their remarks accordingly. A reminder, at public hearings, council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of team members or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until after the speakers list has closed. After hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, approve the application in principle with amendments, 3, refuse the application, or 4, refer the application to team members for further consideration. Finally, if all speakers are not heard today, the public hearing will recess and reconvene at a later date. So, item number 1, Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation Amendments to the FC-1 District in the Zoning and Development Bylaw and the Downtown Eastside Oppenheimer District Official Development Plan DEOD ODP bylaw to accelerate SRO replacement and increase social housing. At the public hearing on December the 11th, 2025, Council continued to hear from speakers beginning with Speaker 41 and ended with Speaker number 79. Council subsequently recessed and will now continue to hear from speakers. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 80, Jin Lee. Is Jin present?
No. Speaker 80 is not on the line.
Or is she on, or is Jinli on the line?
Speaker 80 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 81, Yi Jin Ho.
Just start anytime. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Etienne Jade Ho, and I'm here to speak against this motion. I'm a community-based researcher and organizer in Chinatown and the downtown east side, and currently working as a postdoctoral fellow at the School of Public Health and Social Policy at the University of Victoria. And my work focuses on housing justice and community-led health and social policies. And for the past many years, I've had the privilege to work with low-income Chinese seniors, Indigenous elders, SRO tenants, and many downtown east side organizations who carry the neighborhood on every single day. So I'm here because your decision will profoundly affect the community that I'm accountable to and the community that you are accountable to as well. People whose survival really depends on housing, stability, and community care. So research and residents' own experiences both show that the current DOD zoning is working. UBC urban planning professor, Dr. Kumi Kamizaki, and your own staff's data confirmed that the DOD's 60% social housing requirement kept land prices stable and produced more non-market homes than the rest of downtown Eastside combined. Weakening these protections and allowing 32-story tower with only 20% social housing will accelerate displacement for unhoused and precariously housed tenants who rely on proximity to cultural support, healthcare, and community network. I know you have been hearing this over and over again, but I just wanted to emphasize again. It's also clear that people most affected did not ask for this zoning. Your own engagement summary shows limited consultation with urban indigenous groups, Japanese Canadian rooted in Powell Street area, low-income Chinese senior communities, and SRO tenants. All communities that have experience with histories of displacement, sometimes by city's own policy. And in my own work building relationship with Chinatown seniors and indigenous elders, I see every day how much knowledge this community hold about the real housing stability, what real housing stability requires. Yet they were not meaningfully heard. We also need to recognize that the downtown Eastside and Chinatown have already built what your report call a campus of care. Mutual aid, harm reduction, cultural safety, language access, and neighbor-to-neighbor support. This is the work that actually keeps people alive. I also want to emphasize that this council needs to hear very clearly that this neighborhood is not separate from the rest of the city. It is the heart of the city. The downtown east side is where the consequences of policy failure appear first and where the solution and innovation oftentimes emerge first as well. So when this neighborhood is destabilized, the entire city feels its impact. But when this neighborhood is supported, the whole city benefits, such as stronger public health outcomes, more sustainable housing policies, and reduced emergency interventions. And yet this current proposal moves Vancouver in the wrong direction. Additionally, as someone who studied public policy, I also want to name some contradictions as well. Vancouver has consistently increased the police budget while cutting or stagnating services that keep people alive, things like senior programs, overdose responses, community care, tenant support, and now this rezoning will also require the city to subsidize private developer with a grant of $50K per unit to meet even the lowest affordability threshold. So just let me be very direct. The city that claims it cannot afford social housing or crisis services, but can fund police expansion and bankroll developer profit does not have a budget problem. It has a priority problem. And this is not fiscal responsibility. It is extractive governance. And it deepens inequality in the neighborhood with the highest concentration of poverty in the country. And perhaps what's most alarming is that this plan includes no strategy for the 2,000 plus people with no fixed address in the downtown east side, the people who most at risk of death without housing. A plan that ignores them cannot be called a housing plan. So today, I ask the council to choose a different plan, one that is rooted in evidence, community knowledge, and the understanding that the health of the downtown east side is the health of Vancouver. The downtown East Side and Chinatown have already shown what real care looks like. Imagine what the neighborhood can be and what the possibility are if the city policy finally support the work rather than undermining it. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato?
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. I have a quick question for the speaker. I am permitted questions, as I recall, correct? Clerks? Yes.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. You referenced UBC research showing that the 40-60 10-year split had been effective and had yielded more social housing. Do you have has that been circulated to council?
I'm not sure, but I can double check.
Or
Make-
would you
and
be
make
able,
sure
it
that-
has to be shared with everyone though?
Sure.
Just as a reference, given that you referenced it.
Of course, no problem. Yeah, we can do that.
I
Do we
appreciate
just send it to the?
I think the clerks can take it and then circulate it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for asking
Thank
for
you.
that.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 82, Kabir Madan.
Right. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. Your parking meter isn't working. But yeah, good morning, councillors, mayor. My name is Kabir, and I'm here to urge you to reject this plan. I'm a migrant worker on these unceded territories. I'm an anthropologist. I'm a human geographer by training. And I'm the manager of research and organizing at the Carnegie Housing Project. The Carnegie Housing Project is a research and advocacy project run by the elected board of the Carnegie Community Center Association. I have two parts to my speech here today. One is the official Carnegie Housing Project position on this plan, that this plan does not address homelessness or the lack of shelter-rate housing in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district. It has been said multiple times, but let me say to you once again, there are at least 2,000 people with no fixed address in the downtown east side, and we need to prioritize shelter-rate housing for them. This plan does not do that. As Ethel Whitty said last Tuesday, if this plan was to be followed, we would need to build at least 10,000 units in the neighborhood for there to be 400 units at shelter rate. Those units will take another 5 years to be built, if not more. To put this into perspective, let me refer to the fact that under the current local area plan, it has taken us 11 years to build 988 shelter rate units, as per the research done by Professor Kuni Kamizaki at UBC SCARP, School of Regional Planning. So my primary question is, where do you expect the SRO tenants to go? There aren't enough units to relocate them into. The enhanced tenant relocation policy cannot guarantee that housing because comparable housing units don't exist. For shelter-rate units, those comparable units do not exist. If you were to stick to the current zoning under the current local area plan and have 10,000 units built in the next 5 years, we would see at least 2,000 units at shelter rate. We could even see 3,300 units built because most recent projects have been 100% social housing, like, for instance, the upcoming First United building just off Hastings, 100% social housing, right? So the goal of housing the homeless is possible if you're really intentionally trying to achieve it. That intentionality so far in this plan is lacking. And that brings me to the second side of my speech and my general approach to your plan. As I said in my introduction, I'm also an anthropologist and a geographer, a human geographer. My research over the past few years at SFU focused on forced migration, gentrification, ghettoization. My literature reviews and my research have spanned examples across India, Pakistan, Africa, Brazil, South Africa, Brazil, the USA, and the UK. And what stands out to me in this plan is the way how it almost seems fresh out of a 19th century colonial regime that was planning for a colony far, far away that it can't even see. Right? It doesn't see what is happening on the ground, or at least that is what my naive mind seems to be assuming, that the regime, your regime, cannot see rather than does not want to see. I'm sure there are other researchers with dubious politics who would study the downtown east side as a subject. However, if this plan passes, I would love to study this city council as an elected municipal body Right? What does it take for an elected municipal body to, in the 21st century, to act like a colonial regime in the 19th century? So I hope you reconsider this plan and send it back to staff with amendments. You can postpone or you can reserve your final decision on this plan until there is a confirmation of financial commitment from the senior levels of government, provincial or federal, to provide more funding for social housing in the downtown Eastside Oppenheimer district. In the meantime, staff can continue working with community organizations like SRO Collaborative or us, Carnegie Housing Project. We will welcome that intention to collaborate. You have to send this back to staff. You have to let them work more with the community. So thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 83, Brittany Garak.
My name is Brittany Garrick. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to ask that you all listen to the very good points being made today, as well as what was discussed last Tuesday and Thursday, and oppose this plan based on the overwhelming feedback from the community. It's not easy to speak to City Council, so anytime that there are this many speakers taking significant time out of their days to participate in this process, it should really show how serious this matter is. People do not want the rezoning plan that the city is proposing for the DEOD. I was a participant in one of the online community engagement sessions. I was very disappointed that the community engagement results were not valued enough to change the plan to prevent all of the negative outcomes that everyone in the consultation session, along with, I know, a lot of the other community engagement sessions and public discourse has pointed out. Before the public hearing began last Tuesday, city staff were presenting their proposal and answering questions from city councilors. I recall city staff saying how they have a plan that, quote, they have a plan that will result in no displacement, end quote. So I don't understand how being forcefully relocated out of your community is not displacement when this is the plan, a plan that does not provide net new shelter rate homes for the community, which is what they have determined for themselves that they need and have been saying for many, many years. Further, the impacts of being displaced, forcefully relocated with no say in the matter of that relocation happening at all, are not taken seriously enough. If they were, we wouldn't be here right now because the city would be doing more to work with the downtown Eastside residents to come up with solutions that serve this neighborhood. I do not reside in the downtown Eastside, and I could see how those of us who won't be forcefully relocated could possibly see this as like a great opportunity for people to get better housing and think, oh, well, it's just in a different location, no big deal. This would be ignorant of the fact that many people who live in the downtown Eastside absolutely love the neighborhood and their community, the people there. The community is their lifeline. People don't want to leave. Some do, of course, but people who are pushed out of the downtown Eastside often come back and would even prefer living outdoors than living somewhere that does not feel like home because it does not meet their needs. They don't feel welcome there. If it isn't close to essential services that they need, these are all like very real concerns. Community belonging and community bonds between neighbors are so important to people's well-being, safety, and survival in this harsh world. Although I do not live in the downtown Eastside myself, from spending time there, getting to know people who live there, and especially learning from 60s scoop survivors, people living outdoors, in SROs, in social housing, staying in shelters, or living in their vehicles, and seeing how they take care of one another, that completely changed my life and the way that I see humanity. I really wish that everyone can take any opportunity they have to learn about the downtown Eastside community from the community itself, to learn about their collective strength, history, passions, and how they're fighting for their lives against the overwhelming force of gentrification, the ruthless pursuit of excess wealth that is driven by the wealthiest members of our society. Any changes to policy, zoning, etc., that affect the downtown Eastside should only be considered if it has the support of community members, residents who are the most impacted, which would be the people who utilize residential and commercial spaces in the community and whose health and safety is going to be directly harmed by this plan. Through learning what community means by spending time in the downtown Eastside and learning how to support downtown Eastside residents towards achieving their goals, their own goals, I have witnessed and even experienced a type of love that I didn't know was possible before, love for your neighbor, for your community. I consider many downtown Eastside residents to be experts at resolving conflicts, learning how to live together even when you don't agree with your neighbor on everything. Before I had any understanding of community strength and belonging, I did not see so many real possibilities of ways that we can really all work together to meet everybody's needs. Many people have pointed out that there are better alternatives to this plan and that using a creative approach along with meaningful community consultation from day one should be utilized. Every opportunity to deliver a positive outcome to downtown Eastside residents that they themselves determine to be positive should be thoroughly examined and implemented in the best way possible. This is a bad plan and it should not be passed. This plan has been rushed to a public hearing and council vote without doing meaningful assessment of social impact and the existing downtown Eastside community. You are our elected representative. Please listen to us and deny this plan or take it back for more work.
And I'm sorry, Brittany, you're at, oh, great, thanks. Speaker number 84, Dax Heaven. Is Dax on the line?
Speaker 84 is not on the line.
Speaker number 85, David Ray.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor, Sim, and Council. My name is David Ray, and I'm calling in as a Vancouver resident to oppose the DTES Housing Implementation Rezoning proposal. I care deeply about this issue because the downtown Eastside is a vibrant community, not just a set of lots on a map. It's a community that has fought for decades to preserve its people's dignity, belonging, and of course, housing for those who need it most. This proposal seems to do the opposite. It prioritizes developer profit over people's lives. This plan guts affordability. Social housing includes 33% shelter rate units, but this proposal slashes that to just 20%. That means the overwhelming majority of new homes will be out of reach for the thousands of residents living on incomes under $40,000 a year. Shelter rate housing is the lifeline for people who are unhoused or living in SROs. Reducing it abandons the very people this plan claims to help. This plan rewards private developers instead of nonprofits. The city is proposing grants of $50,000 per unit to the for-profit developers. That's public money bankrolling private profit, while nonprofit housing providers, those who maximize affordability, are left to compete for land. This is not good governance. It's a financial strategy that will deepen inequality and make it harder to build the housing we need, and even harder to create a community of people not worried about losing a place to call home. The process has been broken. Staff skipped critical steps, including no social impact assessment, no housing needs assessment, and minimal engagement with the urban Indigenous and Japanese Canadian communities who have deep ties to this area. And these omissions matter. They ignore the voices of those most affected and violate the spirit of reconciliation and equity that this city claims to uphold. So if this rezoning passes, what happens to the 2,000 unhoused residents and SRO tenants at risk of eviction? What happens to the community that has built a campus of care, housing, health, and social support through decades of struggle? This plan offers no answers. Instead, it opens the door to 32-story towers and market rentals that will destabilize the neighborhood and again push out the very people it claims to help. Council has an opportunity to do better. This proposal should be sent back to staff with clear instructions. Work with community groups, urban Indigenous leaders, and advocacy organizations. Coordinate with senior government to fund shelter rate housing and raise social assistance rates. Prioritize nonprofit developers and cooperative housing, not private profit. Build on what works. The DEOD zoning has stabilized land costs and delivered more non-market housing than any other parts of the downtown east side. We can and should learn from that success. This isn't just about zoning, it's about values. Do we want a city that treats housing as a human right or as a commodity? We don't need more investment properties, we need homes. I urge council to vote against this rezoning and return it to staff for a plan that truly uplifts the downtown east side by censoring the people who live there. Please, do the right thing. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 86, Mona Stillwell.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mona Stillwell. I've been a resident of Vancouver for 32 years. I'm a Chinese settler and I'm a homeowner of a single detached house in East Van. Last Tuesday, city staff said the main driver of this rezoning was to speed up development in the DEOD. And this confused me because the very next day, Wednesday, the social housing initiative was voted down. an initiative that offered a way for massive reduction of red tape for nonprofit housing projects. How is this consistent with campaign promises by ABC in the last election to cut red tape? But maybe my confusion can be solved if I understood these actions and promises when prioritizing wealthy landowners. Then voila, understanding dawns on me. Yeah, speed up development so wealthy landowners of the DEOD can make a great profit when developers come calling to build 30-floor towers that displace more poor people than it will house. Yeah, as a wealthy landowner, I want to vote down social housing initiatives so the city won't waste money on nonprofit housing and instead route that money to paying developers for the measly social housing and for bailouts when the towers will inevitably not turn a profit. It feels like profit is more important than people in this rezoning. And instead of asking mayor and council to be like Grinch and grow your heart 3 sizes and care about poor and unhoused people, I'll talk to you in terms of money. Number 1, people paying $1,000 per square foot won't want to step from their clean, sanitized marble lobbies onto streets with unhoused people living in every single doorway. No matter how many street sweeps you do, no one will buy into these tower units. Number 2, with over 2,500 condos sitting empty right now in Metro Vancouver, how is this a good time to develop more condos? Just recently I came across this Vancouver real estate influencer, Ken Wong, and he says, we're currently in a collapse. It's the worst oversupply in 25 years. Prices per square foot is back at 2015 levels. Developers are canceling projects and refunding deposits. No one will want to buy these 30-floor towers that you're proposing. Number 3, based on your own feedback gathering, there is fundamental opposition to this rezoning. Opposition from residents and opposition from developers. This is a clear and powerful mandate from the community, the same community that mayor and council serve. Send this proposal back to staff to address the real housing crisis and figure out how to build housing for poor people and unhoused people, the precious over 3,000 people who live on the streets today. Something to think about while listening to over 300 people who are pleading with you to care for these people. We're coming from love. It's just love. Nothing you can do about it. Thank you for hearing me, and free Palestine.
Thank you. Speaker number 87, Marie Purdy. Is Marie here?
Speaker number 87 is not on the line.
Great. 88, Jen Hansma.
No, not on the line.
89, Heather Holdsworth. Heather Holdsworth.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Heather Holdsworth. I am a Vancouver resident, and I'm concerned with this rezoning proposal and calling in to speak in opposition. I speak this morning first and foremost with respect and gratitude for the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people whose land I am on and calling from. And I ground myself in care for the residents and community of the downtown east side, and also in my respect and value for all my city residents and in our shared humanity. I stand in solidarity with all humans in this city because when it comes to housing, we all deserve agency, stability, and dignity. Council members, I hope you had a lovely Thursday evening after we convened. I heard there were many engaging and festive moments taking place in our city that evening. Going back to the proposal, on the first day of debate on this motion, I heard City Councilor Orr ask our city staff if UNDRIP and DRIPA requirements had, on no uncertain terms, been met in the planning of this proposal. The answers I heard indicated a box of consultation had been checked. But with respect to our hardworking city staff, consultation is not simply about checking a box. A purpose of consultation is the opportunity for advanced consideration of how harmful impacts may be avoided, reduced, or removed altogether. I have now since heard from previous speakers that the relevant urban Indigenous community leaders and organizations, essential parties in consideration of this proposal, were not meaningfully consulted. Indeed, a box was simply checked. And the resulting impact of this rezoning proposal, as experts and community have shared, will be certain displacement. This means displacement of a caring and thriving community which cannot simply be rebuilt if destroyed. And we know how this displacement will be met by the city. An increase in unhoused residents will be addressed with street sweeps, bolstered by our newly increased VPD budget that will continue to be directed towards downtown Eastside residents without a fixed address. We've heard from housing and urban planning experts, scholars, and on-the-ground experts like leaders from the SROC defer to this expertise. We've heard evidence-backed proposals, such as the 25-story building development study raised by Dr. Wendy Peterson. We've heard about the success of the zoning protections to date in the downtown Eastside, which must be preserved. But your rezoning proposal is not a housing-first proposal. Rather, it is one that will leave more of the city's most vulnerable residents now living in SROs unhoused. Hear the call from the communities directly impacted by this rezoning proposal. Nothing about us without us. This must be the principle underpinning any downtown Eastside housing development. Please slow down and give space to do deeper, meaningful consultation. Listen to the experts who tell you that trying to sell our city will not improve its livability. Listen to residents who say, nothing about us without us, and make a plan accordingly. Thank you. Evict Ken Sim.
All right, speaker number 90, David Hahn.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 91, Richard D.
Hello, here.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Yes. Okay. So, dear Mayor and councillors, and the policymaker responsible for advancing decisions that prioritize profit over people, accelerate displacement, and reshape the downtown east side without the consent of those who live here. My name is Richard, and I'm the resident of the downtown east side. I live, work, and play in these communities. I also want to acknowledge that the city of Vancouver is situated on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations people. I'm speaking because the proposed rezoning for the downtown east side, allowing the towers up to 32 stories while cutting the shelter rate requirement from 20% down to 4%, would directly impact my housing security and the survival of thousands of my neighbors. I live in an SRO. People like me are not theoretical footnotes. We are the ones who will feel the fallout first. Reducing the number of units required to rent at shelter rate $500 a month is not density, it's displacement. And we have already lived through enough of that. The downtown east side has a long, painful history of people being pushed out, from Coast Salish communities who stewarded this land, to Japanese family whose home was seized during World War II, to low-income residents priced out again and again. This plan is just the next round of the same pattern. You can't call it revitalization when the people who built and sustained this neighborhood can no longer afford to stay. Right now, developers can own 40% of a new building while a non-profit holds the rest as social housing, with 33% of those social units renting at shelter rates. Under your staff recommendation, developers would be allowed to own 80 to 100% of the new buildings, and the shelter rate portion would be slashed to 20% of the social housing component, barely 4% of the entire building. That's a dramatic reduction in the genuinely affordable units at the exact time when homelessness and poverty in the downtown east side are escalating. This rezoning also leaves loopholes that put SRO tenants at risk of quiet evictions. It does not address the urgent need to replace or repair existing SROs. It does nothing for the 2,000 plus people in the downtown east side with no fixed addresses. And it assumes that pushing more high-income renters into the neighborhood will magically integrate the community, when in reality it accelerates the loss of already scarce affordable housing. Before approving any plan that allows developers to profit from this neighborhood while offering almost nothing back, the city should finish building desperately needed shelter-rate housing, including the Balmoral site, the region, the keeper rooms, and the other promised locations meant to house people currently homeless or displaced. I'm asking you to reject this rezoning as it stands. We deserve a plan that protects low-income residents, not one that prices us out while developers walk away with the lion's share. The people of the downtown east side are a part of the fabric of Vancouver. We are workers, community members, volunteers, knowledge holders, and neighbors. We deserve stability, dignity, and housing that we can actually afford, not another wave of gentrification disguised as progress. Thank you for your time. I hope you choose to stand with the people who call the downtown east side home. Sincerely, I'm Richard, resident of downtown east side.
Thank you very much, Richard. Speaker number 92, Carol Gale.
Yeah, hi. Good morning. My name's Carol. I've lived downtown for over 40 years, and this is a statement I'd like to say. Well, Mr. Government Man, what are you going to do? We try to tell you what our needs are, but all you do is lower your heads and look away. Shame on you. We may not have much, but one thing we do have is a chance to fight for our human rights. So we, the people, are not going away. So, Mr. Government Man, what are you going to do? You all get to go to your homes and lay your heads upon one bed while we lay our heads on cold cement. So I ask you one more time, Mr. Government Man, how hard can it be? You all have homes. Why can't you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carol. Number 93, Jodianne H.
Speaker 93 is not on the line.
Speaker number 94, Paul Wild.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 95, Shylin Beasley.
No,
Speaker 96, Daryl W.
not on the line.
Speaker number 97, Ian Brown.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 98, Johnny Homeless.
No,
Speaker 99, Selena Marie Jackson.
no, not in the chamber.
Speaker 100, Adam Jama.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 101, Rachel Lim.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 102, Azraf Udin Ahmad.
No,
Speaker 103, Jessica Hanzelkova. Jessica, are you on the line?
Yes, hello.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Henselkova. I am a resident of Vancouver's West End, an intern architect registered with the AIBC, and I volunteer with Chinatown today. And I'm also an artist with a studio in Chinatown. I'm here to oppose the motion today. I urge Council to listen to the hundreds of speakers before me and the hundreds that will come after me. Please work directly with organizations, tenants, and community members living and working in the downtown east side to craft a better set of recommendations. Please actually find solutions to the concerns that have been raised around displacement, affordability, and gentrification. Concerns that are well documented in your own downtown east side housing implementation engagement summary based on the engagement you did earlier. I ask Council to reject this motion in its current form and refer this plan back to staff where further investigation into the impacts of the proposed changes can be done. In particular, there are two proposals in the referral report that are alarming and would directly contribute to displacement, gentrification, and reduced livability of units in the downtown east side. The first being the change in the minimum size of an SRO or self-contained unit from 320 to 200 square feet. I ask that Council do further studies examining the 200 square foot number and include building code consultants in these studies to test fit the 200 square foot unit with all of the new accessibility and adaptability requirements that have been implemented in the BC Building Code and may soon be implemented in the Vancouver Building Bylaw. If someone has a wheelchair, a scooter, or maybe just wants to place their bed a different way, this reduced area will likely not offer adequate flexibility within the unit. And even if you do think 200 square foot is reasonable, this reduction in area means lowering the bar on what is considered livable and respectful housing for our most vulnerable community members. The second alarming element is the proposed reduction of shelter rate units from 33% to 20%. In the report, the justification for this change is better alignment with upper levels of government. Specifically, the referral report states that a reduction from 33 to 20% better matches the requirements of BC Housing's Community Housing Fund. And while yes, having a 20% requirement matches the CHF, this fund also requires 50% hills or below housing income units and 30% market rate units, in addition to providing the 20% shelter rate units. The plan we are discussing today for the downtown east side is 20% sheltered, 10% hills, and 70% market. While we can't necessarily force for-profit developers to build 100% social housing projects, cherry-picking the 20% shelter rate to add to the bylaw and justifying it with the Community Housing Fund uses the CHF as a shield to cowardly rationalize a drastic reduction in shelter rate units being built in new projects in the downtown east side, while also actively aiming to spread these units out and away from the services and community within the neighborhood. What is clear in this reduction of shelter rate units in exchange for market rate units is that this plan is not uplifting anything. It is simply a plan to support private development at the expense of lives and safety. It is a plan that hates poor people. Please reject this proposal, investigate the impacts before you proceed any further, rewrite your recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 104, Russell Choing.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 105, Roseanne Wozni. Roseanne, can
I'm
you
on the
hear-
line.
Yep, please go ahead.
Yes. Hi. Good morning. I just first want to say, it looks like there's a lot of empty seats there. I was at the meeting last week when it ended at 5:00 suddenly, and I'm just wondering how many councillors are actually able to listen today to this important meeting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. No questions are permitted from speakers, but please go ahead.
Okay, well, it would be nice to know there was more people than just a couple. That's the reason it got sitting there, because that's the reason it got postponed very suddenly. Okay, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling to speak to you today in support of my fellow citizens who live in the downtown east side. I strongly oppose the report that recommends the change in rezoning in the downtown east side. As you've heard from other speakers, even the title says it's uplifting the downtown east side, but it is not. It's drastically reducing the amount of housing for folks who can't afford to rent anywhere else, causing thousands to become homeless, displaced, destabilizing these vulnerable people, and it's irresistible. Anyway, you've heard the details as to why this is going to happen from other speakers before me. My daughter spends half of her time staying in the downtown east side. Even though my husband and I live near Main and 20th, we own a house and we have a daughter who is down there. This happens sometimes. She lives with her boyfriend half the time in his hotel room. So I have first experience with the neighborhood. She is 35 and has schizophrenia since she was a teenager. She uses crystal meth since age 19 and more recently fentanyl. She herself has very good supported housing because after staying 2 years in a former Riverview bed that now is at VGH, she got good housing. But her boyfriend, who has a physical disability and also is a substance user, lives down there. Her psychotic symptoms make her afraid to be alone because she hears scary voices. If the plan goes ahead and her boyfriend becomes homeless because he might be displaced from an SRO, it'll definitely cause the two of them suffering and destabilization of both their health conditions, as stress makes other illnesses worse, as it would cause stress for all of the others in the downtown east side if their housing becomes unstable. anyway, I'm aware of the suffering, and I feel compassion for the people who live down there and all the issues they're dealing with. But I actually believe all citizens in our city have the right to dignified, in the world really, dignified, affordable, and adequate housing. As you know, there's nowhere else in the city that has low-income housing and social assistance rate for those with one or more of these characteristics: mental illness, physical illness, substance use, poverty, First Nation folks, those with history of trauma from residential schools and other sources, and low-income folks, including seniors. Additionally, I'm a retired RN who worked in Vancouver for 30 years with those with severe and persistent mental illness and substance use. That was both on the psychiatric ward at UBC Hospital and community mental health teams. Substance use and many health illnesses are brain disorders, medical disabilities. I believe these people should be treated without stigma and discrimination. However, in this plan to disrupt their housing and everyone else's housing down there who are also vulnerable and destroy the community with gentrification, you are actively persecuting these people. Ultimately, this plan is allowing developers to make more money, which they likely have more than enough of already, while causing only grief for our most vulnerable citizens. Where are any feelings of care and compassion for other people who are suffering more than the rest of us in this whole city? This is an uncivilized way to treat these people. I feel angry and embarrassed that a report such as this has even been put forward in our city of Vancouver. I'm also angry about apparently the public money from the empty homes tax going to be given to the developers to give them more incentive to build in the downtown east side. I believe this is unacceptable and undemocratic, and this is money used to build badly needed social housing, actually. I'm also appalled by this report that there's no mention at all about probably more than the 2,000 reported homeless people in that neighborhood. Apparently, you presented different groups with a survey about this issue of gentrifying the neighborhood, and the results were that the vast majority said they don't like the plan. I suggest that you listen to and respect the opinions of these people. I ask you to postpone passing this motion and wait for Larry Campbell's report, and please consider
And Rosanna,
what all of us...
I apologize. You're at time now. Sorry. Thank you very much for calling in. At the clerk's request, we're going to take a 1-minute recess while we figure out the list here. Thank you. We had a bit of a technical difficulty, and so we're going to go back just to speaker number 84 online. Speaker 84, are you there? Dax Heaven.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dax Heaven. I am a resident of Vancouver, City of Vancouver employee at Carnegie Community Center, and Chinatown and Downtown Eastside community member. I strongly oppose this rezoning plan that will act as a formula for eradicating Downtown Eastside's culture, heritage, dignity, and history. I understand that this may not be the intention of the plan, but its detriments cannot be understated. Lowering shelter rates, increasing market rate housing, and endangering heritage buildings for redevelopment will be catastrophic for the Downtown Eastside community. I have witnessed it time and time again in my 8 years of living in Vancouver, watching billboard-sized rezoning application signs pop up in my neighborhood and having my home in Riley Park be demolished and sold to build a $1 million condo. I no longer can walk that neighborhood and recognize it, and this cannot happen in Vancouver's most richly historic neighborhood, the Downtown Eastside. Please understand that when you destroy a building, you destroy the entire ecosystem of community attached to it. You destroy human connections, neighboring businesses, not to mention the land and tremendous waste that comes with demolition. You destroy history, heritage, memory. You uproot people and their sense of belonging. You are uprooting people from homes in a neighborhood where an overwhelming percentage of people are unhoused. Displacement is inherently violent. Even the plan's one-move approach cannot mitigate the sheer fact that it is disorienting, destructive for this community, and for this community, fatal to be uprooted from your home. How many times does this community have to face homelessness, where you are asking people, again, to be without homes in order for you to build homes? It's incongruous. There are not enough measures in place that will ensure tenants will be protected. No social impact assessment, alignment with UNDRIP or DRIPA. From watching speakers present this plan, it is clear that there are insufficient measures in place to ensure tenants will be protected. We are talking about a plan that not only warrants gentrifying the poorest neighborhood in the city. Let me reiterate, you have an opportunity today to create a real lasting impact for this community. And the first step is by rejecting this plan and bringing it back to the drawing board. What I've come to realize about my time spent serving this community is that the things that make me proud to live here were fought for and created by my fellow community members, often against legislation and short-sighted asset-focused city proposals. For example, the 2014 DEOD plan and the organizing efforts by Strathcona Property Owner Tenants Association in the late 60s that successfully opposed council's plan to put a freeway through Strathcona. Vancouver's most shining achievement is the passionate activism that has existed and continues to exist on these unceded lands. Put Downtown Eastside in the hands of its own community. Listen, learn, and let this plan be led by people who work in and for the community, not outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is 104, Russell.
Hello? Okay, great. Good morning, and thank you for your time. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the proposed changes to the housing in the Downtown East Side. For context, I am a lifelong Vancouverite. I work and volunteer in Chinatown and the Downtown East Side, including in the Downtown East Side Oppenheimer District. Beyond my day job, as well as volunteering at a youth-led nonprofit committed to sharing Chinatown's stories and envisioning the neighborhood's future as a vibrant, living cultural community called Chinatown Today, as well as at the Powell Street Festival. I also volunteer as a director of the Chin Wing Chun Tong Society of Canada, a traditional Chinese clan association, and work at a legacy business in Chinatown on the weekends. It is with this experience and perspective that I voice my opposition to the proposed changes in solidarity with our neighbors in the Downtown East Side. I'll get straight to the point here. The proposed changes are simply not what the city wants, nor are they what they need. A plan that will increase homelessness will hurt, not help Chinatown. It is bad for community, and it's bad for small business. I think that we can all agree that our city is in a housing crisis and that the Downtown East Side needs support. But opening the floodgates to profit-driven development and displacing our city's most vulnerable people does not address those needs. It will exacerbate homelessness, jeopardize built heritage in one of Vancouver's oldest neighborhoods, and do little, if anything, to address the availability of housing. Volunteering and working in Chinatown and the downtown east side since I was a teenager, I've witnessed firsthand the struggles that our community faces with homelessness. I know that I'm not alone because the city's own feedback report on the proposed changes yielded numerous comments on the importance of addressing homelessness and concerns about this plan's potential to exacerbate it. Despite it, the report makes no efforts to address homelessness, and as many have pointed out, there is no indication that the proposed changes will allow for even close to a one-to-one replacement for deeply affordable units that exist nowhere else in the city. That means that some of our city's most vulnerable, including seniors who may have never been homeless before, will likely be pushed to the streets as SROs and other forms of housing are demolished without similarly affordable units to replace them. This will, of course, have ripple effects on the viability of small and legacy businesses in the downtown east side and beyond, as we've already seen in Chinatown, where many who have nowhere else to go inadvertently block storefronts and entryways to sleep or rest. A plan that requires 9 32-story towers to replace the affordability of one 5-story SRO is one that will clearly worsen displacement and push people to the streets. Now, it's true that aging SROs need rehabilitation and replacement. But it's important that we acknowledge the value of this built heritage and what these kinds of places mean to people, not just those who live in the neighborhood, but across the city. Places like the Afton Hotel, home to the Ovaltine Cafe. This is a landmark Chinese-Canadian business that's marked for redevelopment under the plan, meaning no further heritage review, nothing to keep this important gathering space for the community and this piece of Vancouver's history. Beyond this one oversight, one can't help but wonder what else we might lose. Countless sites of significance to the Japanese-Canadian community who were forcibly displaced from this neighborhood in 1942. Chinese grocers who provide staples and fresh food in the relative food desert of the downtown east side, such as Sunrise and Rice World. Chinese clan associations who may not be able to handle the spike in property taxes despite staff's empty assurances that there will be no inflationary pressure. And small-scale industrial sites that form the backbone of Made in Vancouver and provide countless local accessible jobs that give people a chance to make it on their own. And countless other examples of beautiful urban architecture that exemplify the development of the city in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Sweeping changes that weaken heritage protections like this should have separate consultation and public hearings to ensure fairness, uphold our system of local democracy. What limited engagement there was on this left little room for conversations around heritage, especially with the people for whom these sites are most important. Not only the Chinatown community and local Japanese Canadian groups, but also the broader dispersed communities, like those forcibly displaced from Paurugai, whose identities and stories are inextricably tied to places in the downtown east side. These are part of our shared inheritance as a city, what makes us who we are, and allows us to support and live here. I urge you to think about how future generations will mourn what we will lose if the proposed changes go forward today. Now, staff have been quick to write off the downtown east side plan as a failure, noting the lower return on market rental units over the last decade. But we can see the additional social housing units exceeding the target actually far outweigh the market rental shortfall. Using the figures from the staff report, we can see that taken together, the number of units built or under construction actually exceeds targets overall by about 90 to 160 units, depending on which target you use. If we truly want to deliver on affordability, we should leverage what has worked out of the downtown east side plan and strengthen our support for the deepest affordability, which has exceeded targets. All of this isn't to mention the disgrace it would be to abandon the downtown east side plan. Formed with care and attention, thousands of volunteer hours from the community. I'm just about wrapping up.
Great. You're at time.
Who came together to create.
Sorry, Russell, you're at time. I apologize.
Okay. I just urge council to reject. I see a rush report that lacks coordination with senior levels of government.
We have a lot of speakers, so I'm going to cut you off there.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Clerk. Okay. Councillor Bly's back online. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so next is Speaker 106, Theodore Abbott.
No, Speaker 106 is not on the line.
Speaker 107, Flora Poole.
No, not on the line.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is.
Hello.
Go ahead.
107. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Flora Poole. I'm a resident of Vancouver and the Community Programs Manager for Binners Project. Today, I'm speaking in opposition to this amendment. As a frontline organization working in Vancouver's downtown east side, we see the impacts of unaffordable and limited housing options firsthand. Time and time again, our members tell us about their difficulties in securing housing, or even worse, about their loss of housing. We've also seen the direct impact of housing loss on our members and their ability to connect with resources and income-generating opportunities like the ones we offer at Binner's Project. We ask that you consider sending this report back to staff for further development, as it is missing key elements to support low-income and marginalized members of our city. This amendment does not include meaningful consultation with numerous stakeholder groups, including the urban Indigenous, Japanese and Chinese Canadians, as well as Black, people of color, and low-income individuals. It's also noted that this approach does not account for the 2,000 people with no fixed address already living in the downtown east side. If the goal of this proposal was to replace SRR units to better support housing insecurity, then why is it significantly reducing the required portion of shelter rate units in rental buildings? The staff's justification for this change does not match up with the realities of housing development that we have seen in Vancouver and other municipalities, and calls into question the very goal this motion sought to achieve. If that was indeed the goal of council, then ask staff to report back on how to strengthen nonprofit housing providers who are seeking to develop more effective options for vulnerable residents. We are not saying that there isn't potential for changes to zoning in the downtown east side Oppenheimer District official development plan, but this current approach misses the direct opportunity to work with higher levels of government to more meaningfully move the needle on housing insecurity facing many in the community. The amendment, as currently proposed, operates on a flawed belief that the free market housing sector will somehow reverse the deep and structural issues of poverty facing your neighbors in the downtown east side, and we respectfully ask that you reconsider this approach. Thank you for your time today.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Mayor, I have a question for the speaker. Yeah, I just wanted to, you mentioned in your remarks that there are certain elements missing from the plan. Could you articulate what those specific elements are that you think should be included in the plan?
The missing elements is more the consultation that are missing from the groups that haven't been included in this plan development. So I mentioned them, the urban Indigenous, Japanese and Chinese Canadians, as well as Black, people of color, and low-income individuals.
So further engagement from your
Yes, further in consultation, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 108, Vincent Kwan.
Speaker 108 is not on the line.
Speaker 109, Sam Smart.
No, not on the line.
110, Alex Werrier.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Hello. My name is Alex Verrier. I live in East Vancouver, but I've been working at the Hope Health Clinic in the downtown east side for about 3 years. I am here today to speak in opposition to this motion. While I am not a resident of the downtown east side, I spend hours there every day and work directly with its residents. Through this, I have been able to see the very real effect of this city's already exclusionary housing policy, one that, time and again, places profits over people as it squeezes the city's residents for more each year, and its homelessness continues to rise. We are, as is so often repeated, in a housing crisis. Everyone knows this. We all know that the rent is too high. We all know that homelessness is rising. And we all know that this state of affairs is not sustainable. Everyone will, at the very least, pay lip service to this fact. Yet it is within this context, within this commonly agreed upon fact, that our council and mayor have tabled a proposal that will directly make every part of this problem worse. In a time where there is clearly not enough affordable social or shelter rate housing, they would ensure that we have less. In a time where poverty and wealth inequality are rising every day, they would ensure that this inequality grows faster. And in a community that currently contains over 2,000 people with no fixed address, they would ensure that even more people will find themselves on the streets with nowhere else to go. It is beyond egregious that in the midst of what we all know and state to be a crisis, we are taking steps to ensure that one of the few affordable places left in this city becomes just as inhospitable as everywhere else, producing more displacement, more poverty, and inevitably even more homelessness. We've been here before. This is not the first time that we have tried to solve the housing crisis by throwing money at private developers in exchange for nothing but the vague promise of future improvement. It seems like this has been the default housing strategy for decades, but it never seems to work. We keep trying to rezone and deregulate our way out of this crisis, yet the rent stays high and homelessness increases year by year. We have tried to, quote-unquote, uplift communities while paying no attention to the needs and desires of those communities' residents. This also never works. The only people it will help are those who are already rich. We have tried to fight homelessness in ways that inevitably only fight the homeless themselves. This never works. It only ensured that even more people have nowhere left to go. So if we've tried this all before, and if we are straightforwardly making all these problems worse, the next natural question is, what can we do better? Well, there's a lot of things we could do, but here are a couple ideas. What if, instead of giving $50,000 per unit to private developers in order to incentivize them to maybe, potentially, sort of build some small amount of low-income housing, we just created that same housing directly, or worked with groups whose mission is to fight poverty and homelessness rather than enrich themselves? What if we worked to create more affordable housing rather than passing proposals that would explicitly allow developers to build less of it? What if we actually worked to meaningfully address the causes of homelessness rather than passing legislation that seems tailor-made to produce it? And what if, instead of ramming through a clearly unpopular policy, you actually listened to the results of your own report, one which thoroughly rejected this proposal as harmful and unwanted? These are just a few examples of what we could do differently, and there are undoubtedly many more, but I want to conclude today by saying that we are close to passing a policy that would be far, far worse than doing nothing at all. This is a policy that will hurt very real people in tangible and obvious ways, and will hurt the city that we all claim to love and call home. I want Vancouver to be better, and I want people's lives, and I want better lives for the residents and communities that live within. And it is for these reasons, among so many others, that I urge you all to oppose this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 111, Emma Hubois.
Speaker 111 is not on the line.
Speaker 112, Effie Demeter.
No, not in the chamber or in the foyer.
113, Leah Penfather.
Yes. Hi, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Hi, councillors and mayor. Hope you're all well on this rainy Vancouver day. I'm Leah, and I oppose this proposal. I live in Kitsilano. I worked in Gastown until recently. I would often visit Chinatown for food, after dragon boat practice, for cultural events at the Sun Yat-sen Garden, to check out the Vancouver Black Library, and for COVID-safer events at the Cobalt. I'm actually second-generation Chinese Canadian. I grew up going to Mandarin school in Chinatown, and it was like the coolest place to me because this was my culture. My family's ancestral village is Hoi Ping, and the building for the Hoi Ping Benevolent Association is still standing. I feel proud when I walk past it. But now when I go to Chinatown, I'm watching it and the areas around it getting more gentrified. The neighborhood is losing its cultural significance, and businesses that locals can't afford are moving in. We all know that people in the downtown east side, Oppenheimer district, and Chinatown areas are suffering and need our help. This proposal wants to reduce the required portion of shelter rate units in rental buildings and support private developer profit margins. Let me say that again. In an area with much higher rates of homelessness, you want to make less units available at an affordable rate? Are you kidding me? People can't afford shelter, and you want to give some random rich people more profits? I think housing is a human right. I hope you think so too, and we need to do better by our neighbors. So the problem with this proposal is it's making non-profit developers compete with for-profit developers. Who's going to win? We can't solve the homelessness crisis with developers who are trying to make a profit. Also, I don't consent to my tax dollars being used to fund developers. We need to fund affordable housing. This proposal is not doing that. What I want is to end the homelessness crisis. Please, come on. Like, you have the power to do that. My suggestion is to build more housing, please, at shelter rate, like the ones at the Regent, Kiefer Rooms, the Balmoral site. Even better, add more shelter rate units in social housing in the rest of the city too. Like, expand what's going on in the DEOD right now. Don't stop it. Like, it's working. So you should look up the research by Kuni Kamizaki. So that's Kuni and last name Kamizaki. Kuni Kamizaki. He's an urban planning researcher who's done a lot of work in this area, and he kind of, like, you should take a look at the plan. That says what we need better than I could explain. I'll end on an anecdote. I was watching a Christmas movie the other day, and what do you know, the plot was about people being displaced from a neighborhood, like the neighborhood losing its cultural significance because people who are already very rich want to make a quick buck. Don't be the bad guys in this situation. Councillors, if you vote to pass this proposal, you are literally Ebenezer Scrooge, and you cannot convince me otherwise. This proposal is so chopped, so, like, please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 114, Alicia McCara.
Speaker 114 is not on the line.
Speaker number 115, Liz Bell.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 116, Jessica Chin.
Speaker 116 is not in the chamber or in the foyer.
Okay. Speaker number 117, River Mack.
No, not in the chamber or in the foyer.
Speaker 118, Rory Mark.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 119 has withdrawn. Speaker 120, Elijah Fast.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 121, David Pfeiffer.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 122, Jin He.
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, city staff, mayor, and council. My name is Jin He. As an immigrant living on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, as community member of Chinatown and Downtown East Side, and as an intern architect, AIBC, who has previously worked within the private development industry, I strongly oppose the proposed upzoning of uplifting Downtown East Side plan with the following concerns. One, this is simply the wrong tool for the Downtown East Side. As city staff said repeatedly, what exactly is revitalization without displacement? Can an economy-first model where social housing is treated as a secondary byproduct of private development ever deliver on this romantic slogan? Decades of evidence show that developer-driven revitalization does not protect marginalized communities. It prioritizes private interests over communities' needs, and the results are predictable: speculation, gentrification, and displacement. The proposed 80-20 inclusionary zoning model with 4% shelter rate is simply not viable. Even in the best scenario, the city would need to build around 232-story towers to produce the 10,000 urgently needed social housing units. This model depends on developer voluntarily partnering with nonprofits and on higher levels of government filling the financial gaps. The math does not math in today's and tomorrow's economy. This is a 1970s formula that only succeeds when private development is booming, meaning the fate of one city most vulnerable communities hangs entirely on whether developers feel like building. This is not urban planning. This is gamble with people's lives. 2, exactly who are we trying to uplift? The proposed upzoning plan lacks the safeguards and intentional planning needs to prevent widespread land speculation, similar to what we saw under the Broadway plan. Without protective measures, the downtown east side can expect accelerated renovations, displacement of SRO tenants, rising homelessness, and intensified gentrification. Complex issues require solutions that address root causes. Houselessness in the city is deeply tied to colonial policies and policing and systematic neglect. Dignified, permanent, affordable housing is the foundation required for people to rest, heal, and thrive. Imagine if the 46.2 million Vancouver Police Department budget increase were instead used for housing. That could create 308 permanent homes, roughly 150,000 per unit on city-owned land. That would house nearly 12% of the 2,600 unhoused residents, without even cutting the 2025 police budget. If our government is serious about housing first, and if housing is truly recognized by this council as a human right, then our budgets, plans, and policies must reflect that. We must look to Indigenous people-led land-back movements, intentional communities, and existing proven housing frameworks across Turtle Island and beyond. The crisis is not the lack of land, ideas, or solutions. The crisis is the persistence of colonial mindsets and the lack of politic courage to prioritize the most marginalized. In the downtown east side, where 1/3 of unhoused residents are Indigenous, this failure is especially stark. Today, by rejecting this proposed rezoning plan, we have an opportunity and responsibility to plan for a city that serves our most disadvantaged neighbors, our children and elders, our future generations, and the land itself. Not as an afterthought, not as a cost, not as the byproduct of economic growth. We demand a path forward that is not built on property values and development potential nor romantic slogans, but on just relationships and partnership with the most vulnerable, with the most disadvantaged communities, and with the land that is grieving. Based on overwhelming community feedback and the powerful speeches shared today, last week, and the days to come, we urge Council and Mayor to reject this short-sighted rezoning proposal and begin working with downtown Eastside communities you are meant to serve. You don't need to wash the dirty laundry of the powerful few.
And Jen, I'm sorry, you're at time. Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker number 123, Vernon Lorenz.
Speaker 123 is not in the chamber nor in the foyer.
Speaker number 124, Jeff Summers.
Wow, not very many people here. I thought it got postponed the other day, so we would have a full council this morning. Anyways,
And I gotta
good morning.
pause you for 1 sec. I'm sorry. Sorry, what happened to Councillor Bly? She disappeared. Councillor Bly, are you there? If you're there, can you please turn your camera on? Sir, what happened to Councillor Bly? Okay, great. We have quorum again. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Well, good morning. I originally thought I would be saying good afternoon or good evening, but I guess we've cycled through all parts of the day for this. So I'm here to speak against this motion and the policies it advances because two reasons. First, you're about to hit the kill switch on the last remaining SRO stock in Vancouver, which is only going to create more homelessness. And second, the policy as it's outlined, at least for the public anyways, is only going to create market housing. It's not really going to build an appreciable amount of social housing in the city. And, you know, all kinds of people that know way more about this than I do have outlined why that's the case. So I'm not going to reiterate their arguments. I just want to say that, you know, I came to Vancouver in 1975 when I was 18. And at the time, you could get a studio suite in the West End for $150 a month. You could get a one-bedroom apartment in the East End for about the same price. And if you lost your job, you could get an SRO room for about $80 a month or a housekeeping room. And the thing is, at that time, there was thousands of them. There was more than 20,000 in the city, all the way from Kitts, all the way around False Creek out to Grandview, Strathcona, and then into the downtown peninsula and the West End. The thing is, so there was lots of SRO units in the city and they were cheap and available. There was no homelessness in Vancouver at that time. And there probably wasn't any homelessness for another decade. In fact, there was so little homelessness that by the early 80s, the shelters at Catholic Charities and the old Central City Mission had closed down due to lack of customers. So if we fast forward 25 years, late 80s or late 90s, early 2000s, you're looking at a very different city, completely transformed. Homelessness at that point is out of control and it's getting worse. The number of single rooms and housekeeping rooms in the city has fallen to below 10,000 at that point due to demolitions, conversions, and fires. In the early 90s, the Carnegie Action Project, the predecessor to what's now called the Carnegie Housing Project, was warning that the city was letting the stock of SROs continue to shrink, and that was going to lead to increasing homelessness, which, you know, at the time was hard to believe it could get any worse, but we now know it's gotten way worse. And the Carnegie Action Project made enough noise that the city finally started to study the issue. For a long time, the city hung its hat on the fact that it was replacing lost SRO units with social housing units, but anybody could see just walking down the street of any neighborhood in the city that wasn't stemming homelessness. And the reason for that is that because the city had transformed, the dynamics had transformed also drastically. The construction of rental housing had tanked, starting in the 80s and continuing really well into the century, and there were tons of conversions of rental buildings to strata. Rents, as we all know, started skyrocketing while wages stagnated. And so the upshot, as it turned out, was that social housing wasn't a replacement for SRO stock. It was a replacement for affordable rental housing. So the erosion of SRO stock continued and homelessness kept increasing. By the time the SRO conversion bylaw came in the early 2000s, it was too little too late. So Vancouver at that point has gone, or at this point really has gone down the same path followed by cities across the continent, New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, Toronto. Every single one of them let SROs and cheap rooms go, or even actively shut them down. And thousands of single rooms disappeared while homelessness increased dramatically. And now, 25 years after that, homelessness is worse than ever. And instead of working with the community to identify creative solutions, the city continues to do the same old failed policies. It encourages more market-priced housing construction while discouraging construction of social housing. And it seems like the real plan here is to kick the can down the road for the next council to deal with. The changes you're ready to vote for here aren't really about reducing homelessness, building more social housing, or protecting SROs. They're about opening the last and maybe the only protected area of the city to developers to build market-priced housing beyond the reach of so many people in Vancouver, and we know what that leads to.
Great.
So thank you. And I just would like to say one more thing.
Jeff, I'm sorry. We're at time and we have a lot of speakers coming up. So thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Jeff. Thank you very much. I do want to make a comment here because it's been brought up twice. I know when people look at the chamber here and they don't see people here. I do want to remind people that this is a reserve date. This wasn't necessarily planned, and there are counselors online that are viewing and participating remotely. So we do have more than quorum at this. So it is being well attended. The next speaker we have is speaker number 125, Leslie Kemp.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Leslie Kemp. I'm a homeowner in the Grandview Woodlands neighborhood, and I've been inspired by the statements and stories people in our community have shared with City Council members. And this has prompted me to reflect on the questions about what kind of city we want to live in. Whose city is this? Is Vancouver to be, quote, a world-class city for investors and wealthy? Or will it be a city for people of different backgrounds, classes, and ethnicities? 150 years ago, about 10 years before the city of Vancouver became incorporated, there were villages established and lived in by the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples in the territory now claimed by Vancouver. Kemkemalai, meaning the place of many maple trees, was situated near the downtown east side. Many of the indigenous people have been displaced either forcibly to make room for new settlements or by disease. 150 years later, where are the maple trees? What kind of city has Vancouver become? Chinese, Japanese, and South Asian immigrants joined many others of diverse nationalities, but they too faced racism and displacement. During Expo 1986, some of the poorest residents of this city were displaced for World Fair, and this class-based displacement has continued since, as lands were raised to make way for new towers built for investors, making massive profits for some of the richest people on earth. Housing speculation has become the modus operandi for housing developers and a blight on a city that pretends to be sustainable. There are many examples of this, including Little Mountain housing that displaced many working class and poor members of our community, and this remains largely vacant. It's useful to remember this history, along with the empty promises made time and time again. So, coming to this plan, it's a sad reminder of these empty promises. But what does it even promise? Continued displacement? Increased homelessness? Housing insecurity? Threats to social cohesion? Reduced tenant protections? Rapid gentrification of the downtown east side? Increased density? Increasing numbers of high towers? Unfriendly streetscapes? More speculation? A city for rich people with poor and working class people being pushed out. Most people in Vancouver do not share a vision of Vancouver as a playground for the rich. They want to live and play with their family and friends in a city that is welcoming to people of diverse incomes, backgrounds, ethnicities, and provides a good quality of life with good services, green spaces, and a vibrant arts, culture, and recreation. So why is this plan even being considered? A plan was developed for the Oppenheimer district of the downtown east side in 2014. And this plan involved a long process that involved extensive community consultation. It wasn't an easy process. But this plan has created stability. It has kept land prices relatively low for Vancouver, that is. And that's the rub. This plan is being considered precisely because the land prices are relatively low and it promises more profits for developers. As Mark Twain said, when the rich rob the poor, it's called business. When the poor fight back, it's called violence. Finally, I'd like to remind everyone there are alternatives. There is a community land trust in the downtown east side, and there could be more. Governments could actually invest in and build social housing. Public housing and real tenants' democracy are needed. Once upon a time, the governments of Canada, BC, and Vancouver did this. The current status quo is
And
not
Leslie,
acceptable,
sorry, you're at
and it
time.
is time the
thank you.
city
Sorry.
commit.
Clerk, can we? Thank you very much. Speaker number 126 has withdrawn. Speaker number 127 is Victoria Fritz.
Speaker 127 is not on the line.
Speaker 128, Mary Beam.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you in person. My name is Mary Beam. I'm a grandparent, and I live in Grandview Woodlands area of Vancouver. I'm also a Unitarian, and the first principle of the Unitarians is to affirm and promote the inherent worth and dignity of every person. This means you, Mayor Sim, and all the councillors and staff and others gathered here, you all deserve to be treated with respect. And it also includes the residents of the downtown east side, including those who are residing in the area under discussion here, the DEOT. They all have inherent worth and should be treated with dignity. However, as many speakers before me have highlighted, this proposal means that many vulnerable people will lose their housing as their SROs are demolished. They will be uprooted from their communities, and many will be forced to live on the streets, joining the estimated 2,715 people who are homeless in Metro Van. For this reason, I oppose the proposal in its current form. I know that everyone here would like to see the number of people living on the streets reduced. This proposal does not accomplish that. The proposal seems to be based on the trickle-down theory, that by helping those with money, benefits will accrue to those on the margins. But we know that this isn't true. It's been tried many times. It never works. Instead, the gap between the rich and the poor widens. What does work is to help those who are marginalized. This benefits all society, as has been shown in many studies. So let's try a trickle-up approach. I will outline two possible options. The 2014 plan exceeded expectations in the amount of affordable housing created. This is a great achievement. Now, both the federal and provincial governments are indicating they're interested in funding affordable housing again. So the first option that I recommend is to delay the implementation of this new plan until we have the provincial report on housing and we're able to get more details on what they are willing to provide. There's no need to rush this through. Please defer a decision and direct staff to engage with their federal and provincial counterparts to fund new social housing projects that will actually reduce the number of people living on the streets and give them an opportunity for a better life. If this option is not acceptable to you, then I ask that you amend the proposal to exclude the 28 privately owned SROs from the rezoning. It is essential that this shelter rate housing in these SROs not be lost. I really fear that these SROs will be demolished very quickly and the land will sit vacant there until it's a good time for the developers, something like what happened in Little Mountain. In addition, I ask that you amend the proposal to allow nonprofits to build on the 25-foot lots. While these amendments will not address the housing will not completely address the housing crisis and the DEOT. It will reduce the damage. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today about why I'm opposed to this proposal, and best wishes for you and your families and all the residents of this beautiful city to stay warm and healthy in this holiday season. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mary, and Merry Christmas as well. Speaker 129, Denzel John Ash.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Denzel John Asha. I oppose the motion. I'm a Vancouver resident, and though I do not live in the downtown east side, I used to volunteer there helping with programs for marginalized residents. Our valid peers would love to be able to do the things that we take for granted. People can only dream of being able to pop a batch of cookies in the oven or do a load of laundry, bathe in a clean bathtub, drink water from a functioning sink, lie down to sleep in a bed free of vermin without worrying about being woken by threat. They need safe, secure housing, not, oh, well, I guess this condemnable room is okay for them, but safe, secure housing where they can meet basic needs we all have. This is not asking too much. Before you go vote against our fellow Vancouverites, ask yourself if you have even been in one of these rooms to see the true conditions. These rooms need to be replaced with good housing. This motion radically favors the developers who do not operate with the needs of the community in mind, but only their ability to make more money for their shareholders who are not in any need. And it caters to people who already have the ability to bake, bathe, do laundry, use safe fixtures and appliances, and sleep without disturbance, who cannot fathom not having the ability to do so. There are 2,700 human beings with no homes, in addition to 6,200 who already live in often dangerous SRO units. The proposal to lower the requirements to replace 100% of the SRO units will not fill this need, and wealthy developers will not voluntarily fulfill these needs. There is no trickle-down effect. Where will our fellow Vancouverites go? The proportion of proposed allocations of housing income level units and shelter rate units to units generating ludicrous profits is insufficient. It is not asking too much for them to ensure sufficient homes for the community where they are generating profits. I ask you to vote against this motion. I know the goal of everyone here is to ensure housing for the homeless, but developers do not operate out of compassion. They operate strictly and only for profit. They do not want to associate with or be associated with people with needs or low income, and therefore what they view as low status jobs. They've never done anything for them out of actual goodness or care unless they have been forced to by zoning regulations and by requirements they provide units at below market rents. And they fight to ensure these below-market rents are still unaffordable for the majority of Vancouverites and their children who are forced to leave the city in communities where they have lived and grown up in order that they are simply able to live. And these are people they value more than those living on benefits and social assistance and low-paying jobs or worse gig jobs. Any loosening of the zoning restrictions or reductions in the requirement to provide housing which will allow people on the downtown east side to live safely within their small incomes will result in greater homelessness and destitution. As many have said, I not only ask that you vote against this motion, but at the very least, as many have said, wait until former Mayor Larry Campbell has finished his report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 130, Charles Archibald.
Speaker 130 is not on the line.
Speaker number 131, Max on the line. Or is Max Campbell? Yep. Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Max Campbell. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm against the motion. I'd like it to go back to staff for reconsideration. So I was born in the downtown east side. I partly grew up there. I don't live there, haven't lived there for years, but I'm still involved in the community. I just want to talk about a very crucial moment in my life. When I was maybe 19, I had just graduated high school, and how do I put it? So my life was pretty intense. The home that I had grown up in, I was still living in, was very not a good place for a person to live in. And I realized that if I stayed there, I would die. And I knew that I had to leave. I had to get out. And I didn't know where to go. In the end, I found a way out without ending up being homeless. I got into a employment program. I stuck it out with my parents for a few more months, and then I found a place because back then you could afford a place for $600 a month, which is what I was paying. And then when I lost the job and I had to be on welfare, I could afford it because I was paying $600 for rent and I had $10 left over every month. I went to the food bank, all this stuff. And at this point in my life, I felt completely abandoned, but not just by my parents, but all my childhood. I had been told that we live in a society where people get taken care of. This doesn't happen to people unless they do something wrong. But it happened to me. And in my current work in the downtown east side, the way that I'm meeting people, talking to people, I meet people like me who went through experiences like that every day. And it went worse for them than it went for me, partly because the conditions in the city have become worse. And so when I look at the things going on in the downtown east side, what people see as problems, I see as like people who have a fire of trauma that was lit and then a door shut behind them. And they end up in the downtown east side. And in this place, people find community and they find support in a way that you can't find in other places. It's a healing place in a way that you maybe can't see if you don't go there yourself. And while I agree that things can be better and the city has a role to play in finding solutions to improve the neighborhood, everything about this plan, people are saying no. Like the consultations, people are saying no. The speakers here were saying no. And in a situation like that, you have to heed what people are saying. People are expressing the world from their own perspective. They can see what life is like on the ground and they can understand how this plan is going to affect them. So I do suggest again that we send it back to the administrative staff and reconsider a lot of the different things. I mean, I don't need to go through the whole list, but the SRO replacement, the way that the market rentals are going to be involved, and find something that the community is really going to sign off on, because the people truly understand what's going to work for the neighborhood, and we just need a plan that people are going to actually say yes to. That's all I'm asking for, a plan people say yes to. I'm just going to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Max. Speaker 132, Natalie Marshik.
Speaker 132 is not on the line.
Speaker 133, Gary Jarvis.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 134, Penny Crawford.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak for my neighbors, all those living and working in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district. I'm opposed to the rezoning. When I was preparing for this opportunity to speak, I was trying to think of what I could say that has not already been said. Then I got an idea from a book that I recently borrowed from my Auntie Anne. It's called Spark, The Inspiring Life and Legacy of Milton K. Wong. Quickly, for those not familiar with Milton, he was born in Vancouver, Chinatown. His parents were immigrants from China and were impacted by the racist head tax charged by our federal government. His father started the business in Chinatown, Modernized Tailor. Milton was a successful business person in Vancouver and shared his talents and wealth to enhance the city. His legacy includes bringing the Dragon Boat Festival to Vancouver, establishing Science World, and the Heart of the City Festival, to name just a few. Milton was also honored with the highest and most prestigious award by Mayor Robertson in July 2011, the Freedom of the City Award. Sadly, Milton passed away from cancer on December 31st, 2011. Milton was connected with Michael Clegg, who we heard from on the first day of speakers. Together, they had a vision for transforming Vancouver's downtown east side. So rather than try to be original, I'm going to share some quotes from a speech that Milton presented to the Metro Vancouver Future of the Region Sustainability Summit on the 7th of October, 2008. The following are quotes. How did the beautiful city of Vancouver come to be responsible for what is famously known as Canada's poorest postal code? The decline of the downtown east side can be traced to the internment of nearly 22,000 Japanese Canadians in 1942. By the early 1950s, the city of Vancouver had declared large parts of downtown east side a slum. The city's plan for addressing the problem included an urban renewal policy that rescinded basic city services, denied building permits, prevented families in the area from renovating their homes to accommodate their growing needs. I'm well aware of this myself, as my family was among them. Millions, if not tens of millions of dollars have been spent trying to fix the downtown east side. Where are the results? Unraveling and remedying 7 decades worth of misguided government policies that have led to the area's many problems is proving to be a tougher proposition than anyone imagined. What the area needs is not more government policies and interventions. We must begin to talk to the people who live there. We have to learn from the community we're trying to help. We need a solution for the downtown east side that is permanent, not cosmetic and short-term. We need to be motivated by compassion, not politics. We need to address the problem head-on by talking to the people who live there. That's the end of my quotes. These words spoken in 2008 are just as relevant today. What would Milton be saying to this mayor and council today? Would Milton be in favor of a rezoning to encourage a massive sell-off of the land to build towers and displace the current residents and small business owners from the heart of the city? I can only guess that answer would be no. I'd like to share one other interesting fact that I came across in this book about Milton. Based on recollections from John DeHart, Mayor Sims' former partner in Nurse Next Door, Milton connected John and Ken together, and when they pitched their idea to Milton for a healthcare company, Milton was enthusiastic and supportive, so much so that he signed on as chairman. Mayor, I hope the impact Milton had on you and your former business will now have an impact on this decision to rezone the downtown east side. It's time to press the pause button. Let Larry Campbell complete his work. Listen to what the people living and working in this area have told the city staff. Do not be influenced by landowners wanting to sell out and get rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Penny, and just thank you for bringing up the memory of Milton Wong, who was a dear friend, mentor, as you mentioned, chairman of our company. And I just remember having numerous conversations with Milty and walking the downtown east side quite a bit and talking about this issue for decades. So thank you very much. Speaker number 135, Raveen Mandel-Pauls.
Hi, good morning, Council and Mayor. I'm Raveen Mandel-Pauls, and I'm a False Creek resident and a former Strathcona resident, and I have volunteered for many years in the downtown east side. Out of concern for my neighbors, I'm here today to speak about the proposed changes to the FC1 district and downtown east side Oppenheimer plan. I do believe in the goals to speed up SRO replacement and increase social housing, but what matters more is how these policies affect the people who already call the downtown east side home. Right now, the changes feel less like a housing strategy and more like a shift away from those people and toward profit and toward an increased risk of gentrification and displacement. Reducing the social housing requirement from 60% to 20% was alarming to read, and it feels like a step backward. The downtown east side is home to some of the lowest income residents in the city, people who are already being priced out everywhere else. Lowering affordability targets doesn't create flexibility or balance. I feel like it creates exclusion, and sends a message that people who rely on affordable housing are no longer a priority. I'm also deeply concerned about the push to accelerate SRO replacement without any clear, strong, enforceable protections for those tenants. SROs are not just buildings, they're housing of last resort for many vulnerable people. If those residents are displaced while waiting for the promised replacement, we can't call that progress. Housing people later does not help those who lost their homes today. These amendments also appear to prioritize developer viability over community stability. By weakening affordability requirements and removing vacancy controls, I feel like we are opening the door to speculation in a neighborhood that already endured decades of displacement. It doesn't look like revitalization, it's gentrification, and it could erode the culture, history, and social fabric of the downtown east side. I've also heard that many community members feel rushed, unheard, and sidelined, and that I think that decisions of this magnitude should not move faster than the voices of the people who are most affected. If residents don't trust the process, I think the policy will fail, no matter how well it's framed. Council, the downtown east side deserves more than just half measures and good intentions. It deserves a housing plan that protects affordability, prevents displacement, and honors the city's commitments to social housing. I urge you to reconsider the amendments, restore stronger affordability requirements, and ensure that SRO replacement keeps people housed, not pushed out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 136, Marcus Peterson.
Speaker 136 is not on the line.
Speaker number 137, Fiona York.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 138, Stephanie Lofquist.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 139, Nadia Ravello Bolivar.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 140, T. Zhang. Is T there? Speaker number 140, T. Zhang, if I pronounce your name properly, I hope. Yep, we'll take a minute.
Speaker 140, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay. Speaker 141, Bill Hopwood.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 142, Bomi Kim.
No.
Speaker 143, Jill McKenzie.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 144, Barbara Bradbury.
No, not here.
Speaker 145, Beulah Marchbanks.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 146, Holly Becker.
Not on the line.
Speaker 147 has withdrawn. Speaker 148, yeah, withdrawn. Did I say? Oh, 148 and 149?
Just 148.
Okay, 148 is withdrawn. Speaker 149, Glenn Davis.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 150, Margaret Scott.
No.
Speaker 151, Aaron Brown John.
No.
Speaker 152, Elias Romero.
Hi, I'm Elias. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on the unceded and unconquered lands of the Coast Salish peoples, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. As settlers, we benefit from past and ongoing colonial harm and carry a responsibility to support the conditions where Indigenous communities can exercise self-determination and live with dignity. Decisions about land, displacement, and who gets to stay are inseparable from this reality. During last Tuesday's hearing, Councillor Klassen asked city planning staff what they would say to alleviate the concerns of people listening with open hearts but without open minds. It's important to be clear that what we've heard from residents is not fear-driven opposition or closed-mindedness. The response from planning staff was intended to be reassuring, but it was vague, pointing to 3 safeguards as proof that conditions had been addressed: tenant relocation policies, social housing delivery requirements, and land value analysis. So it's worth slowing down to take a look at these safeguards to see what the report actually commits to. First, tenant relocation policies. The report no longer requires one-for-one replacement of SROs. Relocation guarantees are conditional, and they rely on language like where possible and subject to availability, with no binding guarantee that tenants will stay in the downtown east side, move only once, return home, or keep shelter rate rents. Developers are only encouraged, not required, to partner with nonprofits, with no requirement for trauma-informed relocation. In practice, displacement is administratively managed, not prevented. Second, social housing delivery requirements. The report openly admits that affordability is being reduced. Shelter rate housing and private developments would be cut so projects can become more viable. This is an explicit trade-off: less affordability in exchange for developer viability. This plan protects the financial viability of projects, not the housing security of residents. Third, land value impacts. The land value analysis is brief and assumes prices will not rise, while ignoring speculation and the well-documented reality that upzoning increases land values. Once land prices rise, nonprofits and Indigenous housing providers are priced out long before construction begins. So here's the reality of these safeguards. Tenant protections are conditional, shelter rate housing is reduced, and land value risks are modeled away, not mitigated. When residents say they're afraid, that fear is rational, evidence-based, and informed by the city's own report. I've had the honor of getting to know and love the downtown east side. This is an ecosystem of survival, a place where people rely on one another to remain connected to themselves and each other in a city that often pushes them to the margins. You cannot replace that with a tower. And you cannot uplift a neighborhood by dismantling the communities of care that keep people alive. And that's the deeper issue here. The social problems that exist in our society must be dealt with more profoundly through the kind of wisdom that comes from real community engagement and consultation. I'm here to add my voice to the many who oppose this motion and are asking you to choose care over convenience and people over profit. People deserve to know that this community stood together, to know that the downtown east side resisted this plan loudly, clearly, and with love for one another. As earlier speakers shared, we have a tradition in the downtown east side of ending gatherings with a moment of silence to honor those that we have lost. People who died not by accident, but because of the structural and systemic inequities that make survival harder every day. The list of names we remember is already way too long. So I ask all of you here, person to person, please do not create the conditions that will add to that list. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 153 has withdrawn. Speaker number 154, Debbie Krell.
Hey. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking in opposition, and I'm returning with a process-based concern. Vancouver has committed to an international health, safety, and human rights standards through major sport hosting, including FIFA-aligned events. Those standards assume existing emergency capacity, trauma-informed environments, and proportionate use of security. In hospital zones and high-density areas like this one, with a port, stadiums, and rail, we are already seeing emergency services stretch beyond safe margins. Adding vertical density without parallel emergency access planning creates bottlenecks that conflict with those commitments. I'm asking Council to pause and require an integrated emergency capacity and access review, including fire, ambulance, hospital readiness, and community displacement impacts, before further height approvals proceed. This is about safety, continuity of community, and meeting obligations the city has already signed onto. Thank you. I have more to add. I'm also want to take an opportunity to pitch a new social purpose housing. SROs, originally when they were built for a social purpose, and that was to house temporary workers. That demand has not gone away. In fact, it has increased. So I'm proposing that you include temporary housing in your mix. And it's not the definition of social housing that is needed, it's social purpose. For context, I'm speaking from a lived experience. I was a goalkeeper with the women's team that went to the Homeless World Cup in 2011. We trained on Oppenheimer Field. The Homeless World Cup is supported by FIFA refereed standards, and Mexico will host the Homeless World Cup again in 2026 alongside the Men's World Cup. I've seen how international football events intersect with local communities and why health, safety, and access matter beyond the stadium. Protection of vulnerable populations. FIFA's human rights commitments require host cities to avoid displacement, prevent harm to local communities, ensure access to healthcare services during events, advance planning. These agreements are signed years in advance. Cities are assessed on existing capacity, not promises. I have recently completed safety and sport training, which emphasizes duty of care, trauma-informed environments, and proportional responses to risk. Those same principles apply to how we design public spaces and public process. I'm speaking to this because within the DEOD is near the hospital of the St. Paul's Hospital in Long Terminal, which plans to be open in 2027. That is I guess they're doing all their indoor stuff right now, and It's illegal to build stories, high buildings around a hospital. Internationally, it's expected to go from mid to low to mid rises are the requirements of zoning around a hospital. But as a leader and a visionary, I have already envisioned a pitch and location for a soccer stadium and a wellness center that could also carry.
Debbie, I'm sorry.
That's over in Fraserview and Heatherlands. That's where you're going to build your stadium with temporary housing.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. The next speaker is number 155, Brian Conway.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you again and address council on this important matter. My name is Brian Conway. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I've had the privilege of working in the inner city since 1998 as a doctor, developing and evaluating systems of care for the inner city. I think part of the skepticism that many have expressed with respect to this motion is that this administration has not necessarily supported the inner city in a way that might have been expected at the time that it was elected. There was a promise of 100 policemen and 100 social workers blanketing the downtown east side shortly after the election to produce engagement in care for individuals and improve their lives, and this hasn't necessarily occurred. So a motion of this type that is being presented to really be a complete change over what was being proposed for housing in the inner city is meeting with great skepticism in this context. The one positive that I would take from the motion is if a large number of units are created, 20% social housing of a large number of units may end up being a net gain over 60% of a much smaller number of units. But if this is to be done, it needs to be done with the needs of the community in mind. And there are three important issues that I would raise. First is that no one be displaced against their will, and that the housing that they are provided is an improvement over the housing that they have. Our work has clearly demonstrated that inadequate housing has led to deterioration in the state of health of the individuals that live in the downtown east side, and hopefully if this is to proceed and funding is injected into the inner city to build great market level housing, that it by necessity improves the health and well-being of the individuals that will be in place. The social housing will need to be much better than the housing that is already in place, be dignified housing that will provide individuals with the hope that now with stable housing they can improve their lives, and this is clearly a part of the solution to the opioid crisis that persists. And that ideally we would have an increase in social housing in parallel with the market level housing, and that we develop the model where both will be able to coexist and that everyone will feel heard, that those that are in the market level housing feel that their habitation, that the building is safe, those that are in social housing feel accepted, and that we use this as a model to potentially come to grips with the opioid crisis and the housing crisis. And it's only if we do all of this that this motion makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 156, Carol Sutton.
Am I on?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Carol Sutton and I live in Vancouver. Thank you all, Mayor and Council, for giving me these few minutes to speak, although I am speaking against the proposed rezoning. Despite all the stated intentions of the report, I'm afraid these zoning changes will perpetuate and worsen the adverse conditions that are already there. In fact, I think the plan would reduce the amount of social housing required of developers. And to that I say no, it's already too low. Please, do not further diminish the lives of those who really have no other place to go. Thousands of Vancouverites are homeless. I heard about 3,500 at last report. and nearly twice that number reside in SROs that are in such disrepair, they actually need to be replaced. And the city's rezoning plan, I think, would make this worse. Instead, we, the people of Vancouver, the city of Vancouver, need to be working with senior levels of government for funding and cooperation on developing the sorely needed homes for people, for all of these people in SROs and those already on the streets. Any reduction to the number of shelter rate units in new rental buildings only serves to increase the profits of private developers. This plan will make it more expensive also to acquire land in the downtown east side, and that would make it harder for nonprofits and the government to build the shelter rate and other affordable housing the community needs so much. And also, I wonder, how do we expect any newly arrived high-income residents in the market rate apartments to integrate into this community that has suffered such devastating poverty and effects for so long? Regardless of our social standing, I believe we all benefit when social equity and justice are established and maintained. And the people who are already homeless and those who need new SROs deserve to be treated with the respect due to all of us. I've seen in Toronto that they've created an excellent model in the development of Dunn House, the country's first social medicine supportive housing initiative. They are proving that it costs less to provide homes and social support to people who need them than it does to keep providing Band-Aid treatment in emergency rooms, hospital beds, and prisons. I ask you to consider these points carefully and please do the right thing. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Speaker 157, James Pangilinan.
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 158, Sarah Brown.
Morning, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Sarah Brown. I live in Vancouver and I work for a local community land trust that seeks to protect and expand affordable housing in our city. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed zoning changes. I've been listening to other speakers and I've been so moved by what's been shared. We've heard many times that the downtown east side is the historical and true heart of this city. I'm speaking as someone who doesn't live and work in the downtown east side on a day-to-day basis, but I'm here to tell you that many Vancouverites like me, despite our relative day-to-day distance from the community, continue to see the downtown east side as the heart and soul of this city, whose treatment by outsiders and decision makers provides a crucial window for viewing our own ethical commitments as a city community. The ways that we choose to treat residents and community members in the downtown east side is a crucial bellwether of our own commitment levels to collective care, our commitments to justice for the Chinese Canadian community, and our commitments to reconciliation with Indigenous nations, whose stolen and occupied territories are being debated here without those nations having a meaningful seat at the table. This is even more concerning given the recent news that the Director of Indigenous Relations has resigned from her position. The number of speakers who have signed up to speak on this item is itself a data point that speaks volumes. Vancouver doesn't want this. We don't want more money for developers. We want safety and justice. We want safety and justice for the downtown east side community, a community that is brimming with creative ideas and homegrown plans for housing that spring directly from the minds and hearts of that community itself. There are a lot of community-rooted organizations in the downtown east side that day in, day out, do the hard work to protect and expand deeply affordable housing in the downtown east side. So many of them have taken precious time from their hard work to speak to you about this item, and I hope you'll carefully consider the authority with which they speak on this, and that you'll reject these proposed changes. And here I'd like to specifically mention the incredible work of the Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust and the SRO Collaborative. They've been tireless in their commitment to the Downtown Eastside community as they work hard to preserve SRO buildings, to establish tenant-led housing management models, and to continually decolonize their organizational governance. I ask Council to listen carefully to these folks and other experts in the community who live and work in the downtown east side and take seriously the deep layers of racialized and colonial injustice and the further marginalization that they've warned you about if these zoning changes move forward. I'll just wait until the mayor's finished speaking and just repeat the last part because it is really the crux of what I'm hoping to say today. And I'd ask Council to listen carefully to these folks and others who live and work in the downtown east side, and please take seriously the deep layers of racialized and colonial injustice and further marginalization that they've warned you about if these zoning changes move forward. Thanks for listening.
Speaker 159 is not on the line.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Chan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here in solidarity with the Downtown Eastside community speaking in opposition to this rezoning. My family history in Vancouver and in Canada starts in the Downtown Eastside. My grandfather was born and raised in Chinatown and the Downtown Eastside, and when my great-grandparents came to Canada from China in the 1920s, it was essentially the only neighborhood in the city where they were allowed to live. Then my first job in Vancouver was with the Vancouver Community Network, working out of the then newly opened Woodwards building. Through that job, I was fortunate enough to learn from and experience the incredible community that exists in the Downtown Eastside. Later, I was lucky enough to work with Nathan Edelson, whom I know a few of you knew as well. Nathan was the longtime senior planner for the Downtown Eastside at the city, and he was driven by the philosophy of resident-led revitalization, and he talked often about ensuring that community voices were embedded into any neighborhood plan. I'm worried that this proposed rezoning, done without that kind of deep community planning process, will only further entrench poverty and displacement. I've spoken at public hearings for supportive housing outside of the Downtown Eastside before, and I've seen those projects fail even after council approval due to resident objections and expensive lawsuits. The Downtown Eastside remains one of, if not the only neighborhood where our zoning and our political will allows shelter rate and supportive housing to be built, but this rezoning threatens that, leaving people with nowhere left to go. I'm worried that this will cause the premature demolition of SRO and supportive housing without a replacement plan, and I would urge council and staff to work with community organizations, the Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust, and others to ensure that the lives and dignity of Downtown Eastside residents are centered, and to work towards community ownership of housing. I have 2 young kids, and recently one of them asked me why people were sleeping outside. I told them that not everyone is as lucky as we are to have a warm place to live, and we live in social housing, by the way. But that's not totally true, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized I think I just lied to my daughter, because it's not about luck. It's about the choices that decision makers have made for decades that have privileged some and disadvantaged so many more. I'm worried that this proposed rezoning, which came out of a motion about uplifting the Downtown Eastside, does not uplift the people, only land values and developer profits. So I'm here in solidarity with the Downtown Eastside community to ask you to send this back to staff and to direct them to undertake social impact and housing needs assessments and to engage in comprehensive and genuine consultation with community members whose lives will be most impacted by this decision. A plan that does not take care of those of us who need it most is the wrong plan. Thank you.
I know we're coming up to, speaker number 161 has withdrawn, and just looking at the time, we have 9 minutes left, but we do have 2 individuals in the next 4 that are actually in this chamber, and so would someone like to move a motion to hear up to speaker 165? That way our speaker doesn't have to come back. Second, great, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 162 is Kiyoko Judy Hanazawa.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am acknowledging that my home sits on the unceded land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and as a settler descendant, I express my gratitude, support, and respect for their sovereignty. My name is Kyoko Judy Hanazawa, and I'm a third-generation Sansei Japanese Canadian whose family, since my grandfather's immigration in 1910, were commercial fishers residing in Steveston, BC. Upon the 1942 incarceration, my family ended up at Bridge River near Lillooet, and by 1950, after movement restrictions were lifted, my father returned to commercial fishing, and we resettled in the downtown East Side Oppenheimer district. Long ago, my grandfather spoke to me of pre-war times and remembered walking all the way from Steveston, looking to the Woodward's W sign to get to Paualugai or Powell Street to shop and tend to other affairs. As a business community and institutional heart since the late 1800s, home of the famous Vancouver Asahi baseball team, Powell Street was significant to every Japanese Canadian. But this thriving community of up to 8,000 disappeared permanently within months after the 1942 incarceration. Now, for at-risk DEOD area tenants who are Indigenous from other racialized communities and who may be vulnerable for many reasons, the current plan will also result in uprooting, dispossession, and dispersal, words applied to the story of Japanese Canadians. Note the promise made by Mayor and Council in 2013 in their apology to Japanese Canadians that the City of Vancouver pledges to do all it can to ensure such injustices will not happen again to any of its residents. The DEOD plan grossly reduces the social housing component to only 20% and reserves the remaining 80% for market rentals. This ratio, which disregards the economic reality for most area residents, will clearly result in no housing access, loss of homes, and displacement. Local groups and organizations like the SRO Collaborative and the Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust have applied specific guidelines in developing a roster of tenant-managed safe SROs for potential ownership by the Land Trust. In the process, I have witnessed the change within tenants as they do the work to support and care for their building operation and fellow tenants, and use their voice within their community and within organizations like the Land Trust. I assume the process has been transformational and healing for participating tenants because belonging to the Land Trust myself, I have also felt uplifted and healed. This respectful, inclusive process is an ideal model to follow for community and city to address and solve critical housing issues. Today, as in the past, it is communities of people being and working together who establish an area's unique identity, healthy growth potential, and capacity for economic progress. Residents and community activists apply the following practices, which also encourage positive directions for the future. Upholding Indigenous relations, culture, history, and land-based teachings, remembering, honoring, respecting, and preserving area history and heritage sites, respecting and supporting the diversity of residents, supporting community inclusivity, participation, and always practicing community consultation, making sure the environment offers safety, belonging, support for health and well-being, offering work opportunities, educating about historic wrongs to ensure they are not repeated, and calling the city to account concerning its promise to Japanese Canadians, which means preventing displacement. It is harmful to encourage a top-down imposition of what defines progress and look to tower developments as a source of economic security before considering the lives of affected people in past and today. Community members speak with certainty about many who will not survive if this plan proceeds. Safe housing is a human right, and this plan not only cannot uphold that right, there is a possibility implementation will further threaten the actual survival of vulnerable residents, and this is untenable. This plan drastically needs reconsideration, and more time is required to examine viable alternative possibilities which are available. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Kyoko. Speaker 163, Lama.
Speaker 163 is not on the line.
Speaker 164 has withdrawn. Speaker 165, Darrell Richard Hoyer.
Greeting, councillors. I'm a shaman of the Jewish Evangelical Church of Jesus Christ of Canada.org. I would actually like to propose that you accept the changes regarding, because I actually am willing to work with the councillors, community, and my own private development and bank to actually make sure the funding does not change, or the interest rates do not change anything. Anyone actually who prefers selling me the building, preferably the jobs I can create for actually abating the businesses, actually rest buildings, and how they bring them up to code, and have the homeless people have put sweat equity into have their own places with rent control implemented on all of the buildings, that they do not have to worry about leaving their homes for any reason, as long as it is upkept, clean, and as standard to living conditions opposed by the city of Vancouver for, I guess, habiting for a person. And the other thing is the funding, as I said, also from the Ibrahim's Treasury Bank will supply all the funding for it to make sure all the people are guaranteed their jobs. And if I can actually request council for actually purchasing the third-story restaurant on the Chinatown, I would actually like to take over the lease, preferably, or buy the building, because again, it's cheaper actually owning property than paying rent. The other thing is, any guys, developers who actually want to get rid of their developments that I can actually take over to finish building, according to people who spoke, the 500 cranes that are in the city right now can actually start going back to work, creating other housing that actually is needed from the city to help alleviate other housing situations in the near future. I was also proposing a province, the province were actually creating a airport transport for produce around the province, because again, you want to buy a local, it needs to get shipped from somewhere, but unfortunately traffic and trucking is difficult, and anyway, airplanes are quicker and easier, and as they fly over the forest, they can spot check for any forest fires in the area that are unknown to people who don't actually notice them. And also the Palace of Nations, I would actually like to propose purchasing also, because for some strange reason, it got my attention for some reason, and I don't actually know why yet. But any buildings the city of Vancouver prefers selling me or leasing to me for long-term for housing is easier, because I don't need to actually tear down buildings to put people in, as long as they are brought up to code, which is fine by me, and also people involved in actually jobs doing this. And council actually also realizes everything else that requires being up to code is also acceptable too, because again, it needs to be done. And I'm working also with communities, hopefully, to help them realize what they want to do, especially in Gastown, because they wanted to propose a walkway somewhere around the area, which is fine by me, because again, community is everything, and without it, you have nothing, because if people do not feel safe in their own place, it does not matter. And I hopefully people realize that if they want to get rid of the cause of their pain, I am willing to work with them to help them remove their pain as quickly as possible, as long as they understand it's not going to be easy. But again, change is not helpful for people, because again, they don't like change because it's unknown. But anyway, as I said, I like to have the city council amend the bylaws to actually allow my church and everything else I represent to actually go through to help the homeless people actually find housing they actually can stay in their lifetime and actually enjoy the time they have left in this planet of Allah. Thank you much, Lee.
Thank you very much. And on that, we are going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed.
Hi, Elise, can you hear me? Elise, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue with the listening to speakers. So the next speaker is speaker number 166, Fern Edith Noreen Evers.
Speaker 166 is not on the line.
Speaker 167, Ann Heidsma.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 168, Michael Linton.
No.
Speaker number 169, Nadia Clark.
No.
Speaker 170, Laura Stranahan.
No.
Speaker 171, Michael McNeely.
No.
Speaker 172, Ryan Kennedy.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 173, Elizabeth Kirkland.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 174, Esteban Vallejo Toledo.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 175, Nicholas Candele.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 176, Lisa Marr.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 177, Paulo Devanzo. Paulo, are you on the line?
Yeah,
Great, please go
I am
ahead.
on the line. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Awesome. I'm going, yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Paulo Davanzo, and I'm a Vancouver resident and settler on these unceded Coast Salish lands. I'm calling in today in opposition to this rezoning proposal in the downtown east side.
Paulo, can I put you on pause for 1 sec? Sorry, I'm going to stop your timer. Sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I have a short presentation, but sure, you can reset
Okay,
it.
sorry about that. We just had some issues here, but I'm going to restart your timer from the very beginning. Please go ahead.
Cool. Okay, I'll start over. So my name is Paulo Davanzo. I am a Vancouver resident and settler on these unceded Coast Salish lands. I'm calling in today in opposition to this rezoning proposal in the downtown east side until more comprehensive research and analysis can be done by all parties involved, including housing, nonprofits, local land trusts, provincial and federal governments, and of course the most important factor, people who live in these areas and will be the most affected by the massive change in zoning laws. I've been humbled and inspired by all the voices who have spoken before me to you all on this matter, as their words and their work in the downtown east side is profound and powerful. Members of the community, experts in social housing, street-engaged populations, and so many other voices, speaking with candor, honesty, and truth, and all of them asking that you vote in opposition to this rezoning proposal. 2025 has been a brutal year for humanity. There's genocide in Gaza, savage wars and bloodshed raging across the globe, climate devastation, and the scourge of bigotry and xenophobia in the States and beyond. We can do better. We need to do better as a civilization, as humanity. I'm an educator, a filmmaker, and founder of a community media arts nonprofit. I'm also an immigrant to these lands, born in Italy to a Canadian mother and an Italian father, and moving to the Lower Mainland with my partner of 24 years in 2019. The same partner who was scheduled to speak before me, Speaker 176, but could not make it today because of all the delays and the changes and some prior commitments that came up, but will hopefully be able to speak at the end of this queue, also in opposition to this rezoning proposal. So for the past 30 years, I've lived and worked all over the world, and I've seen these dangerous patterns repeated over and over and over again in the most vulnerable communities. First, developers and speculators move in, promising affordable, social, non-market, and shelter-rate housing, often with city-sponsored initiatives and incentives. Then the upscale restaurants, the fancy boutiques, the furniture stores, the condos, and the immense wealth floods in. And before the blink of an eye, you see a neighborhood gentrified and families and community members dispersed and pushed out. I encourage you to please be the progressive and forward-thinking city that you want to be. This proposal does not uplift the downtown east side. It rather puts communities at risk of displacement and continued abuse by the powers that be. Please vote no to this rezoning proposal and put people before profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Wilson.
Speaker 178 is not on the line.
179 Reagan Belson.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 180 Cameron Gilbert.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 181 Rian Ijeram.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 182 Jason Starnes.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 183 Sam Connolly.
No,
Speaker 184 Rachel Bullock.
no,
Speaker 185 Santana McDermott.
not in the chamber or in the foyer.
Speaker 186 Dave Ham.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking against the zoning changes. I was on the local area planning process in 2014, and we did a lot of work with the city, and it turned out that most of the stuff was just going to be archived in the basement here, and not really taken to heart to do anything we planned that we wanted to have in the plan. Except for the Oppenheimer district, we did manage to keep a little bit of that safe. So now it's under attack. So, we have to speak up again. When the plan came up to be spoken to in 2014, Vandu did not participate in saying yes or no or anything. We kept silent because we were very active during the plan, and then we felt that it was very disingenuous how the city is doing things. Listening to a gentleman this morning talking about 1975, no homelessness. So 50 years has been a really bad situation going on, whereas it's become a developer city. Not that development isn't bad, but you have to not leave other people behind, and make your. It's become a commodity now, housing, and that is something that's not what government's supposed to do. Government, in the UN statement, is that all residents should be housed and adequately and safely before there's any beautification, before there's any $500 million soccer tournaments, anything like that. And this plan has nothing to speak of the people that are already homeless, and that too, right? So through Gregor Robertson's term, okay, he said he was going to end homelessness. He didn't even have a chance to. It got worse and worse. So all I saw myself was each time the mayors came along, it was the developers that were still the driving force, because gentrification just kept going. Didn't matter who was in office or who was here, gentrification just kept on going. So that shows me that it's not being done in a proper manner. You can't leave people behind, and you can't have people sitting there suffering. And then also going after them when they have nowhere to go. They're sitting there being moved along all the time, not even allowed to shelter in place adequately, which the UN also says is a way it's supposed to be done. There's a 40-page reference to that also. So I believe this is going to cause even more harm to the residents that are going to become unhoused because of this. Also, the Residential Tenancy Act being taken away from supportive housing. I know that has nothing to do with the city so much, but we're under attack from all sides right now. There's no place for people to go. It's called banishment. It's not displacement, it's banishment. And that's not an appropriate thing, I think, for our city. Listening to Judy talk about how they promised that nobody would be displaced anymore. Nobody would be taken away, put out of their homes or anything like that. And I don't see that being something that's going to happen. So I'm not for this. And I hope you guys look at putting yourselves on the right side of history and maybe step up and be a little politically brave, step out of the mold, step out of what's comfortable, and maybe really seek and deep down in your hearts and feel for the people that need your help. Thank you.
David, thank you very much for coming in. Speaker 187 is Matt T.
No, not here.
188 Lauren B.
No, not in the chamber or in the foyer.
189, Maddie CJ.
Hello, councillors. My name is Maddie. I live in the city of Vancouver, and I work in a harm reduction not-for-profit in the downtown east side. I am here, like almost every single other member of the public, to oppose this motion. I'm not going to tell you again how detrimental this plan is. You already know that. Every person who's spoken against the motion has explained in detail that this plan does nothing for unhoused people, that it's going to massively reduce affordable housing in the long term. It's going to result in more displacement and ultimately more death. Instead, I'm going to talk about how people feel about this motion. People I have spoken to in the downtown east side, who live in the downtown east side, who are affected by this motion, they believe that there is absolutely nothing that they can say or do that will stop City Council from putting this motion through. That should not be the case. It shouldn't be true that no matter what people impacted by a decision say, that it won't make a difference. Mayor Sim, you stated when you delayed this meeting that it was a very important topic and that it was important for all city councillors to hear from members of the public. I will assume from that statement that you believe it's important to base your decisions on what the public is saying. That's why you carry out things like a public consultation, which the city did. The feedback was overwhelmingly against this plan. In the city staff's own words, summarizing the several weeks-long consultation, the overwhelming sentiment is that the proposed policy change is inadequate, inequitable, and harmful. Most respondents urged the city to prioritize deeply affordable social housing in the DEOD. I've read the entire report. It's deeply concerning to me that the city staff could produce this negative of a report and yet make no real changes to this plan. None of the major concerns that people raised about these plans have been addressed in this motion. The main suggested amendments that haven't been made, this consultation with groups that the city identified as marginalized and most likely to suffer from this plan, and therefore the most important people to hear from, why was it carried out? If none of the feedback given made any impact on the plan, why did it happen? Democratic bodies like the City Council were invented to balance different interests from different groups. Yet we see time and time again that those whose interests weigh heaviest in the minds of council are people with money. Every time you bypass proper procedure, you demonstrate that you are uninterested in listening to the public. I implore you to at least give the appearance of a democratic process, return this plan to the staff, and actually implement the feedback given to you by the public when you consulted them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, Maddie. Speaker number 190, Nate Crompton.
Speaker 190 is not in the chamber or in the foyer.
Speaker 191, Simon DeWert. And I hope I pronounced your name properly.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Vancouver Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Simon DeWert, a long-term Vancouver resident, currently living just off Commercial Drive near Britannia. I thank you for the intention to increase social housing in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district. But I oppose the report recommendations as they stand so far. We need to meet the needs of the downtown east side Oppenheimer district, which some estimate at 10,000 units of social housing. Using the downtown east side Oppenheimer district definition, that's 1/3 each of shelter weight, hills, and low market homes. To ensure community support and not risk dependence on market developers, we can keep the minimum of 60% of social housing per building, which I think is the key element that is triggering people. We need a new and positive vision for the downtown east side Oppenheimer district, and we need support and participation from all levels of government and all the communities that call the downtown east side home. The housing market in Metro Vancouver is in transition, with at least 3,500 completed market condominiums sitting unsold in Greater Vancouver. Canadian Housing Minister Gregor Robertson says we need to be delivering more affordable housing. The Government of Canada has not been building affordable housing since the 90s, and we've created a huge shortage across Canada. The province of BC has appointed Larry Campbell to convene and coordinate partners in Vancouver's downtown east side with the aim of improving the quality of life for all people who live and work in the neighborhood. Larry Campbell is to provide focused intergovernmental coordination and leadership to drive forward solutions with the community to deliver better outcomes for the downtown east side. Christine Boyle, Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, said, "The downtown east side is a vibrant community of strong, resilient people who have a long history of supporting each other through tough times." And she said, "Our government is determined to deliver better outcomes for this community at the heart of Vancouver." We cannot depend on developer margins to pay for social housing. The construction market is at risk of a major downturn, and it will behoove us well to directly invest in the social housing we need. We cannot depend on private development to increase social housing in the downtown east side. There may be opportunities for partnerships, but the chief focus needs to be on addressing the urgent and growing needs of low-income residents. We cannot accept a minimum of 20% of units as social housing, since this requires 4 market sales for every social housing unit, and the market is just not strong enough at this time. It's not enough for developers, and it's too much for the community. If we provide density increases in returns for the promise of 20% social housing, we may invite Ponzi-like speculation schemes where land prices rise to justify holding costs, and further zoning negotiations attempt to make increasingly expensive properties profitable. Better to secure federal and provincial direct investment and/or mortgage insurance in partnership with nonprofits. If we increase building heights, please keep the 60% of social housing. Even developers can benefit from having 60% of the building pre-sold to government or nonprofits. Residents are very interested in uplifting the downtown east side, even as they're cautious about potential gentrification. If uplifting means getting people housed, providing safe places to be off the street, recovery for those able and willing, and mental health support for those that need it, then we can finally show off the beauty in the downtown east side creative culture. Let's challenge the federal and provincial governments to do what, excuse me, what they promised. Canada's housing crisis is too big, excuse me, to solve with a business as usual approach. Let's challenge Build Canada Homes to develop much needed affordable housing at speed and scale. Please be bold and inclusive. Let's plan and track results and get this community back as the pride of Vancouver. Can we ask Vancouver to examine and report what help would be required from the federal and provincial governments to provide the 10,000 affordable units needed, with an estimate of the cost to achieve this in 5 or 10 years? What could we achieve in 3 years of directed cooperative effort?
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Sorry, would you care for a glass of water? You okay? You're good? Great. Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 192, Teresa Alfred. Or Elfeld.
Speaker 192 is not on the line.
Speaker number 193, Kayla Zander Nunez.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 194, Ezzy Swain.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 195, Amber Grant.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 196, Leila Brino Serra.
Not on the line.
197, Gudrun Y. Gunnar Arson.
No, not in the
Hello?
chamber.
Is this Gudrun?
Yeah, this is Gudrun.
All right, great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Gudrun Gunnarsson, and I'm calling in today as a lifelong resident of the Lower Mainland and current resident of East Vancouver. I am strongly opposed to the proposed rezoning for the downtown east side. I've worked closely with residents of Chinatown and the neighboring downtown east side in the past few years. Knowing how things are over there, I believe that it would be a mistake to reduce the protections that are currently in place to keep out condos and ensure that new rental buildings include 60% social housing. There are currently thousands of people living in the downtown east side who have no fixed address. As you know, this is a huge problem, and reducing these protections that you have in place right now would only worsen the issue. The proposal would also make nonprofit developers compete with for-profit developers for land, making it harder to build the desperately needed shelter-rate housing. I don't have much more prepared to say, but please reconsider the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 198, Jonathan Petrov.
Speaker 198 is not on the line.
Speaker 199, Teresa Vander Tuin.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. I live in Vancouver and I'm not in support of this proposal. I'm proud to hear all the speakers and congratulate everyone on the informed comments. There is much to say and I wish I could be there in person. I've chosen 3 points to speak on. The first is speculation and gentrification. The staff did economic testing and said it won't lead to land speculation. Well, I've lived in Vancouver for about 40 years, and I've lived in the downtown east side since 1997, and each rezoning has led to land speculation and increases of land value. I propose that speculators may be different from housing developers. Speculators look for a good deal. They buy low, sell high. That's what would happen with this rezoning. A number of years ago, I attended a panel presentation where the architect Bing Tom spoke. I took particular note of something he said. Vancouver was built on immigration, drugs, and real estate, and things haven't really changed since 1886. I was confused by some of the answers to councillors' questions. The proposal will require investment. The very proposal is created to increase speculation and development. To dispel this fear of gentrification, we're told that the cost of delivering the social housing is so high that it drives down the profitability. So with this reasoning, the rezoning won't actually work because the cost of delivering the social housing is so high. I don't get it. Currently, the building of social housing units exceeds the target of the LAP. It achieved 128%. How much social housing was built in the rest of the city outside of the downtown east side? What's that target? And how much market rental was built in the rest of the city? Is there a target for that? I'm going to move to my second point, and that's the quality of life. The minimum size of rooms would decrease from 320 to 200. Living in a space that small needs community space. It needs outdoor space. There's a reason why Carnegie is called the community's living room. There's a reason why Oppenheimer Park is called the community's backyard. Why do you think there are so many people hanging out on the streets? Would you spend all day in a small room during a 90-degree summer? Who do you talk to? Who do you play with? I would like you to think about the mental health of someone being housed in the lower floors of a 32-story tower. How much daylight would you see in your room? Has anyone done a shadow analysis from the inside of a room? How about the view corridor in a room that is now shadowed by the neighboring 32-story tower? Oh, it's not just numbers, it's people and quality of life. And my third point is I'm really concerned that in this proposal, half of 54 heritage sites would have no protection, no review. It gives carte blanche to bulldoze the heritage and character of the downtown east side and to build 32-story towers with 80% market rent, all in the name of increasing social housing. I don't get it. How would large-scale and widespread development affect the existing residents of the downtown east side, not only in the specific area being considered, but similar sites across the neighborhood, including Chinatown, East Hastings, Gastown, Strathcona? Finally, I can't see how this proposal will accelerate SRO replacement and increase social housing. I think we can do better. Thanks so much for listening. Have a good day.
Great. Thank you very much, Teresa. Speaker number 200, Zoe Tucker-Barat.
Hi, Mayor and councilors. Can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Zoe?
Yes, this is Zoe.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zoe Tucker-Boru, and I'm calling as a lifelong Vancouver resident, born and raised here in the east side of Vancouver, and I'm speaking today against this east side housing implementation rezoning proposal that is before you. I'm here for my neighbors, especially those who are unhoused, people in SROs, and people in precarious housing situations who've had to live through a city response to poverty that too often looks like policing and displacement instead of housing and care. This plan, I really think, is being framed as accelerating SRO replacement and increasing social housing. But the reality many of us see is that it opens the door to large-scale market-driven change in a neighborhood where people are already hanging on by a thread. Once land values rise, the pressure to displace low-income residents rises too, and we cannot pretend that that won't happen here. We've been warning about this since the uplifting the downtown east side direction was set in motion, because we've seen how big rezoning packages can become for gentrification, and while people who built this community are treated as obstacles. So my ask is simple and concrete. Send this proposal back to staff, come back with a plan that starts from the needs and leadership of downtown east side residents, including ironclad anti-displacement measures, real tenant protections that are enforceable, SRO replacement that is guaranteed one-to-one or better at rent people can actually pay, and then a housing plan where non-market and public housing lead, not market incentives. A thriving city doesn't punish people for being poor. A thriving city makes housing, healthcare, and belonging non-negotiable. And so I'm asking you to manage those optics. I'm not asking you to manage those optics. I'm asking you to do your job to protect people and vote this down or send it back and come back with something that prioritizes the people who already live in the downtown east side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 201, Phoenix Winter.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Phoenix Winter. I'm Goan, German, and born in Scotland, and I'm grateful to be on the shared territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Really, really grateful. I've been homeless and mentally ill, and I'm really grateful that the Indigenous people here gave me a place to rest and be a guest on these lands. I just also wanted to ask you, I understand that it's council protocol that you come with an open mind and you listen to all the arguments, and I ask that you do that because you've heard from some amazing speakers in the community, and that's one of the things I wanted to highlight. The downtown east side is not a bunch of SRO buildings and criminals and drug users, but it's a community, and it's people that would look after each other. Like when I was suicidal at Christmas time last year, I talked to a friend of mine who's in a wheelchair, and he said he was feeling the same way, and we just shared and commiserated and knew it was safe to share with each other, and there wouldn't be any consequences from it. And it's those kinds of examples that are part of this community now. And you may say that it's not a functioning community, that it's dysfunctional, but it offers something that the rest of the system doesn't offer, and it offers, one of my friends told me the downtown east side is a place where everybody has felt pain, and we all have that in common, and we don't have to explain it. It's understood, and we encourage each other, and we are the way we are, and that's okay. And I used to be a resident of the downtown east side. I live in this neighborhood now, so I'm a Vancouver resident. I was also on the local area planning process that finished its report in 2014. That was a city hall report, and part of that, there was a social impact assessment of what changes in the community would do and what gentrification would do to the community. And I don't think that's been done for this proposal, because who wants to live with 32-story towers? Like, people in the middle-class world that live in 32-story towers don't feel any sense of community. And so if you take away those SROs, as problematic as they are, it's people's community. They have a place, they have a job. So those things make a difference. And then, so I'm actually against the motion, which is no big surprise. I also have a concern over lowering the allowable square footage, like to 200, I think it's around 200 square feet. Like, that's ridiculous. Who can live in something like that? Like, the SROs are bad enough, but to actually make housing that's that small, and lowering, we fought in the local area planning process to have 20% shelter rate housing, which is the lowest housing, and now that's only going to be 4%. So where are people going to go? Like, while we're sitting discussing this, people are homeless right now. People are struggling out in the cold. And by the time all this gets put in motion, what's happened to them? And then other people I talk to from the middle class world are like, well, people are angry or in the neighborhood. Well, like, wouldn't you be angry if you couldn't find a place to stay, you couldn't find a place to rest, there was no place to go during the day? What are you supposed to do? So, yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. I just ask you again to have an open mind and think about the effect, not just on the buildings, but on the people that live there and are part of that community. And thank you for listening.
Phoenix, thank you for coming in. Speaker number 202, Sam Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here today to speak in opposition to this proposal. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've lived in Strathcona for 7 years on the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. I want to start by saying I'm really grateful for everyone who's spoken and shared already and who's going to continue to speak, especially folks who have shared lived experiences with SROs and homelessness. I'm going to speak today from my perspective as both a community member and a mathematician. I studied math, applied math for 8 years. I'm working right now as a data analyst. But you know what you don't need a master's in math for? Understanding that this plan doesn't add up. Claiming that replacing 6,200 SROs with a shelter rate housing rate of 4% housing would require more than 150,000 new units built, a number that's both impractical and impossible. So this is only going to lead to a reduction in shelter rate housing. Shelter rate housing is a vital resource, and this will lead to a displacement of the folks who rely on it, namely people with basic pensions, welfare, and disability checks who can't afford to live in any other type of housing. Even if we add what in my mind is a minimum amendment to ensure one-for-one SRO replacement on building on the same site, this plan is still a joke in the face of building the at least 3,500 additional SRO units that are needed right now. Nor does it address the projected 26% increase in that number over the next 10 years based on population projections by BC Stats. I'm going to repeat a refrain that I've heard before. Where are people going to go? Every one of these numbers isn't just a number, but a human being with a lived experience. I think that the stated intention of this report is something I agree with, that we do want to build more social housing. But the mechanism of trying to get private developers to do that for us, I think, is inherently flawed. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make social housing profitable, but if you're trying to make social housing profitable, I think we're missing a point. Developers aren't going to do anything for free. And so when we talk about, oh, look how much money we're saving the city, there's clearly some costs here that aren't being discussed, like the waived DLC costs. If either inclusionary social housing isn't profitable or the land value will increase. One of those two things must be true. There was some discussion in the staff presentation that the plan is shaped by the particular market conditions that are slowing down development right now, rising building costs, whatnot. But what's not being said is that if in 2, 5, or 10 years the market changes and development costs decrease, that this proposal is reopening up the downtown east side area to land speculation, which will further halt the city and nonprofit sector's ability to build new social housing, with little opportunity to change and amend the area plan later. I have more time. I'd love to talk about the proposed tenant relocation plans. Amongst other flaws, what the requirement is that tenants need to have lived in an SRO for at least 1 year in order to maintain the benefits. But I think that that's a blindsided discrimination towards folks who have a more variable lifestyle and may move in and out of housing. The tenant relocation protections don't address folks who are currently unhoused or who may become newly unhoused again in the next 10 years as our population grows and ages and more folks are relying on basic pensions. The tenant relocation protections also don't address local businesses that may be displaced or give them a right to return to the same site if a new building is built. I'm going to end with a big thanks for everyone who's spoken already and who's going to continue to speak. Big thanks to everyone listening right now, Mayor, City Council, everyone listening online. I choose to trust that Council will listen to the public and change course. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Sam. Speaker number 203, Pearl Wong.
Speaker 203 is not on the line.
Speaker number 204, Xiameng Xu.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 205, Andrea Castanis.
Yes, hello. Am I?
Yep, we can hear you. Please
Can I be
go
heard?
ahead.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Andrea Castanis, and I'm calling this afternoon on behalf of the Strathcona Association and also as the Berkeley community in the downtown east side. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council and staff for listening to the
Sorry, Andrea, sorry, can I pause you for a sec? Can we please stop the timer? I just reset it. Andrea, we can barely hear you. If you're able to get closer to the microphone, see if that solves the problem. And I just restarted your timer.
Thank you. Yes, it's Andrea Castanis. I'm calling on behalf of the Strathcona Residents Association. I'm a member of the downtown east side community living in Strathcona. I'd like to share a few additional concerns relating to the proposal that may not have been squarely addressed by other speakers. Firstly, the Strathcona Residents Association has proactively attempted to engage with city staff relating to how the proposed changes in the Uplifting the Downtown East Side motion may impact those across the Downtown East Side, including in Strathcona. And one of the things that's become clear to us in looking at the motion in detail and in reviewing the actual presentation to council for consideration on the housing initiative aspect is that the Downtown East Side, of course, consists of various different neighborhoods. What's being focused on here is the DEOD and Thornton Park areas, but many of the proposals, in fact, impact all of the Downtown East Side, including the neighborhoods of Strathcona, Kawasa, East Hastings, towards Clerk, and others. So in terms of how the impacts of this housing initiative and the proposals that are before council today impact the whole area, we don't have clear answers on that. And so that's an area of concern that relates to a few other specific concerns that are detailed in the report. One is the SRA bylaw. Strathcona and Kawasa neighborhoods are made up of a variety of different housing mix, including single-family, multiplex, and including, of course, Chinese Benevolent Society Association buildings that have been converted over time and form part of the SRA bylaw stock. Similarly, there are several privately owned rooming houses and residential hotels throughout Strathcona that are reasonably well integrated into the community. The Strathcona Residents Association is not a lobbyist group. We do not collect membership fees from our membership, but what we do is listen to the actual residents living in the neighborhood. The concerns for displacement of tenants in the downtown east side, including Strathcona, where those residents are living and have lived for many years in some of these privately owned SRA stock buildings. Offering those tenants similar accommodations elsewhere in the downtown east side is not comparable. We need to look at this carefully. So that's one of the areas where the SRA bylaw amendments as drafted, the Strathcona Residents Association cannot get behind those as set out. The other concern that is growing is the risk of spot rezonings throughout Strathcona and Kawasa and along East Hastings Street. What we're seeing is that due to the definition of social housing applied across the downtown east side, including these other sub-neighborhoods, developers are seeking to take advantage of possibilities for redevelopment in areas outside the downtown east side Oppenheimer district to create SRO replacement stock in the form of land consolidations, and that will only increase with the risk of some of these heritage sites throughout the downtown east side being slated for redevelopment without further heritage review. When we look at the definition of social housing applying across the downtown east side, rather than on a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis, it treats what is truly intended to be a diverse set of communities that share a common geographic area with the same lens. One of the considerations that is very important for the downtown east side local area plan is not just housing, but it's various determinations that are set out, or various considerations set out throughout the local area plan, including economics, including how to address vulnerabilities of children and families living in this
you're
area.
at time. Thank you for calling in. Speaker number 206, Maria Luisa Alvarez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Luisa Alvarez, and I have been a resident of Vancouver for 20 years. I'm here to stand in solidarity with my downtown east side neighbors and strongly oppose this project application. All of the speakers who have gone before me and have spoken against this insane development application know what they want and need, so please actually listen to them. Instead, I will share what life is like living by one of these insane developments. In the 20 years that I have been fortunate enough to call Vancouver my home, I have seen this beautiful city fall into chaos over the insatiable developments that can be found in every corner of our city. If developments were actually being built for our fellow community members, I believe everyone would endure years of disruption in our communities for the good of everyone's well-being. But when the City of Vancouver proves time and time again that it is only able to make developments unbearable for its residents, it becomes a community problem, a quality of life problem. I live by the massively and atrociously disruptive Oak Ridge Mall development. I have watched how over the past 10 years, my neighborhood and community have been completely destroyed. As residents who live in this neighborhood, we are now entirely surrounded by major developments in every direction. It is from personal experience over the past 10 years that I can say that the City of Vancouver does not hold these major development projects accountable for anything. It is through lived experience that I know that while one thing is promised to us residents and neighborhoods, what is actually delivered is something quite different. If the city cannot control these major developments and hold developers accountable, then who will they answer to? I recently asked the project manager that works under Vancouver City Planner, what kind of health studies and research has the City of Vancouver conducted to verify that all of this unending development isn't in fact detrimental to our health as residents? Yes, development is necessary for our growing city, but not at the risk of the lives, health, and mental health of its current residents. I cannot imagine or begin to imagine what will happen to the health and well-being of my downtown east side neighbors when this massive project application is pushed through. Do we not deserve a city where our downtown east side neighbors can thrive and keep their communities? Do we not deserve a city where we can all thrive and not simply be subjected to unending development no matter where we go? I bring up the Oak Ridge Mall development site because I sadly know what's in store for my downtown east side neighbors if this project application is permitted. Not only will this insane development never be held accountable by those who should keep developers in check, but in the end, this development will destroy another neighborhood, another community. I recently saw a promo video for the Oak Ridge Mall development, and the realtor speaking had zero shame in admitting that this development was indeed for, quote, the affluent class. What does that even mean? I know what affluent means, and I know exactly what this realtor was getting at, but to be so blatantly open about how this development is only meant for a very small percentage of people in our city felt like a kick in the stomach to me. This affluent development has ruined my community, and for what? Nothing about that development is for the rest of us residents in Vancouver. This downtown Eastside development may promise some affordable units within their buildings, but the Little Mountain Holborn Group development disaster is proof enough of what lies ahead for my downtown Eastside neighbors. They also promised affordable units within that development, and they have yet to deliver what they promised. If the City of Vancouver cannot hold major developers like the Holborn Group accountable, what makes anyone believe that the city will hold the developers of the downtown Eastside development accountable either? Let us remember that the Holborn Group are the same developers that want to block our view of the North Shore Mountains with a massive tower downtown, the same developers who also built the Trump Tower. Someone recently said, people are best at knowing what they need. Has anyone actually asked the residents of the downtown Eastside that will be affected by this massive development what they need? Since the City of Vancouver feels like it's being run like a business instead of a city, a business that lacks integrity, perhaps the words of a Harvard business professor, Michael Jensen, would help us understand what is happening in this poorly run business. Quote, integrity is a matter of a person's word, nothing more and nothing less. Without it, nothing works, end quote. I strongly believe that there is an incredible lack of integrity, lack of one's word when it comes to running the city. I think as public servants of the city, you should be required to read Michael Jensen's paper on integrity and contemplate what it actually means to be a public servant. I will be sure to email that to each of you. I'm sure that despite strong Vancouver resident opposition to this project application, it will simply push through. Just like the Vancouver Aquatic Center development permit application was approved last night despite a community majority objection. It is very disheartening as a resident to know that no matter how many of us are in opposition of these continuous colossal changes to our city, it is in the end capital that wins over community. This was made very clear to all of us during the vote for the 2026 Big Beautiful Budget by the very people who said that listening to us was a, quote, awesome waste of time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Number 207, Marina Thompson.
Speaker 207 is not on the line.
208 has withdrawn. 209, Javier Leonardo Fernandez Cordoba.
No, not on the line.
210, Wendy O. Young.
Hi, I'm here. Are we good to go?
Yep, please go ahead.
Hi, City Council. My name is Wendy, and I am calling to speak in opposition to the uplifting the downtown Eastside motion and the current proposed amendment to the DOD rezoning. I speak as a resident of the DOD. I have lived in the Strathcona and downtown Eastside area for more than 10 years, and specifically in the DOD for more than 5 years. I also speak from my experience of having been a community worker for 8 years alongside marginalized families and individuals, and that of a neighbor to under and unhoused folks, many of which who live on the streets that I live on. To echo what many speakers have shared already, I think this proposal will further accelerate gentrification in the DOD and in the various subparts of the downtown Eastside in general, and catalyze the elimination of all shelter rate housing in the area, which will be devastating for our residents who are underhoused, which I think there are around 2,000 people without a fixed address in the downtown Eastside. Instead of working with senior government to increase funding for replacing SROs with shelter rate housing, this plan proposes to significantly reduce the number of shelter rate units in rental buildings in order to support private developer profit margins. And the tenant protection policies outlined in the plan have too many loopholes for SRO landlords and could result in them preemptively evicting tenants and thus further increasing homelessness. In order to achieve the developer profit margins, this proposal recommends using city grants to pay the private developer for the social housing units instead of prioritizing this money for not-for-profit developers to build housing that actually maximizes affordability. And my biggest concern, to reiterate, is that this proposal makes no reference or suggestions on how they plan to house the 2,000 people who are homeless in the downtown east side right now. So I'm sure you've heard a lot of this from previous speakers already, and I would like to share more from my personal experience, and in order to invite City Council, you all today, to seize this opportunity to make Vancouver a better city for everyone by working with community groups and nonprofits such as the Co-op Housing Federation and Community Land Trust instead of the private market to provide for housing that our city desperately needs. I want to share a bit of a personal story, and I know this council has really emphasized their desire to provide greater safety for the city in general, but specifically in the downtown east side. And I really believe that the safety of everyone in this community is contingent on everybody having safe, affordable, and dignifying housing. And the answer doesn't lie in policing. The answer doesn't lie in high-rise buildings. The answer doesn't lie in having developers come in and take over our neighborhood. And I speak from my experience of having experienced physical assault in my community this year, which was very traumatic. And but I still really believe that the person who, people just need housing to be safe. And I think a lot of the issues that this proposal aims to solve isn't actually going to be helped by developers coming in to build housing. And really wanting to emphasize again that as a resident of the DOD who has journeyed with many people who were previously underhoused, currently underhoused, I have neighbors that I know by name who are underhoused. I really believe that the solution for safety begins by having affordable and dignifying and safe housing for everybody. And I wish to end with a quote from Gandhi, someone I really respect, that really guides a lot of my social action. And to quote, he says, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And to put it bluntly, City Council, you have a lot of power, and it is in your hands to make a good decision so that our measure as a society in Vancouver can be one that honors the needs of our most vulnerable members. And I really hope that you will make a decision to listen to them and listen to what they have to say about their experiences and make sure that they can also experience
And sorry, Wendy,
safety
you're at time.
in the city to call home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 2. Oh, sir. Pardon. Councillor Klassen, are you able to turn on your camera, please? Or Councillor Dominato? Great, thank you very much. Okay, so speaker number 211 has withdrawn. Speaker number 212, Laura K. Fukumoto.
Here.
All right, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Sim and fellow councilors. Give me a second. I'm actually taking some time from my workday to call in, and this is my third time calling in, and my first time speaking at City Hall. So I would like to oppose this zoning amendment. I have been moved to tears by the testimony of residents of the downtown east side who are fighting for their lives and their right to exist in place. I'm a working artist, and I've lived in Vancouver for almost 20 years. I'm also a fourth-generation Japanese Canadian, and I have been a volunteer and invited artist as part of the Powell Street Festival for several years. And I've been impressed by the festival's commitment to make good relationships in the Oppenheimer Park area and efforts to not displace the residents who live there, some intense. My grandfather lived in an apartment on Dundas Street prior to World War II, not far from the DEOD, formerly Japantown, and was a very young man in his early 20s when he was incarcerated, his belongings sold, and he was displaced from his neighborhood. The legacy of my family's history in Vancouver is that of racism and displacement. Japanese Canadians who have been able to rebuild our place in Canada and in Vancouver carry the heavy words never again, and never again means we do not displace people from their homes. A 4% shelter rate housing in each of these proposed towers is not enough to replace the units occupied by SRO residents in more than 20 towers. You will displace and disperse tenants and push people into homelessness in Canada's poorest postal code in the name of development. When people are displaced from their stable, supportive communities, they are at risk of adverse effects like homelessness. Wendy Peterson and the SRO Collaborative are leading the way, creating alternative plans. Please listen carefully to the tenants of the downtown east side and those who live in SROs. It has been so moving to me to see folks who have maybe never spoken publicly speak in this capacity. There is currently a charter challenge happening regarding the Drug Users Liberation Front at the courthouse downtown, and this neighborhood is at the center of the overdose state of emergency and the crisis of tainted drug supply that has taken more than 13,000 lives since 2016. One thing that has stood out to me from reports from Dr. Paxton Bach and Lisa Lapointe, former chief coroner, is that involuntary treatment beds have no evidence of working and no accountability or structure. Last week in court, the former chief coroner testified that in the last 10 years, we have had to build more places to store bodies. If you make this choice, that many speakers before me have testified will result in our most vulnerable neighbors being displaced and dispersed from their supportive communities. Involuntary treatment beds are not a dignified or realistic solution. As a Japanese Canadian living with multi-generational effects of displacement, racism, and involuntary incarceration, this ignorance of our recent history is an insult. I will close by listing some individuals who in 2022 donated the maximum amount to the ABC Vancouver Party during the election campaign. This includes Lululemon founder and Low Tide Properties owner Chip Wilson, Chip Wilson's wife, Chip Wilson's 3 sons, Bonus property owners Carrie and Zora Bonus, Polygon's Michael O'Dane and Neil Crystal, Reliance Properties John Stovall, Canaccord Financial founder Peter Brown, Royal Pacific Realty's Sing Yim Lo and David Choi, 7 members of Oni Properties, the Dakota family of Amacom Developments, Peter Toigo of Shadow Holdings Real Estate, Rick Illich of Townline Homes, Ian Gillespie of West Bank Developments. Please listen to the more than 200 people who have signed up to speak before me and prioritize social housing. Thank you very, very much for your time, councillors. Have a great day.
Thank you. Speaker 213, Emily Luba.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Can you still hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Perfect. I never know with calling in. My name is Emily. I began volunteering in the Downtown East Side in 2017, and I've worked and been in other community initiatives since then. The numbers, as has been spoken before me, I guess I'm going to talk about 2 things. The numbers, so math, and the fact that it shouldn't be this complicated. And it is, and we should not accept that. So 4%, somehow pretending that people who are all currently on the streets 4% of social housing is enough is ridiculous. And I think the argument back to that might be like, well, there's just no money. There's no money to just build 100% shelter welfare rates housing. And that argument has been bounced around for years and years and years, even when politicians say it isn't. I mean, Gregor Robertson wanted to end homelessness. Homelessness increased, and we're seeing it go up every year. but the money is there. If we look at the budget, I was trying to wrap my head around this. It's over 50 million to the cops, and yet why is it not just money going to housing? Well, it makes sense because you're going to spend that money on just harassing people on the street rather than just build housing. That does not make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense. If you look at the feedback online for the engagement I have with this plan, it is so negative. There's a lot of nobody wants this, nobody wants this, and there is money within Vancouver City Council. It's just not being spent on what it needs to. It's either going to big salaries or it's going to cops, or I don't know where it's. I won't go over the whole budget now, but it should be going to 100% housing that's accessible to the people who need it most. I'll end it there. I plead you, counsel. I've spoken here before, and I will keep speaking here. But something has to change. Like this doesn't feel like a democratic process. It just doesn't. There are 600 people who oppose the budget. There are 300 of us here who have been over the past few days speaking in opposition to this amendment, and we are the people. So if you represent us, which apparently you do, then please listen. Please. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 214, Katie Conkin.
Speaker 214 is not on the line.
Speaker number 215, Lily Rafizadeh.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lily. I'm calling in today in opposition to this proposal and in solidarity with DEOD residents. I'm a resident of the city, have lived here most of my life, and I've already heard many of my concerns echoed by other folks in these hearings. So I want to speak from my perspective as a clinical counselor, because when I first heard about this proposal, my thoughts went to the mental health impacts. Although I've had the chance to work in support of some of the residents of this neighborhood before, and the effects of displacement and systemic neglect feel so clear and obvious to me, I felt compelled to turn to some research to understand and communicate more fully about this issue. So here are a few of the points I came across that I hope you'll consider carefully. Multiple studies show that people living in gentrifying neighborhoods experience elevated levels of stress, anxiety, and depressive symptoms. Research from the American Journal of Public Health, as one example, shows that rising housing costs and the threat of displacement correlate with higher rates of anxiety and depression. This happens even before displacement occurs, as the threat of it in itself is a source of chronic stress. One of the strongest predictors of good mental health is social connection. Gentrification and displacement disrupt these networks, fracture long-standing community bonds, and lead to increased loneliness, isolation, and reduced emotional support. Many others have spoken about these issues. For many of the marginalized residents of this neighborhood, these networks provide childcare, food sharing, crisis response, harm reduction, and a sense of safety and belonging. For those who do use substances, research shows that housing instability increases risk of relapse, overdose, and higher use. Displacement pushes people away from harm reduction infrastructure that's taken decades of organizing and care to implement. For Indigenous communities and racialized residents, such as the Japanese communities who have a historical tie to this neighborhood, gentrification can also replicate intergenerational trauma linked to displacement and land loss. Neighborhood identity is a part of self-concept, and when it changes rapidly like this, people experience psychological destabilization. I could go on, but I'll leave it at that. These impacts are entirely predictable and entirely preventable.
Many here have offered their expert opinions connecting the terms of this proposal to increased gentrification and displacement, and both research and lived experience are clear on this issue. As a mental health professional, I urge the council to reject this proposal, adequately consult the residents of this neighborhood, remember that housing is a human right, prioritize deeply affordable housing and compassionate city planning, and avoid future councils having to apologize for this mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 216, Christina Moretti.
Hello?
Hi, Christina, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Cristina Moretti. I am a resident of Vancouver and I strongly oppose this motion. I would like to add my voice to the hundreds of speakers who have already expressed deep concerns over this motion and are asking you to rethink this proposal. This plan does almost nothing to bring really affordable shelter rate units. It ignores the 2,000 people who are currently unhoused, and it may even result in less affordable housing in the downtown east side in the future. What we need in this city is the opposite of this proposal. Rather than towers with expensive housing in the downtown east side, we need shelter rate housing in all parts of the city. The second reason that I oppose this motion is that it is not what the community wants. As a democratically elected municipal government, I ask you to take seriously your commitment to listen to the people living in Vancouver and especially to those most affected by this proposal. People and organizations living and working in the downtown east side have overwhelmingly said no to the proposal and continue to do so. Going forward with it regardless would undermine the democratic governance of the city. I hope this conversation that we are having does not result in a rash decision, but rather it can be an opportunity for this council to go back to the federal government and carry our hundreds of voices with you, and to show the federal government once more that what we need is public funding to create truly affordable housing. Thank you for listening.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 217, Becca S.
Speaker 216 is not on the line.
Sorry, that 217.
Sorry, 217 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 218, Haruko Okano. Please go ahead.
With my training from my Indigenous mentors. My name is Haruko Okano. My family started in BC in the late 1800s. First in Port Haney, and then eventually in Vancouver before the displacement. Yes, I am here against the current proposal of rezoning and a number of other policies that are opening up the whole of Vancouver to a very different way of being one of the best cities in the country to live in. I've lived in an SRO, not necessarily because I wanted to, but because I needed to in a transition period. One of the things I've learned is the way it's seen from outside is very different than when you are living with that community. There is tremendous compassion and support that is not visible to the outside. How it's being presented from the outside is negative because it generates a kind of dismissal and displacement of people who genuinely need you to have an open mind and an open heart. To not just check off a box, but to hear what the people who live there are saying. They are there because of the pressure from the entire areas of the city, making it impossible for them to live anywhere else. What came out of that was a very strong network of support for each other because the city didn't have their back. We are asking you from our hearts to please send this proposal back. Really do deep consultation with the people and organizations that are there. I live on the east side of Vancouver now. Fortunate for me, I live in one of those social housings, of which now you are changing the definition of what that is, so that people in the downtown east side will not be able to go in there and have access to that because it's linked to income. And income has to be a minimum of $40,000. I'm asking you to reach into your hearts and think of what these people are going through. I'm not speaking from outside. I have experienced this. I have a background in human rights and community-based activism, and that's why I'm here today. I am speaking against this rezoning proposal for this particular neighborhood. I've lived there. I've been part of the team that put the marker of change in Thornton Park, which now is a gathering place for many of the people in the downtown east side who have lost women and girls due to murder and those who are missing. It's a community, it's a neighborhood. It's not just buildings. And I know that you're under pressure to clean up the streets for the FIFA Cup in 2026. I've watched in this city what happens when a big event comes and the city wants to clear away what it is basically feeling a bit ashamed of. All of us can be in the same position if we're not careful. I've read through your referral reports of October 22nd and November 25th. I've looked at Rebecca Bly's motion before. And the title is wonderful, but it requires the depth of actual.
Haruko, I'm sorry, we're at time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 219, Lindsay Show.
Speaker 219 is not on the line, or
Speaker number 220, Andy Weber.
no, not on the line.
221, Mark Alexander Lawrence.
No, not in the chamber or in the foyer.
Okay, 222 has withdrawn. 223 has withdrawn. 224, Evelyn Irene Brill.
No.
225, Madeline Andrews.
No.
226, Michael Tan.
No, not on the line.
227, Delilah Gregg.
No.
228, Steph Hugh C. Ling.
No.
229, Simona Marsh.
No.
230, Sonia Tom.
No.
231, Scotty Archandus.
No.
232, Karina Shu.
No.
233, Ronnie de Guzman. You're online. Ronnie, please go ahead.
Hi there, I'm Ronnie. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'll be speaking on behalf of TRAC, the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center. We are speaking in opposition today to the proposed downtown east side housing implementation rezoning. We support calls to halt consideration of this proposal and develop a plan with community members who will be directly impacted by these proposed changes. TRAC's position is that the downtown east side and the city as a whole needs more social housing and stronger protections to prevent redevelopment-related displacement and homelessness. The majority of low-income tenants we work with are not only in need of social housing, they are specifically in need of shelter rate housing, a policy that requires only 4% of building units in the downtown east side to be at shelter rate is a disservice to the very community that this proposal claims to serve. This proposal is clearly a concession to developers. It's designed to open the downtown east side to market rate housing that prioritizes profit over people and their homes. DEOD community members and advocates know that this proposal will leave tenants at even greater risk of eviction, uprooting communities and support networks and leaving people and families at increased risk of structural violence. From our work directly supporting tenants in Vancouver and across BC, it's clear that tenant relocation and protection policies do not prevent displacement and often leave people with more precarious housing. Additionally, the protections that exist are often difficult for tenants to access. We've seen the many hoops that tenants have to jump through to apply for social housing, only for them to languish for years on waiting lists. For these tenants to then be displaced and have to find new affordable housing that doesn't currently exist in adequate supply, further exacerbates the issues that this proposal attempts to address. And that's not to mention the more intangible loss of valuable support networks that many tenants have in their buildings. TRAC particularly objects to the proposed language in the DTES plan tenant protections. In cases where alternate affordable housing options cannot be found immediately, a rent top-up may be considered as an interim measure while redevelopment occurs. For-profit developers have reported to the city that such top-ups would compromise economic viability. But without rent top-ups, redevelopments under this plan would make hundreds of our neighbors unhoused, as they would not have the means to secure alternative housing. If making these projects economically viable requires making many of our vulnerable neighbors homeless, then these projects should not go ahead. They would defeat their own purpose. And if these developers are exaggerating the impacts of top-ups to protect their profits, then council should call their bluff to prevent mass displacement of tenants in the downtown east side. TRAC rejects the core assumption underlying this proposal, that nonprofit housing can only exist where a private developer can turn a significant profit. In the context of a recently approved VPD budget of almost $500 million, we refuse the rhetoric that this proposal is the only way to afford social housing. Tenants need redistributive economic policies, including greater taxation on the wealthy and corporations, to fund construction of new social housing and provide better supports for unhoused community members. Lining the pockets of developers and gentrifying the downtown east side cannot be the way we address the scarcity of low-income housing in this city. We would like to take the time to remind councillors that Indigenous people are overrepresented in supportive housing and the unhoused community. This is a direct result of colonization and ongoing displacement of Indigenous people. A motion that will directly accelerate the displacement of low-income folks in the DEOD will disproportionately impact Indigenous people and replicate cycles of colonial dispossession. TRAC also amplifies calls from other organizations in asking for the following: to halt consideration of the current report, instead focusing resources on developing a new proposal through intentional community engagement with downtown east side tenants, particularly low-income, Indigenous, Black, Chinese, and Japanese communities in the neighborhood, to advocate to the provincial and federal governments to fund shelter rate housing and development and increase social assistance rates, and to prioritize building shelter rate housing at the Balmoral site, the Gore and Hastings Temple, the Regent, and the Kiefer Rooms, which will house those already experiencing homelessness and people who have already been displaced from SROs. This proposal, in combination with closures of SROs on the Granville Strip, as well as the provincial government's recent attempts to remove tenancy rights from supportive housing tenants, is a part of a larger push to create a Vancouver that poor and working class people cannot call home. TRAC urges City Council to vote no on the Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation Report. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is 234 Tintin Y.
Speaker 234 is not on the line.
235 John Braithwaite.
No.
Okay. 236 Harley.
We're just checking.
Okay.
No.
237, sorry, excuse me, 237 Sean Michael Paul Wong.
No.
238 Athena Pranto.
No.
239 Michelle Seymour.
No.
240 Corey Williams.
No.
241 Amanda Burrows.
Hello.
Hi, Amanda, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Amanda Burrows. I'm the Executive Director of First United in the Downtown East Side, and I live in Chinatown in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition. I want to begin by grounding us in this neighborhood. The Downtown East Side Oppenheimer District is on the unceded ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh Nations, a land that was once called Kamkamalai, meaning land of broad maples. And First United has been part of this community for 140 years, led by a vision that we can be a neighborhood where the worth of every person is celebrated and all people thrive. And we pursue this vision through three guiding principles: dignity, justice, and belonging. And I want to highlight belonging because when we say belonging, we mean that people have places and spaces where we can gather, where we don't feel judged, where we're welcome. Places and spaces where we can love who we want, worship how we want, and worship safely how we want, afford to live and stay connected to community and the care that we need. And for 140 years, we've been on the front lines responding to this community. In the early 20th century, with that first pandemic, we responded. In the 1930s, we were one of the largest meal programs during the Great Depression. 1940s, we responded to encampments. In the 1970s, the Downtown East Side Residents Association, DARA, formed in our basement to stop that freeway from ripping through our city. In the 1980s, we became a shelter for sex workers. In the 1990s, we responded during the HIV and AIDS epidemic, where we set up a pilot safe injection site in a church to demonstrate that harm reduction saves lives, which it continues to do today. We've been on the front lines since homelessness, COVID-19, and an ongoing overdose crisis that continues to take people's lives daily. And we continue to this day to respond by listening and showing up, including tearing down our own church to build social and supportive Indigenous housing and community services for the entire neighborhood that will surely uplift and not displace. And that is exactly what the 2014 Downtown East Side Local Area Plan was designed to do. A plan, a 30-year community protection framework rooted in deeply affordable housing, welcoming public spaces, and neighborhood well-being at its core. It was designed to stabilize the community, prevent displacement, and ensure the people who already live here can stay. But these changes before us, of course, move away from that purpose. And we keep hearing so much and so often that there is too much care in this neighborhood. Yet the real problem is not that the Downtown East Side has too much care. The real problem is that the rest of the city has been allowed to have too little. And we see clearly that the social housing initiatives that have repeatedly have been rejected elsewhere, while this neighborhood is asked to absorb more market development with fewer protections, while our very own redevelopment shows that it's possible what we can do when we don't center the market, when all levels of government to come together in the private sector to build what we have built for a social return on investment. And what we're hearing right now from the community and from the city's own engagement survey is fear that a neighborhood where people feel they belong is being erased. And in that erasure of this neighborhood, the very people who belong here fear they're going to be erased too. And it doesn't have to be this way. Politicians and policies come and go, but what has remained constant is First United's commitment to showing up, listening, and responding to what this community says it needs. And what we are hearing clearly is opposition to these changes. As long as this community continues to tell us what it needs, we will continue to listen, show up, and fight for space where people can live with dignity, justice, and belonging. I urge you to reject the proposed zoning changes and to honor the intent of the 2014 plan, protect this neighborhood and the people who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 242, Stephen Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name's Stephen. I'm with the SRO Collaboration, and I was born, raised, and will die here in the unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'll start at the end and finish what I started. The proposed plan is crap. I'm not an expert in square footage and percentages and ratios of units regarding social, market, and welfare. But in reality, if it works out to roughly 8 units per tower, 32-story tower, built at a rate of maybe 2 per year, that's about 500 years for 2,000 units. That's not good. A few decades ago, the provincial government decided to trade care for condos, forcing a number of people into the streets. SROs are a rare thing and only exist in a few cities, Vancouver being one of them, not Surrey, not the Tri-Cities or Richmond. So when you have $375 a month for rent, you headed to the downtown east side for housing and other services not available in other places at the time, and still not available in a lot of these places. So priority number 1, I think, take any available land and start putting up prefab units exclusively for social and welfare housing. They're quick, they're cheap, and the utilities are already in place. We don't need any new market housing till they fill all the overpriced empty units downtown. In the long term, form 2 super cities, north and south of the Fraser or east-west, whatever. Fire a bunch of city staff, alleviate a lot of bureaucracy, and solve the NIMBY problem by putting Vancouver's problem in everybody's backyard. This problem is bigger than Vancouver. Demand more from developers. If they can build 2 towers, they can build 3 towers. The third being a joint venture with all levels of government involved. Details to be figured out. It'll cut costs, provide a lot more units at a faster pace, and the cost can be worked out so that for the first number of years of operation, rents can be directed to recover some of the costs of the developer, and ownership goes to the government. In reality, we don't need $1 million Band-Aid. We need billion-dollar solutions. So go big or go home if you're lucky enough to have one. Duty now for the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Speaker number 243 has withdrawn. Speaker number 244, Roger Haskins.
Good afternoon, Council. When I first heard about this social housing initiative, my reaction was they're acting like the housing crisis was fixed. This council has responsibilities, not just a job. You're civil servants, and your duty to represent all of us. This proposal was truly, if this proposal was truly about the well-being of our community, it would never have reached this stage, but it has, and that tells me something. The system is broken, it's time to fix it. I spent the past 5 years in SRO. Before that, I lived in the bush near Port Coquitlam for 9 years. Not by choice. I was forced into survival mode because the townhouse I was renting was sold, and there was not a shelter for people in crisis. This is not a story of personal failure. This is the reality of 2,700 homeless people in Vancouver. And yet this council's response, more roadblocks, more barriers, more excuses. You're proposing to streamline social housing approvals, but with no additional funding from city or senior governments. That is not a fix, that's a hope and a prayer that the private sector will swoop in and save you from the dilemma. Let's be honest, this hasn't happened in the past. Approximately 10 social housing projects will be built per year, while 83,000 new homes will be needed in the next decade. The 30% affordability requirement is a joke. Since 2017, only 64% of social housing units are truly affordable. And that includes shelter rate housing, which is not a long-term solution. You're still forcing nonprofits to jump through hoops, and it takes 12 to 15 months of rezoning delays, which don't align with federal funding deadlines. This isn't streamlining, this is delaying the inevitable. So I ask you, stop treating social housing like a luxury. Mandate 50% affordability or tax the wealthy enough to pay for it. Fast track all social housing projects. If a project is shovel ready, build it. Stop pretending density is the answer. You need more SROs, more transitional housing, and more mental health support. Stop ignoring the people who live this reality. Hire more caseworkers, fund more drop-in centers. Stop criminalizing homelessness. Work with us and not against us. I'm not here to beg, I'm here to demand. This council has one job, serve the people, and right now you're failing. So I ask you this, will you finally do the right thing? Will you reject this proposal and work with us to create something better? Because if you don't, we will not forget. Remember, the next election is 10 months away. The people are watching. The clock is ticking. This crisis is not going away unless we actually do something about it. Thank you for this time.
Great. Roger, thank you for coming in. Speaker number 245, Joe Luzon.
Speaker 245 is not in the chamber or in the foyer.
246, Terry Goodwin.
No.
Speaker 247, Mike Tessier.
No.
248, Kim Heipel.
No.
249, Matt T.
No.
250, Carmel Edmonds.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. My name is Carmel Azealia Edmonds, and I am a lifelong resident of the Lower Mainland, currently living in New Westminster. I oppose this draconian motion. I care deeply about this issue because, in my own small way, advocating for individuals with complex personal health issues meant, for me, supporting a friend's perseverance beyond their cancer diagnosis, allowing them to get married, and allowing them to have 2 children. It also has kept me aware of what happens when this kind of advocacy is absent. People are left to live in constant pain, and supporting someone while recognizing that enduring pain can itself be a form of harm reduction. This has shaped how I understand true care, true dignity, and survival. The ecosystem of the community is not built on numbers, square footage, or reports. It is built within community structures that respect chosen ways of living, social spaces, and most importantly, the culture of the people themselves. In my time working in the downtown east side, I met a First Nations woman who I deeply cared for. Her experience was ongoing domestic violence. Each day I worked, I watched her leave the building and tried to check in with her, asking how she was doing. At the time, we were working together to secure a new mattress for her. She shared with me, I really want to be able to have my children come visit me in my home. A woman of pure joy and few words brought me great delight. I explained that due to building policy, children were not permitted in the residence. Her hopes were high when it came to wanting to spend time with her family and children beyond what constantly named her to be, only a drug user. I remember when she would sometimes come home with tears in her eyes, messy hair, missing clothing pieces, after being stalked, attacked, or physically beaten by her partner. Her eyes remained bruised for days, his intrusive screams at her window for hours, asking for her to come out. Her silence and her shoulders turned away from staff showed her glaring distance and isolated pain. Her constant sobs and heartbroken tears left staff feeling as if we could do nothing for her. This building that I worked at was her safety net, and her partner was restricted from accessing the building. We were part of her home. In the Battered Women Support Services Breaking Barriers report addressing the housing crisis for women fleeing violence in British Columbia states that approximately 200 women fleeing violence in BC are turned away from shelters due to the lack of space. Under your renewed definitions, this gap is reported to have been reduced by 13%. However, despite this reduction, approximately 200 women are still being turned away. She was a mother of 3 children. She had grandchildren, and she was a sister and an auntie. Her story is one of hundreds of individuals who rightfully dwell in this community. In 2023, she passed away after using the night before, and I was the one who found her. We had been planning an outing for her to attend with her children and grandchildren the following week. A mental health team of 3 individuals, several outreach nurses, members of the community, her family, her children, and many others were profoundly affected by her loss. She will never be forgotten. To this day, I am deeply impacted by our relationship and by the reality that our housing structure was the primary safeguard for supporting her life. This policy renovation says it doesn't matter what you earn, but you will not survive enough to actually make equal amounts of money to pay for basics like groceries, transportation, or your rent. This policy pushes Indigenous, Chinese, Japanese, and senior citizen communities out of housing and directly into displacement, as in no part of this plan is there detailed management of a framework that will swiftly transfer citizens into new housing opportunities or really just have first opportunity to transfer safely back into housing. Lastly, the redevelopment of the downtown east side should require...
And Carmel, I'm sorry, you're at time. Sorry about that. But thank you very much for calling in. Speaker number 251, Dan Cito.
251 is not in the chamber nor in the foyer.
252, Kathy Shu.
No, not on the line.
253, Am Johal.
No.
254, Kaylin Tyrell.
No.
255, Lydia Tang.
No.
256, Louise Bolvin. Louise, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just have to sneak into the back alley in the downtown east side here just to be a little more quiet because a whole bunch of the car noise and stuff like that. I'm just on my way to work in the downtown east side. Okay. Yeah, I think I found a quiet area. Okay, so I'm opposed to the so-called uplifting of the downtown east side because it does not reflect the community. I've been a long time member of the downtown east side since 2007. I work and play in the downtown east side. I don't live in the downtown east side. I live in the South Granville area with my family, and we are like homeowners and also renters. So I'm opposed to the rezone of the downtown east side and also the Broadway plan. I'm opposed to that as well. So as somebody who is a
Hi, Louise, we can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. As somebody who is a survival sex worker and also survival street hustler of the downtown east side since 2007, this is not good for the neighborhood. The downtown east side people who've been here the longest should come first. We have a housing crisis that can be easily solved if we fill all of those office tower buildings in downtown Vancouver. I don't like how the city has constantly been building office towers for so long, yet in housing, That's how you can easily solve.
Hi, Louise. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to stop your timer for a sec. We're having a very difficult time hearing you.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me a bit more now?
Yeah, when you speak into the phone, sometimes it sounds like you're a little distant. So if you can just speak right into the phone, that'd be great.
Right into it. Okay. Yeah. So, what would solve the housing crisis in the city is putting people into the office buildings. Like, we don't need all the office buildings that we do have in downtown Vancouver. So that would be what than that. My concern is also the historical buildings that are in the downtown east side. Is that we do need to protect them. It's very important from a cultural standpoint, like Chinatown, like Japantown, and all Hastings. Like, those historical buildings should be protected and just kind of like repurposed so that way people can live in them properly and stuff. And I'm against and opposed the cop sweeps of the neighborhood because it's not right chasing people like me on the streets with the VPD. I've been harassed by the VPDs ever since the cop sweeps have happened. The downtown east side, we used to have a wonderful street market at Pigeon Park back a long time ago. The same thing with the other locations, and now we are pushed into a smaller location to operate as a street market. And I feel that people should have a free-for-all for street vending in the downtown east side because it's survival-based and everything, and I'm a survival-based street vendor as one of my many hood occupation jobs in the downtown east side. I just feel that this entire neighborhood should be protected. Housing is a human right. I believe in that very heartedly, and the developers, I don't like how the developers have overrun this city with their greed and all that. I mean, this city used to be really good back a long time ago. Even before my time, it was actually a really good city. But that's kind of like pretty much all I have to say, even though I could speak a lot longer, but because I have to go to work. And I work as also a supportive worker in the downtown east side. I work at Wish Drop-In Center. I do arts and crafts, and also I work peer-to-peer community co-op, and I also work with Aisha and all those other good organizations. And we need to have more organizations in the downtown east side. We need to have more housing, and we also need to have just even the Granville Street area. We need to have a social housing there. We need to have a whole bunch of social housing along Broadway and all that. And do I have, how much time left do I have?
You have 6 seconds.
Oh, 6 seconds. I was going to say, yeah. So for the Broadway plan area, I would love to see
Awesome.
a wall
Sorry.
of social housing.
Sorry, Louise, I'm sorry you're at time, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming in. All right. Have a great day. Speaker 257, Ellen Woodsworth.
No, she's not in the chamber or in the foyer.
Thank you. 258, James Chelnick. I hope I pronounced your last name properly.
Hi, my name's Jim. I've been here for 20-something years. Downtown East Side. I lived in Stanley Park. I've traveled the city on my bike for years. Beaches, parks, met lots of people. There's a spirit, right? A vibe here. I think this is going against that. We got, we've got Pacific Spirit Park. It's in the name. We've got the spirit of this, spirit of that. Free-spirited people. Yeah. I think it's, I got nothing to gain here. It's my duty, our duty to be here, honor the people. that let us be here to oppose this kind of stuff, strengthen us. In my various travels through the temp agency scene, I have seen many solutions for housing homeless people, like tents and bubbles and various construction and whatnot. I work for all these developers and their dungeons. Yeah, Vancouver should be, a beacon. It's been like a beacon of progressive thinking and innovative solutions. Everyone knows it can be. I look at the streets every time I pass through. It's traumatizing to everyone who sees it, and with residents and tourists alike. I just see it on their faces. Nothing ever seems to happen because people think, oh, the city must have a plan to take care of this stuff, right? But so yeah, we were at the meeting the other day. We've trying to figure out some solutions to get through to you people. But one guy said, "Oh, what's the job for AI?" Right? Thought brilliant idea. So I punched it up. Development killing the heart of a city, and the city's job is to provide for its residents. Some of these things I found profound. Instead of capital for the wealthy, these gentrifying and all this stuff. Increased stress, less satisfying, inequality, division, reduced sense of belonging, more polarization. The spirits diminished, homogenization, uniform, standardized, monotonous, changing and eroding the unique architectural aesthetic character of the neighborhoods. Sounds like what's going on. Chain stores, taking away the local businesses. And you're diminishing the brand of Vancouver, which apparently is tied to the story of Vancouver and the origination and the authenticity. So, yeah, when logical, rational, and reasonable people realize they've made a mistake, a bad decision, the only way to correct it is make the right decision. Focus on solutions. Sorry to bring up that. Tent blow up bubbles. How about golf courses? Refugees in third world countries have better camps than what you're giving these people. How about the pandemic centers? It is an epidemic out there, right? And then you can provide jobs for healthcare and social workers and stuff. And, adopt a more holistic approach to developing and zoning, considering the community, engaging in deep and sustained consultation. Do you really want the legacy, of being manipulated by corrupt developers and real estate swindlers and we are your checks and balances. Thank you very much. You need us. And do you want to be associated with these tyrants? I just noticed swindlers, the root word swine, eh? They'll come and trample you when
James, sorry, can we just pause the timer for a sec? I'm just going to follow the procedure bylaw here. We want to give everyone a forum here, and I know there's a lot of.
Am I overtime?
No, you're not over time. It's just regardless of the group, we ask our speakers and our councillors to refrain from speaking or any gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. So if we can just refrain from
Okay. I'll just soon quick up.
Thank you.
No, I was just going to finish. These people, you hand these swine, pearls before swine or something in the Bible, they'll turn and trample you as well. So, I sense some coolness in you. I speak for the layman, I try to dumb this down. People that don't know this, basically you're reducing the amount of social housing, and not only that, but reducing the size of the housing. It's ridiculous. Just for anybody who doesn't know that, and it's very uncool. You got to abide by the spirit of the West Coast. Thank you very much.
James, thank you for coming in. Speaker number 259, Jeremy Gavin.
Hi, my name's Jeremy. I'm a tenant at the Line Hotel. I'm against this plan. I don't like the idea of making all disabled tenants look for new housing. The older tenants of in the building would have a hard time moving and probably pass away. Relocation plan says that tenants would get offered affordable housing before returning to the new building. But what's affordable housing? $1,000? What if they can't pay that? Where would they go? The plan would also mean losing the Sunrise Market. This is very important to the community, and not just to the people on welfare, but also other people with jobs in the neighborhood. What would happen to the people that work at the Sunrise Go? Would they lose their jobs? This plan would ruin the neighborhood and make people homeless. This is why I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. The next speaker is number 260, Dan Wallace.
Number 260 is not in the chamber nor in the foyer.
Okay, 261, Marvin Delorme.
No.
262, Eric Coe.
No.
263, Tiffany Wonder.
No.
264, Chanel Huang.
Hello，大家好。
Hi everyone.
我係信央花，
I'm Chanel Huang.
我係住喺嗰個東端市中心東端嘅租客。
I'm a downtown inside tenant.
我之前係住喺單人房，
I used to live in an SRO.
我反對呢個提案，
I'm against this motion, strongly against it.
我超級反對呢個提案。
講咗繼續。
我相信所有住喺東端嘅人都會反對。
I believe that everyone living in downtown inside would oppose this plan.
討厭嗰啲富商嚟東端建嗰個豪華公寓。
And they will resent the wealthy developers coming to build luxury apartments here.
因為東端社區有好多大量嘅低收入嘅人士。
The downtown inside community has many low-income residents.
身障人士、
disabled people,
弱勢人士、
marginalized individuals,
無家可歸嘅人，
and people experiencing homelessness.
非常大嘅需求係廉價住房，
What this community urgently needs are affordable housing,
同埋廉價嘅食物、
affordable food,
廉價嘅藥房。
and affordable pharmacies.
政府如何支持呢個社區嘅人嘅生活呢？
How is the government supporting the lives of people in this community?
如果呢個提案通過，會有更多嘅人因為冇能負擔起嗰個住房而流浪街頭。
If this motion passes, more people will end up living on the streets because they can't afford housing. We need more affordable housing. Resources should be direct toward housing.
我們需要更多嘅廉價住房。OK， 應該提案嗰度咧，32層嘅大樓嘅分配係4%嗰個房間係俾低收入嘅人士。
Also, in the motion, only 4% of the units in the 32-story buildings are allocated for low-income residents.
呢個廉租房嘅比例太低啊！
That proportion is far too low.
數量太少。 而且呢種比例混合居住嘅模式，對於低收入嘅人士嚟講係唔公平嘅。
Moreover, this kind of low percentage mixed housing model is unfair to low-income people.
佢哋嘅社交同埋文化服務需求得唔到支援。
Their social, cultural, and service needs aren't supported, which makes their living more difficult.
俾佢哋生活帶嚟好大嘅壓抑。
It creates a lot of pressure to their lives.
東端係唔需要一棟32層嘅，
Downtown Eastside doesn't need a 32-story luxury building.
而租2000多個豪華大樓。
With rent over $2,000 a month.
東端係需要每個人住得起嘅社區房屋同埋廉租房。
The downtown Eastside needs community housing or affordable housing that everyone can afford to live in.
冇辦法維護社區嘅低收入嘅人士，你哋開發啲乜嘢呢？
If you can't support the low-income people in the community, what kind of developments are you doing?
多謝
Thank you.
大家。
Thank you very much.
多謝。
Number 265, Louis Wrong.
Hi， 你好，我姓雷嘅。
Hi, my name is Louis.
我係同仁街嘅租客。
I'm a tenant in Chinatown.
我住在同仁街。
I live in downtown. I live in Chinatown.
我反對呢個方案。
I oppose this proposal.
現在呢個方案咧係不合格嘅。
This current proposal is unacceptable.
100分之中，我最多俾佢30分。
Out of 100 points, I'll give it at most 30.
離合格嘅差異好遠。
It's far from passing.
我覺得政府在照顧低收入人士嘅無家可歸這個地方不夠盡力。
I think the city government hasn't done enough to care for low-income and unhoused people.
所以治安唔會好嘅。
That's why public safety is poor.
政府應該照顧這班人先。
The government should take care of these people first.
起多啲嘅政府屋安置呢班人先。
And build more public housing to provide them with stable place to live.
而這個方案咧做不到呢一點。
And this proposal failed to achieve that.
政府應該向省政府和聯邦政府改善溝通。
The city government should improve communication with the provincial and federal governments.
想辦法和高級政府合作。
And find ways to collaborate with higher level of government.
而唔係以利益為主嘅發展商伸出橄欖枝。
Rather than extending an olive branch to profit-driven developers.
起多啲 BC housing 嘅100%。
They should build more 100% affordable housing projects like those by BC Housing, not 32-story mixed house income towers.
在這個以發展商為前提嘅方案下。
In this developer-centered proposal,
只有4% 房屋係真正可負擔嘅。
Only 4% of the units are truly affordable.
你講得去嗎？
How can that be justified?
衣食住行
Food, clothes, housing, and transportation
係民生必須嘅。
are essential for people's livelihood.
搞唔到嘅話咧，社會會好亂嘅。
If these are not handled well, society will fall into disorder.
如果市長想再選到的話
If the mayor want to be re-elected,
必須搞好民生。
They must improve people's living conditions.
有得住，有得食。
Ensure there's housing and food that low-income individuals can afford.
低收入嘅人都可以負擔得起。
Only then, food that low-income individuals can afford.
社會自然會安定㗎啦。
Only then will society become stable.
低收入居民安置唔妥當咧，係社會嘅計時炸彈。
Failing to provide housing security for low-income residents is a time bomb for the society.
窮人寧願搶麵包被打死，都唔想俾餓死。
Poor people would rather risk being beaten to death stealing bread than die of hunger.
這樣對整個社會嘅治安唔會好嘅。
Your plan will worsen the public safety.
呢次係我第一次在市議會上發言。
This is my first time speaking at City Council meeting.
亦係好多人嘅第一次。
It's also the first time of many others.
呢次反映咗好多普羅大眾嘅民怨。
What we're expressing today reflects the discontent felt by many ordinary people.
而呢啲民怨咧會在下月嘅10月嘅選票上反映。
The discontent that will be reflected in the next October's election.
針唔跟到肉唔知痛。
You can't understand pain unless you feel it yourself.
希望你能心同感受
I
我
hope you
們
can-
低收入嘅人嘅困境。
I hope you can truly empathize with the struggles of low-income people like us.
不然嘅話，我和我的兄弟、鄰居朋友只能在下月10投票給另一位有擔當嘅市長和議員。
Otherwise, my brothers, neighbors, friends, and I will have no choice but to vote next October for mayor and councillors who can take real responsibilities.
本來我哋好榮幸嘅，能夠有華人市長和議員代表我哋。
We were originally very proud having a Chinese mayor and councillors representing us.
我們能夠知道，我們期望你們能夠知道我們嘅困境。
We hope you will understand our struggles.
誰知道到現在你們沒有達標？
But so far, you haven't met those expectations.
希望在餘下任期你們能改善。
We hope you can make improvements during the remainders of your term. Yeah.
市長議員請加油。
Mayor and councillors, please keep working hard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that? Number 266, Lee Tai.
Okay.
大家好，
Hi everyone.
我是李太，
I'm Mrs. Lee.
我是湯恩街租客，
I'm a
我
tenant
在
in Chinatown
我在湯恩街治療27年，
and have lived in Chinatown for 27 years.
我反對這個提案。
I'm against this motion.
32層得高檔住房，租金太貴。
The rent in the proposed 32-story mixed income building will be too high for low-income residents,
低收入得人住不起。
making it unaffordable for those most in need of housing.
10%社區住房太少了。
4% shelter rate housing is too little. There should be more.
應該多一些低租金房屋給低收入得市民住。
There should be more low rent housing for low-income residents.
沒有住得起的房子，
Without affordable housing,
無家可歸的人會更多。
there will be more homeless people.
反對這個提案，
This is why against this motion.
反對在市中心東邊建32層的高檔住宅。
I oppose building 32-story mixed income towers.
我講完啦，多謝。
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 267, Lisa Chen. Not here? Okay, thank you. 268, Lee Sung.
Yeah, I'm ready.
大家好，
Hi everyone.
我係李生，
I'm Mr. Lee.
我係唐人街嘅租客，
I'm a Chinatown tenant.
我反對呢個提案。
I'm against this motion.
建32層住宅會影響社區貴族化嘅嚴重。
Building 32 towers will only worsen the gentrification in the neighborhood.
貴族化服務有錢人，
Gentrification serves the rich.
我哋冇錢租客嘅應該怎麼辦？
How does that leave tenants like us with little money?
我喺唐人街嘅1蚊1元店已經關咗，
The dollar store in Chinatown is now gone.
便宜嘅菜店都也關咗。
And the affordable grocery stores have shut down too.
建咗高檔之後，
After building high-end housing towers,
更多社區嘅小店鋪會關掉。
will only drift out even more small local businesses.
還有
Additionally,
提案你重新安置嘅比例80%啊，這個合理不合理？
the motion says that the tenant's relocation, only 80% need to be replaced in the case of redevelopment.
應該100%嘅安置所有租客嘅必須安置。
This is not reasonable. It should be 100%.
我哋堅決反對呢個提案。
I firmly oppose this motion.
我講完啦。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 269, Chi Yuk.
Everybody, I am K Yuk like it Yukon. I live in Vancouver from 1986, Expo year, immigration to here, until November. I live in Chinatown, 4 years, and the price is only 400 to 500. My daughter born in here now is finished university, and one is lawyer, one is work in ICBC, very good. But I don't want make trouble for my daughter. I am low income. I have a working almost 40 years in Canada, so I have a benefit about 1,700. So it's a low income. So I want that he help me continue translation. I speak not too well. 我反對呢個提案。
I oppose to this motion.
如果32層嘅高樓俾低收入人住嘅比例會低好多，大概只有20%。
If the proposed 32-story towers, the portion of housing for low-income people will decrease to only about 20%.
係咁，以前住落嚟嗰啲旅客，剩落一部分人冇地方安置點辦？
The new buildings cannot accommodate all the original tenants. What are you going to do with them?
起個新嘅 building 大概要幾年時間？點樣安置？點樣保障佢哋嘅生活？
It takes multiple years to build these buildings. What's your plan right now to accommodate those the urgent needs right now?
而家我睇到有啲臨時嘅冬季嗰啲收容所係11點晚黑到朝早7點，但係冇地方放行李同埋洗衫啊、充電啊、飲食啊，好多問題。
Right now, during the winter, the shelter open from 11 to 7 p.m., but there's no like laundry accommodations or other kind of equipments to satisfy their needs.
係咁，嗰啲冇錢低收入嘅人，佢哋邊度能夠自己攞錢嚟應付生活開支？安置計劃邊個嚟負責嚟保證？
Do you have any guarantee of the relocation plan? Right now, I don't see. It doesn't seem like there's enough guaranteed. For low-income people with so little money, this kind of change could be very dangerous.
所以呢個提案造成嘅結果就係，喺而家好多住得好舒服嘅低收入人士面臨逼遷或者係其他即係好艱難嘅日子，佢哋會怨聲載道，唔知將來日後點樣解決。
Your plan will disrupt those low-income residents who are living quite well or like quite stable. Your plan will disrupt their living and create a lot of unpredictabilities.
我講咁多，多謝。
That's all I want to say. Thank you.
我反對呢個提案就係咁嘅原因。
These are the reasons why I oppose to this motion.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Speaker number 270, Donald Lee.
Donald is not here, but he has a speech. May I?
Unfortunately, no. Okay. Sorry. 271, Louis Kaum. So 271's not here?
Yes, security just confirms that they're not in the chamber nor in the foyer.
Sorry, Clerk, is that 271 or
271 is not in the chamber nor in the foyer.
Okay, 272, John Lee.
Ready.
OK。大家好，我係唐人街嘅租客，我喺唐人街住咗38年。
Hi everyone, I am a Chinatown tenant. I live in Chinatown for 38 years.
我反對呢個方案，
I am against this motion
因為租客都係低收入人士，
because the
都係
tenants are low income
都係長者。
and elderly.
如果拆咗佢哋現在住嘅大樓，
Demolishing the building they currently live in
將佢哋帶到另一個陌生嘅地方安置，
and relocating them to a new and unfamiliar place
會引嚟好多生活嘅麻煩，
will cause many difficulties
生活很不方便。
and make their lives very inconvenient.
如果新嘅大樓建好可以再搬回去嘅話，
If they can move back after the new building is complete,
相當於要搬家2次。
it would means having to move twice.
呢個對低收入嘅人嚟講係一個巨大嘅負擔。
Which is a huge burden for low-income people.
新嘅大樓只有4%嘅廉價住房。
The new building will have only 4% low rent housing units.
而且租金係800，
And the rent is $800.
呢個比而家嘅單人房租金仲要高好多，負擔不起。
Which is much higher than the current rent of a single room. People simply cannot afford it.
我睇到現在溫哥華好多建好嘅大樓都賣不出去。
I've noticed that many newly built buildings in Vancouver aren't selling.
呢個32層混合大樓嘅方案亦唔切合實際情況。
This proposal for a 32-story mixed-use building is also unrealistic.
改變舊城市嘅諗法係好好，
The idea of renewing the old city is good.
但係實施起嚟唔係想像中咁容易。
But putting it into practice is not as easy as it sounds.
實施起嚟對低收入人士沒有任何保證。
There are no enough guarantee for low-income people when it's implemented.
我哋係被拋棄嘅人咩？
Are we the ones being abandoned?
低收入人士同高收入人士一起住混合住房，
In mixed housing, where low-income and high-income people live together,
一起住都會有矛盾嘅情況。
conflicts are bound to arise.
對低收入嘅人嚟講，佢哋以前嘅大樓裏互相幫助嘅生存網絡被取消。
For low-income residents, their previous support network in the old buildings would be lost.
生活得不到支持。對高收入嘅人嚟講，
Living them without mutual help. For high-income residents,
知道樓裏邊有一啲低收入嘅人共住，也未必會買。
knowing that there are low-income tenants in the same building might make them unwilling to buy.
最好係建一棟裏面100%係廉租房屋，俾低收入人士安家。
It would be the best to build a building that is 100% affordable housing for low-income residents.
如果各級政府有資金，然後合作嘅話，
If different levels of government have the fundings and work together,
政府蓋類似 BC Housing 嘅100% 廉租房，
the government could construct 100% affordable housing like those in BC Housing.
你蓋幾高都可以。
And it could be as tall as you want.
現在喺東端就有好多空地，
There are many empty lots in downtown Eastside.
已經拆咗，但係冇建
Are already demolished,
樓房。
but not developed.
市政府可以 喺呢啲空地上面起樓，證明自己有好好嘅安置低收入人士嘅意願。
The city can build social housing social housing on this empty lot and abandoned land to prove they have the will to accommodate the low-income tenants.
而唔係從拆咗現在人們喺度住嘅單人房大樓開始。
But not beginning with demolishing those buildings that people are living in right now.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 273, Li Shi An.
Speaker 273 is not in the foyer and not in the chamber.
274, Evan Hunter Reinhardt.
No.
275, Trevor Bellini.
No.
276, Misha Sample.
Yes, 276 is on their way up.
Okay. Is that Misha?
A little bit getting here. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Mayor, councilors, and members of the public. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. While Vancouver faces many challenges, none is more urgent than our affordable housing crisis. I think I feel this crisis sharply because it's in my backyard, in my front yard, in my stairwell, in my front doorway, and also probably on my fire escape as well. Pretty much anywhere that they can get in, you know, people are there huddled, trying to get dry or warm. Anyhow, this is what we've been dealing with on the downtown east side for at least the last 10 years. So the downtown east side is not just a neighborhood, it's a community that is literally fighting for its existence on the unceded territory of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. For the past decade, my community has been drowned by waves of homeless Vancouverites. The statistics are grim, and it seems the only way out for many is death. This becomes apparent when you realize the overdose deaths are the only thing tempering the sheer numbers of people on the streets in the downtown east side. One even more tragic thing actually is the number of seniors living in shelters and on the streets has skyrocketed from 5% in 2004 to nearly 30% currently, which that's really sad, you know, like these people, many of them, they've worked their entire lives to just be living in a shelter or on the street now. Like that's shameful, really. So in the last year, what did we see? Well, so far we've seen more than $5 million go to policing, and who knows how much went to pay for the consultations that were only for show as far as I could see. Now we face the proposed Uplift the Downtown East Side project. By reducing existing social housing shelter rate units, this project will create more homelessness amongst our most marginalized citizens. And I just have like two questions here. Where exactly will you relocate those displaced by this project? And what is the sound logic that supports reducing social housing stock during a housing crisis? If you're thinking people can be relocated to shelters, well, I got news for you. Shelters are good in a pinch, but they're not a great place to actually live because your life is on hold when you live in a shelter. I've known several people stuck in the shelter system for a year or more, some up to 2 years and more, living in a shelter, which is like, you know, you want to go back to school, you want to get a job, you want to do anything really. It's not happening until you're out of that shelter. So it's really, really like, I'm just saying, imagine if you had to put everything that you're planning on hold because you're living in a shelter for a couple of years. You get, I mean, it's ridiculous to think that you'd be asking anybody to do that, but this is what we're doing. And we're talking about veterans, elderly, single mothers, and a disproportionately high population of Indigenous peoples that live in this area. And when we did these consultations, they were pretty unified when they said that this plan seems inadequate, inequitable, and potentially very harmful. Basically, a development that seeks to reduce social housing from 60% to 20% while displacing maybe up to as many as 500 more currently housed individuals is not just a failure of vision, it is a clear contradiction to truth and reconciliation. If this council insists on attempting to impose this plan on us, we're prepared to meet this imposition with litigation because this plan actively ignores critical legal issues. First, by ignoring the community's consensus, you will violate the Crown's fiduciary duty to Indigenous peoples, I believe, exposing the city to high-level constitutional challenges under Section 35 of the Constitution. Second, the lack of genuine consent directly violates BC's Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, which legally obligates the city to align its actions with the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. This provides clear grounds for a successful judicial review. Finally, as housing is recognized as a fundamental human right, slashing the supply for the most vulnerable constitutes systemic discrimination. This provides irrefutable grounds for formal complaints to the BC Human Rights Tribunal and the Federal Housing Advocate.
Misha, I'm sorry, you're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 277, Harvey Dosange. Is Harvey here?
Speaker 270 is not in the building.
Speaker 278, Guy Larson.
278 is not in the building.
Speaker 279, Paul Vallely. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly.
They erased us, but we're still here. Hi, my name is Paul Vallely. I've been homeless, displaced, and ignored for more than a decade. I'm not here as a politician or an academic.
Sorry,
I'm here
Paul,
because I've lived through the housing crisis that's been created.
Sorry, Paul, can I stop you for a sec? Would you be more comfortable if we pulled a chair up for you? I noticed you're on crutches.
I'm good. I'll stand for the cause.
Okay, great. Thank you.
In 2014, I was forced to camp in parks. Afterwards, I was evicted from Toronto in 2017. I ended up in Bronte Creek, and the media covered it. Since then, I've watched the government bulldoze every inch of safe, affordable space without ever building anything in return. Now it's happening again in Vancouver. They're removing SRO buildings, the last deeply affordable homes, and converting them for Olympic development or immigration students, or simply demolishing them. They say it's revitalization, but what is it really? It's erasure, and I'm not the only one. Indigenous, disabled, racialized people, the ones that the city was built on, as well as others that are being priced out, pushed out, and covered up like they were never here. We have a plea. We wrote an action plan, not because I'm an expert, but because I've been living this longer than most policymakers have held their jobs. I'm a builder of the Eagle Staff of Homelessness, carried by Six Nations at the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness in 2018. This is a fight that's more than just policy. It's about dignity. It's about justice on unceded land. My building, my SRO, is on the chopping block. If they deregister it, I'm gone. They call it progress. I call it planned disappearance. And when I asked for protection formally, they ignored me. No hearing, no answer, just silence. If I was a condo developer, they would have responded. But because I'm poor, because I have been homeless, my voice doesn't count. That's why I had to do this, not just for me, but for everyone sleeping on a mat tonight. We need immediate action, freeze SRO conversions, demand more public hearings, enforce the National Housing Strategy Act, respect Section 35, respect tenants. If you're hearing this, City Council, legal advocates, or even further up in the courts, and just as important, the public. Know this, we're not invisible, we've been here, we've survived what their policies did, and now we're standing up. To His Majesty King Charles, this isn't the first time we've stood on the same ground. July 4th, 2017, you were in Ontario. You've been preaching reconciliation. I was in Marie Curtis Park, being evicted while the cameras rolled. You got the photo op, I got the garbage bag. 8 years later, nothing's changed, except this time, the whole world is watching. Oh, it's your movie, Your Majesty. I'm Paul Valley. You might not remember the name this time, but we're not letting you forget what you did to us, to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Speaker number 280, Kevin Adams.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm a resident of the downtown Oppenheimer district. I moved here about 2 years ago. One thing I've noticed, as someone who moved here, a lot of these issues they're very visible, they're very on the surface, and not everyone really talks about it. But there's also the drug epidemic that goes on in these streets, and you can see it every day. People just passed out on the sidewalk day and night. It's one of the most horrible, saddest things I've ever seen in my life. I come from Toronto too. It's not like I've traveled the world, but Vancouver does sort of stand out amongst North American cities as being pretty visibly tough for people to kind of live in, you know? And some of these changes, which I do oppose, by the way, I've read this change to the zoning district. I oppose it, and I support anything that gives people more access to affordable housing, affordable food, affordable access, housing being a basic need, but people also need, you know, laundry services and food and everything like that. For me, like I'm a working guy, but this town has been hard, you know, and I looked into it historically. About 100 years ago, which is arguably relatively not that long ago, on Powell Street here in downtown Vancouver, you had Asian businesses that were targeted and destroyed just for that reason. I even dug something up about a KKK rally here in British Columbia, Canada, about 50 years ago. So this is a historically documented prejudice, you know, province, you could say. And it's sad now that it still continues to affect people who have issues with accessing housing and food. So the best thing we could do is just not impede people's accesses to affordable housing and food, you know? Yeah, but that's all I really had to say. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you very much. Speaker 281, Marlene MacArthur. Marlene there?
Uh, 281 is not in the building nor on the phone.
282, Joel Short.
Good afternoon. I'm a tenant in the city of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition. Earlier this year, many pleaded with council to leave the DOD zoning alone until Larry Campbell presented his report in the spring. However, it appears the overarching priority is not to disappoint the salivating landowners and developers poised on the edges of the DOD, many of whom were no doubt present at the UDI real estate developers' Christmas party, which coincidentally, some here also attended last Friday, after voting to adjourn early. One wonders how many people left in the lurch to speak on Friday are now unable to speak today. In any event, it was a clarifying object lesson in the priorities driving city governance and decision-making. Despite this, some developers have confessed that this proposal will not be sufficient inducement to break ground, which leaves landowners as the primary beneficiary, as their asset values will continue to balloon. Do not allow a rerun of the Little Mountain debacle, this time orders of magnitude worse. Back in October, many hoped council would work with the province and Larry Campbell to advance a positive vision for the community. But we see after voting down the social housing initiative that despite continually blaming senior government for the housing crisis, this council will go out of its way to exacerbate it. The existing DOD zoning has worked as it was intended, to the chagrin of those present at Friday's UDI Christmas party. Despite soaring homelessness and a toxic drug supply crisis, it has kept land value low. Currently, more non-market housing is being built within the DOD than outside of it. The proposed 80-20 market, non-market plan for new buildings in the DOD will only leave 4% of units for folks needing shelter rate rents. Given that, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that this is a proposal to entrench social abandonment in this city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 283 is withdrawn. Speaker 284, Ellen Woodsworth.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'm glad that we have an elected Mayor and Council. I'm glad that we have public hearings. And I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam people, some of whom you've heard from today. And I'd like to acknowledge the people of the Downtown East Side, acknowledge the organizations that work with the people of the Downtown East Side, and all the amazing people who have spoken so generously today, overcoming the fear and intimidation of being in front of a council. I came to Vancouver in 1966. I was an organizer in the Downtown East Side for 9 years, working on the ongoing pressing issues of Indigenous people, women, the LGBTQI, seniors, and other low-income people. I chaired the board of Bridge Housing Society and saw it finally built to create desperately needed housing and the Downtown East Side Women's Center. I thought that might have been a model for other organizations. The one before you is not that model. I've worked in the February 14th Women's Memorial March for years, and more Indigenous women and girls are going murdered, and some of them are found. I was a city councillor for 2 years, for 2 terms with both Mayor Campbell and Mayor Robinson, putting forward motions about the murdered and missing women, the LGBTQA, housing, seniors, and made sure that we had advisory committees so that we could build a city for all. Cuts to staff at City Hall and funding to community centers create more people desperate for affordable housing and the assistance needed for those who are desperate. And yet you give the police millions more, but they can't find homes either, living outside the city. I'm now a senior, and seniors desperately need housing, and seniors vote. Why are you proceeding with the motion before the report of former Mayor Larry Campbell or the funding from the federal housing minister, former Mayor Gregor Robinson? Why are you not listening to the citizens who so clearly stated why this proposal should not go forward, as it does not meet the desperate needs of lower income people who are growing? They're coming from all over the city, who have so eloquently stated what the situation is for their community. They have created a community and they take care of each other. You need to do that. You are publicly elected to work for all the citizens of this city. Despite its positive title, this plan would weaken core affordability protections, allow 32-story market rental towers with rents up to $5,000 a month. Who do you think that's going to house? It will give money to the developers. It will give money to the owners. It will not create the kind of housing we desperately need in Vancouver, and especially not in one of Vancouver's lowest income neighborhoods. Community groups and residents overwhelmingly oppose the plan, but their concerns seem to be being ignored. If approved, the plan risks half of the heritage would have no protection, more pressure on the SROs, and loss of long-term homes. No desperately needed additional homes for the unhoused, increased policing and exclusion, landlords emptying buildings to bypass protections. The downtown east side residents have been clear about what real uplifting looks like. Deeply affordable shelter rate housing, redevelopment of vacant buildings, stronger SRO standards, culturally appropriate supports, improved public spaces, and community-led planning. I'm urging all council to vote no on the plan, uphold the 2014 Downtown East Side Local Area Plan protections, work with senior governments to fund shelter rate homes, commit to a renewed Vancouver Agreement leadership. I'd like to thank all the speakers. I'd like to thank those of you who are here today listening. And remember, there's an election coming, and we will know whether you're creating housing or just profits.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Speaker 285, Jason Xian.
Speaker 285 is not in the building.
286, Bonnie Rose Butchart. Online.
Hi. Hi.
Go ahead. We can hear you great.
Can
Please
you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to speak to a few things that I haven't heard yet. First of all, I would like to talk about the exclusionary displacement that happens when you create a bunch of new housing where all of the residents have a much higher income. What happens essentially is, first of all, you take all the people of color and you move them into all the land that people don't want. And then when that land you decide becomes valuable, then you take all that land back and it's predatory investment. And to all the predatory investors who are listening to this right now, the land here, I live in and work in the downtown east side. The land here shakes. You want to build a 32-story building on land that shakes every time the trains go by? That's not wise. Also, you want to take Hastings from Heatley down past Columbia to almost Carroll Street. You want to take the most haunted land in possibly one of the most haunted places in the entire world. For every single person you see on the street, there are at least 50 to 100 spirits. All those spirits of the people who have overdosed, all spirits do something different, but some spirits, they don't know they're dead. So you build big buildings, guess where those spirits are going to go? And these big buildings are infested with bed bugs and cockroaches that those buildings, all the cockroaches, all the bed bugs, all the spirits, they will fill them up. So to all of you predatory investors, it literally is a curse. It is a vortex, and it will swallow you up too. So don't think that you are above it because you have money. You are displacing people that need placement. People need places to go. People are safer when they have housing. You could build housing. You could do something different that's never been done really by people that were just after a money grab. You could say sorry and mean it. And saying sorry and meaning it is not repeating the same mistakes. You have the opportunity to not repeat the same mistakes. council, you could do something different. The downtown east side desperately, desperately needs more. We need more counseling. We need more like grief counseling. You need to put money into things that are actually going to create a difference in the community. And it is a community because people in need get to know each other. We know each other in the downtown east side. You create big, huge buildings and displace everyone. Where are they going to go? This is the warmest place in Canada. Everywhere else in Canada is minus 25 degrees right now. You send people to other places, they will freeze to death. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Number 287, Bill Ewan.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bill Ewan. I'm the Executive Director of Heritage Vancouver Society. I'm speaking in opposition and hope that you will reconsider the report recommendations. First, a general observation about the report. The engagement summary shared the findings that the overwhelming sentiment is that the proposed policy change is inadequate, inequitable, and harmful. Given the breadth of concerns and degree of negative impact being expressed, there appears to be very little to respond to these fears and impacts in the report, despite the recommendation being to approve the policy changes. Regarding more heritage-specific aspects of the report, while there are some good reasons made to pre-review the 54 properties on the Heritage Register, the reasoning for splitting them into redevelop and rehabilitate does not appear consistent. For example, the reasoning for redevelop is given as significant deterioration and substandard functionality, but sites which have gone through comprehensive renovation and restoration, seismic upgrade, and repurposed for social services and social enterprises, and includes SRO housing, are on this redevelop list. Additionally, please consider the recommendations made by the Vancouver Heritage Commission to remove several buildings, including the Chapel Arts Building and the Afton Hotel with the Ovaltine Cafe, from the redevelop list to rehabilitate list. These recommendations are on page 31 of Appendix M. In the update to the Vancouver Heritage Program in 2020, the City of Vancouver adopted the Historic Urban Landscape approach. Historic Urban Landscape was created specifically to approach heritage in a way in which development and heritage can coexist together. The approach visualizes an area as an ecosystem and as relationships that people have with a place, including its buildings. There are several steps in the approach, including the comprehensive understanding of the resources in the area. These do not just include buildings, but also non-physical resources such as community assets, services, people, networks. Another step is assessing how vulnerable these assets are to socioeconomic stresses, such as the pressure the proposed policy would bring upon them. So speaking from the perspective of current heritage practice, we recommend that these steps be applied as a thorough part of your framework for the area in designing policies for the downtown east side. It is important to point out that residents in the area understand these steps intuitively, and you will find this reflected in the comments they made in the engagement summary. Further, I believe groups such as the SRO Collaborative have expressed to you the relationships between the socially integrated communities, the buildings, jobs, tenant-based initiatives, and have applied that understanding to their vision for development. They have a very sophisticated and important way of understanding and visualizing this ecosystem. Lastly, I'll provide an example of what I've just been talking about by using the idea of a legacy business. Legacy business have been a popular topic in the area, particularly Chinatown, and is something that the city communicates has important value. The City of Vancouver has a special enterprise program that supports these types of businesses, which it calls heritage businesses, and it has a non-conventional heritage definition. We are the ones who created this definition, and in 2017, we did that using the best and most up-to-date research and thinking in the field. This is important because the original definition of legacy businesses is from San Francisco and is defined by age. When we defined it, we felt that it was critical that the idea of a business as it contributes to how the neighborhood works and supporting communities in a neighborhood be a significant factor for heritage, not simply age. So exactly for the purposes of today. So with that in mind, as one example, please think about the Ovaltine Cafe in your report, which is on the redeveloped list intended for demolition. It has been in operation since 1942. It retains its historic diner features and traditional decor, and is recognized internationally and associated with important local history and Canadians such as Randall Wong. But not just that, the cafe has adapted to its neighborhood, providing low-cost meals and meal programs, employing community members, serving as social space. being part of a hot meal delivery program for seniors. They have owners who love the street and people who love them back. In the report, on one full page, just before its recommendation to redevelop, there's one mere line saying that the Ovaltine has strong community value. The Ovaltine deserves much more credence for what it contributes, and what is lost, they say, is gone. This is just one example, and I recommend that the thinking be applied to the resources in the area. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is number 2, Ray Francis Kitson.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Hilary Kitson. I live in Vancouver and have lived here for the past 45 years. I am speaking against this motion. I do appreciate the opportunity to respond to this motion, which I oppose, and I do strongly request that you ask the staff to reconsider this recommendation and really work on what possible solutions they can come up with that will provide for the most disadvantaged people who are living in this area and have very minimal resources. I don't for a minute think there's an easy solution to this problem. People have been trying for 20 years, but I think this response just sloughs the responsibility onto private developers who themselves will be stretched to try and provide the housing that is really needed at a price that will give them the profit that they need. The biggest need in the downtown east side and in Vancouver as a whole is housing available at the shelter rate. There's so much information that makes it very clear that for people who are unhoused, whatever other challenges they live with, whether it's low income or additional health problems, disabilities, or addiction, secure, safe, warm housing is the essential first step. Nothing else helps without that, and nothing happens without that. Despite the resilience and merits that are evident in the downtown east side, this is currently a situation that is not what anybody wants. Simply rezoning this area does not fix it. There are further resources. City Council cannot do this by itself. As other people have asked, please liaise with Larry Campbell, with the senior government. Please use housing solutions that have already been tried and tested and come up with a plan that will make progress in the downtown east side rather than just regress. A livable society, a livable city, and a civil society requires us to see that all members of our city are valued and included, and that we pay attention to the most disadvantaged. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is 289, Peter Remedios.
Speaker 289 is not in the building.
Speaker 290, Jatinder Kaur Bath. Online? Please go ahead.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, yes. Respectful council members, my name is Jatinder Bath. I'm a current resident of the downtown east side and have been down here for 5.5 years this time. Previously, around 13 years ago, 5 years that time also. If you notice, I addressed you as respectful council members, and that is what we downtown on the east side are seeking. Not only to gain respect, but dignity when we are addressed as well. We already are suffering from not only a lack of housing and indecent housing. And instead of providing for those needs, and in this rezoning application, it is not only going to create more hardship for the already suffering and cater to those that can afford to live anywhere of their choice. We already have been gentrified and sent down here to this area to survive in the first place and barely can find safety. Moving from shelter to shelter, lining up for basic needs instead of the structure to help stabilize us and help us build up ourselves to a point that we can do more for our own selves. Instead, we deal with street sweeps and harassment from DPD and park rangers, taking away what little we have, forcing us to feel even more demoralized and restructurized. I feel that City Council is using the funds unjustly, tearing apart what little sense of community and security we have established for ourselves. We need more housing, not less. We need more safe gathering spaces so people can be indoors and safe from harm and from the environment, and also theft and harassment that does exist in general. Trying to push us to the outskirts is not going to make us disappear. We are not invisible. So acknowledge us with respect and with dignity, and if you want us to consider you all worthy of it, we deserve the same. I would like to bring up one other factor, again, that has been addressed by other people that have already spoken. Seniors in this environment is, again, demoralizing to what they once were, leaving them feeling incapable of ever feeling respected for what little they ever did do, or what lot that they did do as, viable community members at one point in their life. I recently lost a friend at 74 who was still struggling with living in shelters for the 5 years that I had known her. She was suffering from already the early signs of Alzheimer's, dealing with dementia, and she died alone without family in a hospital due to not ever having any structure of housing. All of these issues need to be addressed. As I said, treat us with respect, and yes, we will consider you worthy of it. And at this point, I have to admit that is literally all I do have to say. So please do take these things into consideration when you guys are rezoning and providing more for those who already have, far more than we can, even expecting it at this point, and help us build ourselves up instead of taking away from us. Thank you for your time, and again, please do take all of these things into consideration, everything and everybody else has said as well. Please and thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 291, Stephen Nielsen.
Speaker 291 is not in the building.
292, Debbie Lee Burgess.
No.
293, Gurpreet Singh.
No.
294, Tim LaPearl.
No.
295, Kevin Lush.
No.
296, Davin Butang.
No.
297, Jeff Ijbert. And I know I pronounced that name incorrectly.
No.
298, Jared Agar.
No.
299, Brianne Sinai.
No.
300, Heather Iron.
No.
301, Dwayne Floor.
No.
302, Jamie Spark.
Hi. Thanks for giving me your time this afternoon. I'm a resident in the downtown east side, have been for about 8 years, since I retracted leukemia, CML to be precise, after living rough for a couple of years from falling hard times, so forth. And I've gone over the appendix, the amendments to the appendix, and seen some things that could be more specific and more, we say, more set in stone in terms of the usage of English language and whatnot, make it sort of more sort of confident for the tenants to know that they're not going to get the rug pulled out from underneath their feet at the last minute. And that's, I've got my glasses, so bear with me. This proposed tenant relocation plan does have stuff in it to protect tenants, so that's good. However, there are a number of ambiguities which leave things uncertain, making last-minute changes possible by yourself and or property developers. For example, Appendix H, Section 9.5, tenants should be moved together where possible. Where possible is leaving it up to the developer and the city. The tenants should be involved in deciding what where possible means, and also should, the likes of should, be changed to shall. And Appendix H, subsection 9.5.3, it says that developers can use alternative tenant relocation approaches in cases where affordable replacement accommodation isn't available. It's not available generally. There's not really much, there's no existence of affordable relocation accommodation for people in SROs because they're on social assistance, seeing as we're in situations of rehabilitation and desperate need due to certain circumstances. It doesn't define who at the city deems what's so Section B, under Section B of the of that section, the developer can use solutions as deemed acceptable to the city. It doesn't define who at the city deems what's acceptable. It doesn't define what types of other solutions might be considered. It needs to go, or it needs to be specified what it means. Please amend this plan to take 9.5.3b out. Tenants need guarantees that their living situation isn't going to be compromised. This was set back on the mental health, physical health, in the situation where we already need help from the government. This won't help us get any better. Taking money out of the pockets of taxpayers even more here by prolonging the issues surrounding people getting back into society and being contributing members of society, as everyone wants to be. I wouldn't even be on disability anymore if I'd be out. I'd be better. I'd be back working if I wasn't living in this building with this uncertainty, and adding uncertainty like this will just set us back more and delay our recoveries. You're dealing with people with illnesses. Any kind of uncertainty or any kind of mistake has real consequences. That's why 9.5 needs to be strengthened. Should isn't enough. It should be set in stone. That is, I just said that. Shower should. A non-profit could help advocate tenants to be actively involved in the planning process. This would ensure that tenants have a voice.
Sorry, Jimmy, I apologize. You're over time.
All right, okay.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking. Speaker number 303, Nicole Baxter.
Speaker 303 is not on the line.
304, Marcy Williams.
No 304.
305, Jean-Guy Gagnon.
Just one moment, staff are checking. Yeah, no 305.
306, Mark Lee.
No.
307, Sarah McLeod.
No.
308, Ezra Bloom.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Ezra Bloom. I'm the tenant-based policy and research coordinator at the SRO Collaborative. And I'm just reading a list of unargumented recommendations from the SRO Collaborative just to be read into the record. I think we've heard a lot of arguments today, so these are just recommended amendments to the proposed report. In no particular order. So this should also be, there were supposed to be slides for this. I think I got them in too late. There should also be a written version. But without further ado, so recommendation number 1, exclude privately owned SROs from the blanket upzoning. This is the Downtown East Side Plan 7.4.1. So we recommend that Appendix H 7.4.1 replace the line allow height up to 69.2 meters with allowing height up to 22.9 meters for privately owned properties listed under the SRA bylaw and allowing height up to 69.2 meters for all other properties. This would make sure that there's not undue speculation on privately owned SROs. Number 2, we recommend that you strike the 50% and 80% options under Appendix H, Section 9.2.9. That's the only section that we're recommending fully redacting. Speeding up SRO replacements is important, but doing so at the cost of losing half the stock is too high a cost to bear. Number 3, we're asking for an addition. This could come during the report or after, but basically adding protection consistent with the Granville plan. In the summer, this council passed protection for buildings that are under 80% tenanted. So basically, developers would only be able to apply for redevelopment permits for buildings that are 80% tenanted. And this is important because there's always the possibility of landlords trying to get around the tenant relocation plan and protection plan by just evicting tenants before applying for a permit. So in the case of the Granville plan, the Granville Street plan, which this council approved, you guys put through protection for tenants to say that you can only apply for a development permit if the building is 80% tenanted. There's provisions for buildings that were already empty, before the plan was approved, but it's to stop preemptive evictions. It's closing an important loophole for tenants. And that is, I think the tenants in the Downtown East Side should enjoy the same protections that tenants in the Granville Street area enjoy. It's the same demographic, the same population. Number 4, for tenant protection plan, Appendix H, Section 9.5.3. It talks about acceptable alternative approaches. I will say the tenant protection plan gets the award for most improved section from the referral reports compared to the original recommendations. There's a lot of really good stuff in the tenant protection plan, but it falls apart right at the end because they have a line that says other solutions as deemed acceptable by the city. That's under 9.5.3. Basically just remove the other sections as approved, as deemed acceptable by the city. You guys can always come back and add other, if there's an other thing that needs to be added, you can add it later, but just giving a blanket other category doesn't give tenants protection they need. And then lastly, number 5, heritage group. We're not normally particularly preoccupied with heritage status at the SRO Collaborative, but Appendix J creates 2 lists for heritage sites, and it lists a number of buildings, particularly on the 200 East block, where all of the SROs on that block have been listed as type 1 redevelop. And we think it sends the wrong message to list all of these buildings and basically give a blanket redevelopment. I know heritage protections are not the primary way that these decisions get made, but the Empress, the Belmont, the Afton, which is Jamie's building who was just speaking, and the Phoenix, which is known by residents as the Toison, as well as the Belmont, should be moved from Category 1 heritage status to Category 2 heritage status. And then there's a few other nitpicky amendments in my written version, which I don't have time to read out loud. It's more like just changing one word and that kind of thing. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 309, Richard Schwab.
Hi, folks. How are you today? Thank you for giving this opportunity to speak here. I am the chairman of the board of the SROC. I hope you've been listening and have taken consideration the impact of this plan would do, but I'm here because I want to talk about the building that I live in, the Arlington. The Arlington, we are a family. We have a community room and share skills with each other. We have connections in the building. We know how to get things we need from each other and how to get things done in the building. I can help get my neighbors connected to services, including eviction prevention and getting them connected to medical care. Even when some tenants are unable to leave the building for groceries or to access important services, people in our building step up to help them. We are told through this plan that we might be forced to move and be separated. This proposal does not fit with how we would like to move forward. We cannot afford that or afford to be separated. There are 28 tenants in our building, and we all want to get on a bus and get to the same place. In this current plan, only 4 suites out of 100 in the towers would be at social service rates. This would force us to be moved to different buildings and having to be moved several times, and into more than 5 buildings for just the Arlington alone. There are many people in this building whose health would be affected by having to move not once but twice, myself included. It seems every time people are displaced, they have a tendency to die. I've seen this happen in other buildings like the Kiefer. My friend Tom DeGray was displaced from Kiefer Cabins, and I believe Councilman Fry would run into him every now and then in Strathcona and have chats with him. He moved out of there after 10 years of harassment and moved into the Arlington, where unfortunately he passed away soon after. Bringing us up would not help us in any way. Breaking us up would not help us in any way. We have been together so many years, and we have had the SROC helping us to manage the building and be more safe and more habitable. We have changed how we run our building. We all live together in one giant building, and we connect, cook meals together. We even make decisions for the building together. What we need is community ownership, not 32-story towers. I don't know if you've heard of the 25 by 25 plan, but it might have been shown to council or even to the mayor at some point, but I think Wendy Peterson maybe had mentioned it at some point. We have lots of lots, I don't know how many are city owned, that we could put smaller buildings on, 25 square feet, is it? 25 square foot lots that we can fit 25 rooms in. But that's another plan for another day, and hopefully after the summation of all these people that have spoken in this past, I guess, is it week since last Tuesday? It's been a week. None of you have fallen asleep. No, that's good. Okay, so thank you for letting me speak, and I'm sure at some point in the future we will be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Speaker 310, Haley Fulford.
Speaker 310 is not on the line.
Speaker 311, Debbie.
No, not in the building.
Speaker 312, Natasha Mandrick.
Hi, my name is Natasha Mandrick. I'm a Vancouver resident. My parents are Bob Mandrick and Christella Ikabuchi. My grandfather was Tom Ikabuchi and his father was Takaichi Ikabuchi. And in speaking, I hope that I am doing what they have raised me to do, which is to speak up about what is important to people who might need some advocacy, who might be part of my community or another community, and our voices together are how we make change. And I want to thank all the previous speakers, everyone who's come before me. There have been many compelling arguments that I will not repeat, but I want to also thank the city for the thoughtful work that went into preparing the report, the presentation to council a week ago on December 9th, the adjustments that were made to proposal on based on some of the community consultation, as well as the 2014 Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan that has helped get to where we are, and I'm grateful for all of that. I am moved to speak today because of the voices and the allyship of the Japanese Canadian community. I am Yonsei, fourth generation Japanese Canadian of mixed heritage, and my community has experience with displacement in the name of economic and political stability. I think you are well aware of the dispossession and displacement associated with Japanese Canadian internment and incarceration. What is sometimes less discussed is that at the beginning of internment, there was a government commitment to steward the homes and the possessions of the people it displaced, so there would be a place for them to come back to. And that commitment was broken almost immediately. The Veterans Land Act was used to distribute Japanese Canadian property to returning World War II vets, and it's also worth noting that Japanese Canadians were barred from serving for the Canadian Forces. So there was nothing to return to. And that feels like now when we talk about maintaining social housing, maintaining spots for people to come back to, it is hard to trust that that will happen with a plan that seems to not be fulsome enough. I am also keenly aware as I talk about my own family history and displacement that my ancestors their dispossession took place from land that is still unceded traditional territory of Coast Salish peoples who continue to advocate for land back, who continue to be affected by displacement today. I'm worried that this proposal is going to decrease net shelter rate housing over time. For-profit development might make so many fewer opportunities for SRO replacement development. I have loved ones who are PWD, person with disability, and I worry about where they go when there's not social housing for them. I will plead that Council treats this hearing as an integral part of true consultation in public governance, recognizing this is an 11th hour sort of conversation. Please take away the message that the balance of consultation wasn't right this time. The balance of where you landed might not have been right this time based on everything you're hearing. Please go back and try again. I want to remind you of the 2013 promise from the City of Vancouver, redress to Japanese Canadians. The city promised to do all it can to ensure such injustices will never happen again. So please show us how you prioritize the rights of all citizens. Please go back and do more extensive consultation with Indigenous community members, including the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. Do meaningful consultation with Japanese Canadian community to prevent the physical erasure of its history from Palugai or modern Powell Street. I want to note here that the Vancouver Heritage Commission's recommendations about historic properties in the DEOD that were carried in July are not reflected in Appendix J of the report. One of the recommendations was that heritage status take into account associations with equity-denied cultural groups and significant community gathering places. There are several places noted in the same meeting minutes that would fall under these qualifications that are of importance to these equity-denied groups. Finally, I ask that you please get a working SRO replacement strategy in place first, and as many others have said, delay until after Larry Campbell's report in spring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 313, Julie Streleski.
Speaker 313 is not in the building.
314, Beck Faifan Ochiai. And
We're just checking. No, not in the building.
speaker number 315, Kevin Adams.
315 is a duplicate as well as 316. They've already spoken.
Okay. 317, Florence Aki. Oh, sorry, Aki.
.317 is not in the building.
318, Alicia Williams.
No.
319, Deborah Hall.
We're just checking. Uh, 319 is not in the building.
Okay, 320, Nadine Chambers.
No.
Okay. 321, Christina Chu.
Uh, 321 is not on the line.
322, Brian Baraga.
No.
323, Eva Leung.
Yes, sorry, 323 is not on the line.
Sorry, not on the line?
Not on the line.
Okay. 324, Mohammed Ahmad.
No.
325, Briella Freeman.
No.
326, Manu Hare.
No.
327, Brianna Watson.
No.
328, Aphrodite Janeway.
Speaker 328 has withdrawn.
329, Iona Bonamis. Sorry.
Hello, hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello， 你好，我名係我英文名係 Iona Bonami， 同埋我中文名係陶思穎。我係喺溫哥華長大同出世嘅，同埋我就係我好多時都會喺市中心東邊同埋唐人街嗰度。Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Iona Bonami, and my Chinese name is To Si Wing. I'm a Vancouver resident, born and raised here, and as a child spent a lot of time in the downtown east side and Chinatown. Like the hundreds of speakers who have spoken before me, I am opposed to this proposal. While uplifting the downtown east side is a good goal, and I'm in support of more mixed income housing and social housing in the downtown east side and across the city, this proposal would significantly reduce the number of deeply affordable shelter rate housing and displace our most vulnerable residents who have built their lives and community in the downtown east side. You've already heard from many of the residents how disruptive the proposed changes would be to their lives and how much anxiety and fear they are feeling because they may be uprooted with no guarantee of safe housing alternatives. These residents include people of all walks of life, including veterans, Chinese elders, and Indigenous community members. I ask you to put yourselves in their shoes, even for just a few minutes, to see how you would feel if you were faced with such instability and your voices are often ignored. It would be one thing if there were options for the people impacted, but this council has made it more and more difficult to provide supportive and social housing in this city. City Council banned net new supportive housing citywide in February of this year, and then in May turned down new low-barrier housing at 7th and Arbutus. and then just last month rejected a plan to make it easier to build social housing across the city. We need more social housing and deeply affordable housing in the downtown east side, as well as across the city, to ensure that existing residents are not pushed out and potentially left on the street. So I urge you to reject this proposal and to do better in ensuring there are homes for people of all incomes in the downtown east side and throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 330, James Barrington Foote.
Speaker 330 is not in the building.
331, Becca Soff.
We're just checking.
Hello?
Is that Becca?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Becca Soft?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi. My Bluetooth ran out. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Okay, great. Hi, City Council members. I'm speaking today as a lifelong Vancouver resident of over 30 years, a city where I have myself experienced housing precariousness throughout the housing for the last decade, despite being an educated working professional and despite further supplementing my income with additional part-time jobs, just to afford living in this ever-increasingly unaffordable city.
Hi. So
I
we can barely hear you, Becca.
have been away from being unable to work and to
Hi, Becca. Sorry, we'll pause your timer. We'll give you a little bit more time. We're having a hard time hearing you, so if you can speak clearly into your speaker or your phone or whatever device you're using, that might help. Are you still there? Was she hung up? Okay. We'll go to. Then if Becca can always call back.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had some technical difficulties on our end, so we're going to go back to speaker number 325, Briella Freeman, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi. Sorry. It's Briella. Thanks. Okay. Good afternoon. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are on unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. This land has been cared for by Indigenous peoples for generations, and their knowledge and resilience continue to shape this community. I honor their stewardship and the responsibility we all share to protect and support those who call this place home. I'm a community support worker and a longtime member of the Downtown East Side. I've been part of this community since 2010. This neighborhood is not a problem to be managed or erased. It is a community full of resilience, connection, care, and humanity, even in the face of hardship. I want to begin by acknowledging the positive work happening here. Every day in this neighborhood, people support one another through programs rooted in compassion, harm reduction, outreach, peer networks, volunteer efforts, and services that literally save lives. These are not abstract services. These are lifelines that people trust because they are built with and inside this community, not imposed on it. But I'm here today because the plan before us that I oppose threatens more harm than help. What is being called progress feels more like a sledgehammer approach to a community that requires care, nuance, and community-driven planning. I also want to name a concern about this process. Holding meetings like this during standard working hours creates a real barrier for participation. Many people who work or are living in the downtown east side simply cannot attend daytime hearings. When engagement is structured in a way that excludes its residents, it raises serious concerns about whose voices are truly being heard. Let me ground my concerns in facts. about what is at stake here. Approximately 6,500 people live in SROs, according to the city's own numbers, across roughly 150 buildings in and around the downtown east side. These buildings are not just housing stock, they are people's homes. Many SROs residents live on extremely low incomes, and thousands more in this neighborhood remain at constant risk of homelessness. SRO rents have increased significantly in recent years, far outpacing income assistance, shelter rates, and pushing already vulnerable residents closer to displacement, or have already been displaced. These are not abstract numbers. These are our neighbors, our loved ones. I want more social supportive housing, real social housing, not shiny developments that displace the very people these plans claim to help. The move away from neighborhood planning toward market-driven development threatens to reduce deeply affordable housing and replace it with units that many people in the community cannot afford. This is gentrification in disguise. It looks like increased density and height without meaningful tenant protections, reduced social housing requirements in new developments, and private developers shaping the future of the downtown east side while lived experience is sidelined. This is not planning. This is a sledgehammer approach that ignores decades of community knowledge and grassroots solutions. As a community support worker who has been here for over a decade, working every day with people navigating addiction, poverty, homelessness, trauma, and systematic barriers, I can say this clearly. Housing solutions must be grounded in dignity, choice, and community. They must strengthen what already exists, not bulldoze it. We don't need outsiders deciding what the downtown east side should be. We need collaboration, respect for lived experience, protection of existing affordable housing, and expansion of social and supportive housing that keeps people housed, connected, and safe. So today I urge City Council, do not rubber stamp a plan that accelerates displacement. Do not exclude the residents through inaccessible processes. Do not sacrifice community and humanity for the sake of rapid development. If we truly want to address the housing crisis in the downtown east side, we must listen, collaborate, and invest in what already works, not dismantle it in the name of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 332, Adriana Cumming-Tiche. Nope. Okay. Both of which true. Okay. Are there any other speakers online or in the chamber? And by the way, so if there are any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. And so, Clerk, are there any additional speakers? Oh, yep. You. Okay. Hi, welcome to the chambers. If one of you want to proceed to the podium, you can speak. And if we can please get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
First name Carven, Carven. Last name Lee, Li. Resident of Vancouver. I speak as a private citizen and oppose the amendment. I want to share the story of my recently deceased friend, Secwepemc Elder Nathan Kinbasket. May he rest in peace. One of his children lives in the downtown east side. When he visited family or local organizations, it was because he knew there are people like him there, and there are low-income and culturally safe assets there. Urban Indigenous people are overrepresented among the homeless, and many are SRO tenants. Under the current DEOD plan, 60% of new units must be social housing. This amendment cuts that to 20% while adding height and density, and would reduce shelter rate units from 20% to 4%. This is not a minor adjustment. It changes who new housing in the DEOD is for, shifting new density from low-income residents to a very specific market, a very unforgiving one where there's been 155 SRO building sales in the downtown east side since 2001. B, most SRO purchases are by private entities, and over 6,500 residents hold on to last resort tenancies and dilapidated SROs, while many more are houseless. In the report, scenario 4A, which is the most viable in examples of sites, assumes that a for-profit rental development can replace demolished SRO units as deeply discounted below market housing, only if those units make up no more than 10% of the new building. Requiring more affordable units is deemed unviable. If the city is prepared to forego millions in tax and DCL revenue to secure a 12% return on private projects that only replace about 10% of SRO units, it should be prepared to have those same resources and direct much more towards acquisition and nonprofit projects that deliver far more replacement and far less displacement. Property values matter in one of the hottest real estate markets. So thank you, Councillor Bly, Fry, Maloney, and Orr for asking staff explicitly about this. The report explicitly tests scenario 4A's risk of upward pressure on land value, finding low risk unless replacement SRO units drop significantly below 10% of total units. I do not believe that we have heard enough from staff, Blair. Even if scenario 4A private developers are not in the profit space to outbid nonprofits immediately, hitting exactly 12% profit, what stops modest shift like extra DCL waiver, tax exemptions from offering slight profitability boosts, and then the market now gradually resets land expectation higher across the entire DEOD? We must be very attentive to land value. I warn that not being attentive enough on how pressure can creep in, strictly looking at viability and not lobbying strong enough would lead to displacement. Viability challenges do not emerge in a vacuum. When this council took office, portion of the SRO stock were already deteriorating towards closure, and land values around the DEOD were rising. What was missing was stronger land value forecasting, SROC risk modeling, or site acquisition strategies needed in 2019-2020. The low-income housing surveys from 2017 to 19 had already signaled concerning SRO stock decreases. And my personal thought is that had the DTES LAP had more frequent and meaningful updates rather than the 3-year ones we had, we would have been in a more successful place protecting affordable housing stock. The neighborhood's appeal to developers reflect previous government's disinvestment and some more recent years of governments not coming back to the table for housing in a big enough way. That gap widened further as social and mixed income housing was constrained elsewhere in the city, eased only marginally by the 2023 missing middle motion. We got here to this dire place because of politics. We know that housing is a human right, and the structural dynamics of this market are politicized dynamics. A viable plan must serve the public interest.
I'm sorry, we're at time.
It could shift citywide.
Sorry, we're at time, and we've been getting everyone's keep on time. Sorry about that. Thank you. Did you please go ahead? Yeah. And if we can please get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record.
I'm Vern Lorenz, resident of Vancouver. I think the current plan needs improvements. Your Worship, Mayor Sims, honorable councillors, I thank you for your attention as I address this serious matter. In my opinion, this decision will affect thousands of people for the next 100 years. My hope is that you will consider how history will judge your decision. This, I believe, requires a depth of reflection beyond the more immediate and superficial objective of getting back the city's swagger. Consider that you're addressing the poorest postal code in Canada. I think this should be an important consideration in your decision. Several thousand years ago, a prophet said, "The poor will always be with you." I take hope and comfort in the fact that this prophet did not say, "The oppressed will always be with you." I know oppression takes many forms. The Japanese internment camps, Chinese head tax, the residential schools are Canadian examples. More local examples are the demolition of Hogan's Alley, which is still remembered at African American heritage celebrations. A more recent example is the Gastown riot. The mayor at the time used the declaration of the War Measures Act, which suspended habeas corpus across the country, to arrest and attack individuals he considered undesirable, even if they were law-abiding. Today, we can be thankful that this abuse of the law by a Vancouver mayor in the past led to more accountability from Canadian governments in the use of their emergency powers. Whether this zoning proposal will likely break up a community and displace marginalized people amounts to oppression, you must decide. This decision takes place in an environment where many believe the council and the mayor are already engaged in class warfare against the downtown east side residents. To many, Operation Barrage looks more like a military occupation than community policing. Many feel this is not only negative in and of itself, but diverts resources from much needed and more productive endeavors like the school lunch program. Note that this is not the first time the city has gone through a housing crisis. The current housing situation has similarities to the 70s, and different mayors have had different approaches. One took a heavy-handed approach, which resulted in the Gastown riots. Another took a collaborative approach, which resulted in, among other projects, the South Falls Creek development. It was a co-op housing, a project that was so successful, it influenced many similar projects across the country. My hope is that each council member will ask themselves, what does it mean to be human when considering this issue? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and be displayed during the recess. We're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come to call in or come forward to the podium.
Hi, speakers. Please remain on the line. We will be calling you.
All right, councillors, we're back. Now, just logistically, um, uh, to respect the speakers, there might be some more coming on. If we can, and we're coming close to 5 o'clock, so the suggestion from the clerk is we keep going to hear the speakers, close the speakers list, at which time we're mandated to have a break. And then we can go and finish the business of the day. So if someone would like to pass that motion, like maybe, depending on who shows up, 6 to 12. Nope. Okay, Councillor Fry.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. Mayor,
Yep.
Councillor Dominato, could you just elaborate on what time we would reconvene if we're gonna hear the rest of the speakers and then close the list and then move to a
Yeah.
break?
So
What time roughly are we thinking?
So there are some speakers that have come on. They're waiting online. There's a couple in the chamber, so we would hear them. close the speakers list, and then break for dinner, and then come back and finish the rest of the business today. No.
Okay.
That's,
Thank you for
we don't have
clarifying
to
that. I
go back,
appreciate it.
and we don't go back. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So, yeah. Yeah, there could be more. So, okay. Is someone going to second Councillor Fry's motion? Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Any discussion? Great. All in favor say yay. Okay. Yes, to extend to complete the speakers list, like close the speakers list. Then we will be taking a break for dinner. And then we're going to come back. Yep. Okay, great. So all in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Okay, so one opposed. So we will close the speakers list. Okay. So the first speaker online is the blocked number.
Hello.
Hi. Can we please get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please?
Of course. My first name is Jamang and my last name is Shu. And I am a resident. Sorry, my number is I'm calling from the hospital. I just want to say thank you, Council Mayor, other speakers, and thank you to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples for stewarding the land we're on. I wish to speak after hearing throughout today and last week many of the other speakers voicing their fear of displacement and also voicing historical examples where peoples were displaced following a major change. I want to share personally, I'm currently a resident doctor with Vancouver Coastal Health. In 2021, I moved to Vancouver to start my residency in psychiatry. At that time, with the housing crisis going on, I felt really fortunate that I had enough funds to get temporary lodging. But even though I had a physical home, I left behind my friends and family in Ontario and Quebec. And I felt loneliness for years afterwards that only today is starting to wane. I feel in the stories of the other speakers, all of us have personal histories of displacement that could be reactivated if these changes go ahead very quickly and disrupts the social ties between people. 2 years ago, living in Mount Pleasant, I took part in a Better Together roundtable on homelessness. There were people with lived experiences of being unhoused, but I was the only participant there who had never had such lived experience. We ended up making a collage from cutting out magazine images of what home meant to us. And as so many other speakers have said, home is so much more than 4 walls, a roof, and a door. I would used to walk along Humpkin from the gathering place to St. Paul's Hospital and also where the former Thomas Donaghy OP overdose prevention site was. I felt walking amongst people's tents that I was actually traversing through their living rooms. I stepped around cartons of orange juice and laundry detergent, and I saw how good we are at making a home as human beings, even without the physical roof, 4 walls, and a door. I was surprised by how much home came up in my clinical work on the addictions medicine team and in psychiatry. I remember seeing one patient in the ER. He was admitted for an infection needing IV antibiotics and surgical care. But he was telling us that he'd been homeless for so long, he couldn't keep waiting for housing, and he wanted to have medical assisted aid in dying because of his hopelessness. There are a number of other patients I've helped to assess who had suicidal ideation because of years of homelessness and not being able to see this change. And there was a gentleman who came to us from his SRO. He had alcohol use disorder, and when I was speaking to him about the plan for going home, he told us he's willing to go to his primary care center and ask for other alcohol use disorder medications. But he told us in his building there's no place to have recreation, but just to relax, and nothing positive to take the place of alcohol when alcohol is given up. And finally, I'll always remember a man who used opioids taking methadone, but the elevator in his SRO broke down. He couldn't get to the pharmacy, nor could it be delivered, and he used the remainder of his physical energy to help his partner living on another floor. He tells us he wished they could have enough space to live together in a single unit, and he told me he wouldn't have started using straight hydromorphone if he could get his methadone if the building elevator was working. So all these interactions show me that a physical wall, roof, and door are part of the solution, but they might be more
And I'm
harmful
sorry,
than
we're at time, but
Yeah,
thank you very much. Thank you. Have a great day. Speaker number, or the next speaker, I should say, with the last 4 digits of the phone number is 1392. Are you on the line? One three nine two. Last digits 2378.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, are your last digits 2378?
That's right.
Yep. If I can please get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Madeline Andrews, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. Thank you for hearing all the speakers and holding this hearing. I've lived in Vancouver for 36 and a half years, and as you all know, like, so much has changed. And yeah, growing up, I witnessed a lot of family members, or like a couple of specific family members, fighting against the cuts of federal housing, or to federal housing, specifically like working class housing that people like lower middle and lower incomes could afford through the 60s, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and part of the 80s. Thousands and thousands of units used to be built that were affordable, that they would be co-ops, they would be government housing. And then by the early 90s, that all stopped. That funding all got cut. I grew up with like around a lot of co-ops, and a lot of my friends were in cheaper housing, but once we graduated, that was not available. I witnessed people fighting against private landowners, violently like evicting their tenants, and just the effects that fight had against the people being like maybe pushed out isn't the word. I heard someone using the word banished, and that seems a lot more fitting. You know, people aren't, like, these neighborhoods aren't getting gentrified. People are getting banished from their home. And, you know, there's ways that we could go about with housing that not only benefit the tenants themselves and communities and all our communities and all our children, our young people graduating, young people looking for work that are coming into the city. There's safer ways of housing people, and that can impact also the economy. It can impact like how many hospital visits we see. It can impact how many police visits we see. When people have safe homes, this research has been shown again and again and again that having affordable housing makes it safer for everybody, and it's an investment in the whole society, and it cuts costs. It cuts emergency costs. So I just really want to emphasize that, because this proposal here that you have is the opposite of that. Market housing has impacted various neighborhoods in all the neighborhoods in Vancouver so greatly. It doesn't create big towers. Have not seemed to create community. They haven't seemed to allow people working the thousands and thousands of jobs that do not pay over $50 an hour, which is sort of what you need to afford renting, and then more than that if you want to buy in this city. The fact of the matter is the jobs that are in this city do not pay that, or the percentage is low. I really want to emphasize too the amount of hours that organizers and tenants and community members have put in pushing back on this motion for over a year now. All of that effort really could have been put into the hours that people are finding new solutions of creating tenant housing, of creating a tenant-owned community housing. There's really amazing solutions that community members are fighting for and getting built. So congrats on the achievements that even despite not being funded by City Council recently, they matter so much, and I can't wait until a time period when we don't have to spend hundreds of hours organizing against a motion that is going to banish people from the downtown east side further. It's a shame. It's a shame that so many speakers have had to speak up to this. It's a shame that some of our the most really bright brains have had to dedicate so much time to pushing back on this motion. And
I'm sorry you're at time. Maybe. Thank you very much. The next speaker who has the last four digits, 5052.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi. If you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Kirkland, and I've been a resident of Vancouver since 1977, and I oppose the recommendation city staff has put before you. I care deeply about this neighborhood, and for the past 18 years, I've been a volunteer with a nonprofit in the downtown east side. And I've been reflecting on, shortly after I started volunteering, I was leaving the place where I was working and volunteering, and decided to walk along Hastings Street rather than taking the bus. And I was a little bit nervous because I had this image, from what I'd heard in the news, about what it was going to be like. And I quickly found out it was the exact opposite feeling of what I anticipated. And I was so impressed with the vitality amongst the community. Block after block, I heard people engaging in conversation. I heard lots of laughter, people shouting out greetings to passersby, people helping one another, people sharing food, playing their music. I was able to make eye contact, say hi to a lot of people. And then when I got to the intersection of Hastings and Cambie, it was like a switch had been flipped. And certain people looked like their clothes had been through the washing machine recently, that they'd had a shower. But virtually everybody, there were far less people on the street, and virtually everyone had their face in a phone. And really, the only sound I heard was traffic. And by the time I got to the art gallery where I was meeting a friend for coffee, I realized I felt a lot more comfortable in the downtown east side than the downtown business core. And in the downtown east side, I felt a sense of heart and soul, and it was just the exact opposite of what I anticipated. And I love hanging out in the downtown east side, going to the theaters and restaurants. So in my opinion, the downtown east side is a real gem in this city. It's a vibrant, diverse, and multicultural community. It has great historical significance with lots of character buildings, unlike many other parts of the city. The neighborhood is filled with hardworking people working to stay alive, and those working to help them do so. There are people running small businesses, there's artists, there's young professionals, there's seniors, to name a few. And from what I understand, the downtown east side Oppenheimer district has always been an affordable neighborhood. The things that upset me about the recommendations you are reviewing is the reduction in social housing that will come as a result of the proposed changes to rezoning, the reduction of view corridors. Any other neighborhood would be up in arms, and the removal of the heritage status for many of the buildings in the neighborhood. This is such an important part of our city, and it's very precious, and I think we need to protect it. I'm blown away with the compassion I've heard from the speakers, and I'm sure you are too. And I think also I am really impressed with the number of academics that have spoken before you. So if you listen to nothing else, please listen to the experts and the science on this. So my questions to Mayor and Council are, has there been an in-depth social impact assessment completed? I know that there were open houses, but that's not really dialogue, big rooms with posters about the proposed changes. Where's the dialogue? And I guess my biggest question is, who is ultimately going to benefit from these proposed changes? So would you please consider sending the report you received back to City Council for further review? Thank you for the time, and I appreciate all of you who are doing public service. It's not an easy job.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker, or the next person is has the phone number ending in 9028.
Hello.
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Mayor and Council, my name's Mark Scott. I've lived in East Vancouver for 35 years. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. I've had the privilege of working and volunteering with downtown Eastside residents on and off for 30 years on the traditional unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Who I see living on the downtown east side, and there's a lot of overlap, is overwhelmingly low income people. Youth who have aged out of care, poorly paid service workers, the working poor, survival sex trade workers, artists, women fleeing abuse, Indigenous elders. 30% of the neighborhood is Indigenous people, low-income families, single-parent families, people with traumatic brain injuries, musicians, residential school survivors, 60s scoop survivors, people with physical disabilities, trauma survivors, Chinese elders, people with intellectual disabilities, people coping with trauma, grief, and loss with drugs and alcohol, queer and trans people, Japanese elders, seniors on fixed incomes, people with mental health issues. This is who you say this proposal is for, a community of people who are struggling to survive and work toward health, some of the most vulnerable among us. But it doesn't make sense, this proposal. It doesn't make sense to build for-profit market rental housing to provide not-for-profit shelter rate housing. If the need is shelter rate housing, social and supported housing, you need to build social and supported housing, not private market rental housing with 4% shelter rate housing. You're proposing to allow developers to radically decrease the number of shelter rate housing units that they're required to provide. Not to mention, they have no expertise in supported housing, which allows many residents on the downtown east side to retain their housing and improve their health. How does less equal more? You've said developers need, quote, additional incentives, unquote, to build in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district. And you propose using public money, tax dollars, to subsidize profit-driven real estate developers to build high-density rental market housing in a very small area of land. Is this a responsible use of taxes? You said developers will partner with nonprofits, but nonprofits have different priorities than developers. Nonprofits have the well-being of residents in their interest. Developers have making a profit their interest. If those priorities conflict, whose priorities are going to win? You say that no one will be displaced by these proposed developments. There's a finite amount of land. So where are all these buildings going to be built? There's not enough land in the DEOD and Thornton Park to build near enough towers with 4% shelter rate housing to provide the up to 10,000 new units that are needed. You say that these developments would not mean that no nonprofit housing will get built. But where would it go? Where will all the people go? Out of the community where they access healthcare, food security resources, health care. I hope it's not lost on you that the people who would be displaced are people who have been historically displaced. You said you believe this proposal would not encourage real estate speculation, drive up land values, and promote gentrification, pricing nonprofits out of the market. I didn't hear any reason why that would not happen. How is that working out in other previously low-income neighborhoods? I live in Grandview Woodlands, and I can tell you that the massive influx of higher-income people into that neighborhood has priced everyone else out of the market, caused massive increases in rent, decreased housing stock, and created an uneasy mix of people struggling to survive and people who are afraid of us. You said that as you close SROs and modular housing, before building any newer, safer housing, you're saying that people will be relocated. But where? As the housing stock has dwindled, the number of people on the street has increased. I heard a vague mention of BC housing. Anyone who's been on a BC housing wait list can tell you that the wait is impossibly long. Even if the people being relocated are bumped to the front of the line gets longer for everyone else. Many of those folks are unhoused on the street and being displaced on the regular by city workers and DPD, having their makeshift homes and belongings and their pets taken. Why would you not give those same subsidies, proceeds from the empty homes tax, I would say property taxes, but you chose not to increase those, directly to nonprofit housing organizations who know the community, know how to build purpose-built housing for the people who already live there, and know how to support people who are facing multiple challenges to retain housing. I urge you to pause any talk of rezoning and revisit how to meet the demand for social and supportive housing without displacing people who live there.
I'm sorry, you're at time. Great, thank you very much. Next speaker, last four digits ending in 1536.
Sound check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. If you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Hi, my name is T. Zhang. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm a software engineer and I'm a home buyer, and I have lived downtown and worked downtown for all of my career. I have downtown Eastside friends. As someone who values intellectual honesty and technical rigor, I approach all proposals with good faith, neutral stance, and curiosity. So I came into this not knowing whether I want to support or oppose. I make decisions after I gather data, and I base my decisions on the data I gather. This applies to work. This applies to my evaluation of the downtown Eastside zoning proposal as a civilian. I encourage the council to approach the vote with the same data-driven approach, with intellectual honesty, integrity, and technical rigor. The data I've gathered so far has concluded that I'm going to oppose this proposal, and this opposition comes from a data-driven place and a rational place. Many speakers at this hearing have made compelling speeches from sociological, anthropological, and civil engineering places. Thoughtful, multifaceted arguments that came from research, lived experiences, expertise. As somebody who is new to the subject matter, I had to approach it and comprehend it in a way that I understood as a software guy. In the software business, often we have legacy applications that contain years and years of code and infrastructure built and designed by people at various stages of burnout and exhaustion. This is the case at all sizes of companies, from serious ABC startups to 80K people enterprises. When a junior software engineer comes in, they will often want to suggest a rewrite because they think that is cleaner, is more effective. However, rewriting a legacy software system would mean making new mistakes. It never works. Delivering a piece of software also entails extensive research for the pain the software is supposed to address. In my analogy, this proposal is the piece of software proposed by the city, and the city is suggesting a rewrite of a legacy system that still works, but is struggling to work, with a set of new features that do not meet the requirements of the users. Cutting requirement for social housing from 60% to 20%, it does not sound viable for the city and the housing crisis that we are experiencing. So, bulldozing, if we want to, I'm hearing speakers, in the software business, if a legacy system is struggling, we look to fix it first. We don't burn it to the ground. In this case, I'm hearing speakers from the downtown east side talk about their lived experiences and work expertise. I'm hearing broken elevators. I'm hearing organizations and NGOs that could be better funded. If we want to improve living conditions and life qualities of the downtown east side, we should invest in existing social and civil infrastructures and fund those organizations and pay the people that know how to do the work and give money directly to the residents because it's research proven. Bulldozing what is working and that just needs support to build a whole new thing that is less good, it makes no sense. I asked the city to please go back to the drawing board and gather requirements for the problem that we are trying to solve by speaking more with the community members, those that actually live there, and perhaps with health authorities, the Vancouver Coastal Health, the Ministry of Health even, maybe the Vancouver General Hospital. And it just seems like we have a software that is struggling with computing resources, but instead of throwing money at better computing resources, more CPUs, more RAMs, better graphic cards, we are just trying to blow everything up and build from scratch and veering into unknown territory and creating more mistakes. It makes absolutely no sense. And it does feel like the city is run by people who care about professional delivery. So that's what we'd like to see. So final note on this. In software, we have messaging queues. When a message is sent, often we want an acknowledgement. So between the speakers and the voting, is it okay for Mayor Sim to summarize the points that have been iterated by the community members and academics and experts during this hearing? We trust that the mayor has heard the public, the speakers are here to serve the data, and you are here to make decisions based on that data. It would be very confidence-inspiring to hear acknowledgement that this data has been received. And thank you very much for the hard work involved in all of this.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker with the last four digits, 6552.
Hello?
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Yes. Hello. My name is Erin Brownjohn, and I am a Vancouver resident. And my family has a long history in Vancouver. I'm a fourth generation Vancouverite. My family was displaced from Vancouver in the 40s when their home was appropriated under the Veterans Land Act. And that displacement had profound impacts on our family that have persisted to the present. I don't wish displacement on anyone, so I am opposed to this motion. I have been listening with interest online to all of the proceedings last week and this week, and I was really pleased to hear the staff report that mentioned that the 2014 plan had succeeded in stabilizing land values and exceeded its social housing targets. That's a really big success, and it should be celebrated, even if the amount of social housing doesn't quite meet the actual need on the ground. And yet, we're revisiting this program that has been working and succeeding at creating new social housing, because we're told that this is that it has not reached its targets for market housing, and so we need to scrap this plan that's working and replace it with one that provides incentives for profit developers, which includes significantly reducing social housing requirements in new builds while increasing density and providing payouts to developers. And I'm asking why? Why do we need market housing in the downtown east side when everyone can clearly see that that is not the area's most pressing need? I'm very concerned that this is a recipe for displacement, that This plan would significantly decrease the amount of new housing available at deeply affordable shelter rates. That it will drive, and that it will drive up. Excuse me, sorry. It sounds like there's someone else on the line.
We had a
Can
bit
you
of.
still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, as I was saying, I'm very concerned that people will be displaced under this plan as it's proposed, that it's going to significantly decrease the amount of new housing available at deeply affordable shelter rates, and that it will drive up the cost of land and make it more difficult for nonprofits and co-ops to build on-market housing, and that it will ultimately leave people with no place to go. Everyone knows that the Downtown East Side and Oppenheimer District has some very challenging problems that we all want to see solved, but I don't believe that these problems will be solved by the market. Leaving housing to the market is one of the reasons why we have so many problems in the first place. For decades now, all levels of government have failed to invest in non-market housing. And in the absence of that leadership, for-profit developers have shown that they are unwilling or unable to build the kinds of housing that are most needed in this city. And I realize that this is not a problem that the city alone has caused, and I don't think the city alone should bear the burden of solving it. I would like to see the city become a stronger advocate for housing funding from senior levels of government to help address this issue. And I would love to see the city investigate other options for non-market housing. Finally, I think it's very concerning that there has been no social impact assessment, and I think it's time to pump the brakes a little. This is a life or death decision for some people in the Downtown East Side, and we need to not rush it. I'd like to see the plan referred back to staff so they can do their due diligence in consulting Downtown East Side residents and groups and explore other options for funding social housing, and ultimately delay making a decision until we know the outcome of Larry Campbell's report. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker has the last four digits, 6054. Are you there? Oh, okay. Yeah, please come up. Awesome. And if that's okay. Awesome. If you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're resident of Vancouver, please.
Thanks. My name's Kathy Shimizu, and yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Okay.
Sorry, it was kind of confusing. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As I said, my name is Kathy Shimizu. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I live and work on the stolen and occupied ancestral territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I am a Sansei, third-generation Japanese-Canadian settler. I work in the Downtown East Side, and I was a member of the Downtown East Side Local Area Planning Process Committee, or the LAP Committee. I'm speaking in opposition to the Downtown East Side Housing Implementation Report and ask that you delay and reconsider the proposed changes to the zoning in the DEOD and Thornton Park. I'm grateful to the many speakers who have already shared why this matters so much to many of us, and the extraordinary level of love and commitment that we all have for the Downtown East Side, which is the heart of our city. As a member of the LAP committee, I was fortunate to work alongside hundreds of other people on the Downtown East Side plan, including the members of the Japanese Canadian, Nikkei, Indigenous, and Downtown East Side communities. The DEOD maps right onto Pautogai, the historic Japanese Canadian Powell Street neighborhood. The 60/40 zoning in the DEOD was a hard-won result of so many hours of meetings and volunteer work by LAP committee members and the Downtown East Side community to help ensure that the plan fulfills its goals to, and I quote, ensure the future of the Downtown East Side improves the lives of those who currently live in the area, particularly low-income people and those who are most vulnerable, which will benefit the city as a whole, unquote. 10 years into the 30-year plan, this zoning has helped slow gentrification, reduce land speculation, kept property values low, and allowed thousands of much-needed shelter-rate housing units to be built, which in turn has allowed the low-income community Downtown East Side residents to stay in the neighborhood, close to the services and support networks they need. The language around the plan and the proposal need the housing targets to be listed side by side with the actual need and in the year it was made, in order to be clear that the target refers to what you think can be built in the current climate, while the need reflects, for example, now, the 10,000 shelter rate units we actually need in this moment in time. To use the market rental target from 2013 as a basis for an SRO replacement strategy in 2026 is a terrible decision, because we know that the market will not generate shelter rate housing, and because a few shelter rate housing units at any cost in this tiny 21 block zone will not support current residents or address homelessness. The Downtown Eastside Plan and this proposal need long-term vision, not reactionary zoning proposals. And because we know that when the market bounces back, removing this protective zoning will mean low-income people will be pushed out of the neighborhood. Market targets can be met outside the DEOD in our very large city, which has plenty of other land to be developed. We need the 60/40 zoning to protect the human rights of low-income and other marginalized groups in the neighborhood, namely the right to housing and the right to remain where they live. We need you to uphold the city's commitment for its 2013 apology to the Japanese Canadian community for the city's actions during the Second World War to, quote, do all it can to ensure all such injustices will not happen again to any of its residents, thereby upholding the principle of human rights, justice, and equality now and in the future. Also, because of this area's national significance to all Japanese Canadians, while the city has a responsibility to its residents, it also holds the responsibility of this history to the entire country. And while I don't want heritage issues to stand in the way of creating shelter-rate housing, there needs to be some assurances that buildings of historic significance to the Japanese Canadian community are not all demolished, resulting in the erasure of our history. We need more time for in-depth consultation and exploration of all options and alternatives, and we need to add more tools to create housing and support an alternative plan. Like the SRO Collaborative, I call for the exclusion of certain sites from being developed into towers, like the 28 privately owned SROs in the DEOD, and sites of legacy businesses like the Ovaltine and Sunrise Market, historical and cultural assets, and other places that matter. I support the ideas of the SRO Collaborative that focus on the development of 25-foot lots in the DEOD to create density and retain the character of the neighborhood while supporting family-run small businesses and properties. These smaller buildings foster communities of tenants who support each other that the SRO Collaborative also supports. These buildings can be built more quickly than towers, use mass timber prefab construction that also supports local industry. Economies of scale can be achieved by developing several 25-foot lots simultaneously and working with other nonprofits and families who own properties. So I ask you to delay these changes to ensure SRO replacement without displacement and erasure is the case. And I look forward to working with the formal and informal mutual and aid networks of groups of residents and groups and residents in the Downtown East Side and with the city to create the solutions that we all need to ensure that the most marginalized are prioritized. Thank you.
Great. Kathy, and right on time. Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker is a blocked number. Are you on the line?
Hello?
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
Yes, I didn't know what my number was blocked, but my name is Jenny Simpson. I am a resident of Vancouver.
Please go ahead.
I'm speaking today. Yeah. I'm speaking today to oppose the development proposal. I'm a longtime resident of East Vancouver, former teacher, youth worker, and now a counselor in East Vancouver. I'd like to thank the speakers who went before. It's been pretty amazing to witness so many people speak up and advocate for themselves and their community. One of my first jobs in Vancouver was at a day camp in Strathcona in 2002. And this was my introduction to the daily life of the Downtown Eastside community. Our program was underfunded. So we didn't have money for bus transit, so we walked everywhere. And as we took 20 plus 6 to 9-year-olds to the Downtown East Side to parks and events, it was a really daunting task. As we began our journeys down Georgia, Powell, or Kiefer, started to notice that people would respectfully clear the sidewalk and smile at us as we walked by. Often there would be brief interactions where residents would be interacting with the kids, and there was laughter on both sides. It was really beautiful to see these kids who lived in some of Vancouver's first intentionally built social housing at Raycam and Chinatown
connect so well with their neighbors. And now, over the last 20 years, I've continued to work or volunteer in East Vancouver and downtown Eastside with several organizations. I've also lost several loved ones and family members to overdose here. Despite these losses, I do not see the downtown Eastside as a dangerous place that should be controlled or forcibly disconnected and displaced, which is what the uplifting proposal of the DEOD suggests. The citizens of the downtown Eastside are not an inconvenience to other Vancouverites, as it is often depicted in news media, YouTube channels, political campaigns. It can be uncomfortable and often heartbreaking to witness how many people are struggling in the downtown Eastside. However, ordering police to take down community members' tents, passing motions that reduce funding for shelters or support of nonprofits, condemning SROs, and proposing the recent uplifting redevelopments will not be successful in addressing the largest issue in the neighborhood, creating a sustainable amount of safe, secure housing for more of its current residents. The UN and Canadian Human Rights Commission both state safe, secure housing is a human right. Maybe in order to understand this better, we need to look back to psychologist Bruce Alexander's model of rat park. In this experiment at SFU in the late 70s and early 80s, Alexander's research found that the rats living in stimulating, clean, healthy environments experienced increased connection, increased health outcomes, and reduced addictive behavior. However, the rats who lived in cages where they were isolated and understimulated experienced increased chances of depression, addiction, anxiety, cognitive decline, and lack of self-care. Residents of the downtown east side work hard to create a connected environment despite the obstacles they face. They take care of each other in many ways, and it is a kind of connection building that is essential to minimizing isolation and its negative effects. If these uplifting developments begin dismantling what the downtown east side community has built over the course of many years by displacing over 10,000 people and disregarding cultural supports and core heritage buildings and landmarks, it will surely cause the further decline of the health and welfare of Vancouver's poorest citizens. Similar to the recent Kiefer, Winters, or summer SRO fires, people will have nowhere to go if these homes vanish, whether they are redeveloped, burnt down, or condemned. But the effect this is the same. Residents are displaced with no other options. Someone earlier said that gentrification wasn't a strong enough word, so I'm going to say gentrification/banishment is a colonial practice that is responsible for the effects of Western Canada's history. Indigenous genocide, the Chinese head tax, Japanese internment camps, and in recent history, the destruction of Hogan's Alley. Gentrified developments are built on the principle of exclusion. This is not a fair way to govern, as the city represents all citizens. I urge Council to work with the residents of the communities and the committees of the Carnegie Housing Committee and Larry Campbell's team to create a more cooperative plan. Please defer this decision until the provincial and federal government are able to participate in the process as planned. We need to include the voices of the residents, as it has been demonstrated many times in this public hearing and others. They are the experts in what their community needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next phone number, last four digits, 0424.
Hello.
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name, and if you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Thank you. My name is Liz Bell, and I am a resident and a homeowner in Vancouver. And I am calling in to express my opposition to the motion that's currently on the table. And I've been listening on and off through these several meetings, and I do appreciate that you are giving us all an opportunity to call in, and I strongly hope that you are actually listening to the fact that there are this many people who are willing to give up as much time as we have over these last few days to continue to come in and wait on the phone to make our point. Unlike the last time I called in when over 600 of us spoke against a motion and you passed it anyway. Anyway, on to what we're talking about today, that currently in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district, the zoning protections keep out speculative condos, and they require new rental buildings to be at least 60% social housing. It requires social housing to rent 33% of units to people on social assistance. But this new plan reduces these protections to let developers build up to 32-story rental towers, of which only 20% would need to be social housing, and only 20% of the social housing would need to be rented to people on social assistance. That means in a new building, only 4% of those total units would actually need to be affordable for people on social assistance. This is an appalling option where there are over 6,000 SROs that need to be replaced and another 3,500 residents with no fixed address. What the city needs to have, and what I strongly urge you to undertake, is to create a plan that prioritizes deeply affordable, safe, secure, and dignified purpose-built housing. Several people have mentioned that these things are a human right. By having over 10,000 people in the city without safe, secure, dignified, purposeful housing, we are ignoring and denying their human rights. These housing facilities need to have independent shelter rates, supportive, senior, culturally appropriate, and family housing without pushing people out of their community. These buildings need to accommodate people that are currently living in the SRO units, as well as the unhoused folks. There must be air-conditioned, universally accessible units that are at least 350 square feet and include a washroom and a kitchen as the absolute basics. In education. I work in public education here on the east side of Vancouver, and I know that we have families who are living in the downtown east side. They cannot live in 350 square feet. That is the bare minimum of a requirement. The developments must include community spaces like rec rooms, community gardens, and community kitchens. There needs to be public space with trees, shade, benches, waste bins, washroom, and recreation opportunities for all community members, from small children through families to the elderly. There must be places and plans to increase mental health support and peer outreach. If the city chooses to do anything less than this, it is to ignore the current needs of the community and increase the hardships and challenges of the future, and only pushing this problem further down the road and increasing the troubles that it will cause for the people who currently live there. As a resident, as a homeowner, as a taxpayer, as well as a human with compassion for my fellow human beings, I categorically oppose this plan, and I strongly, strongly urge you, Council, to vote against it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Liz. The next speaker, last four digits, 0287.
Hello?
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yes, my name is Brian Braga. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I have a speaker number 322.
Okay, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Your Worship, Councillors, my name is Brian Braga. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite from East Van, and I'm a graduate student at the School of Community and Regional Planning at the University of British Columbia. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to the proposal as it stands, and I urge you to refer it back to staff to explore other options for Council's consideration. I want to share a little bit of my journey as to why I decided to go into planning school and how this relates to our discussion today. As somebody that grew up in East Van and has volunteered many a time in the downtown east side, it's definitely heartbreaking to see how the downtown east side residents have continued to suffer and have not had access to appropriate shelter throughout this period of time. Now, after getting my bachelor's degree, I wanted to be part of something that helped my community, and that's why I decided to go into urban planning. I wanted to work specifically in affordable housing development, and my thought in going into planning school was that I would be able to learn from the mistakes of the past and use that education to ensure that I wasn't going to perpetuate those types of harms onto the community I was trying to serve. During these classes, we've learned about the displacement of Indigenous peoples on lands that we are currently on today. the Japanese-Canadian displacement during World War II, and the displacement of the vibrant Black community in Hogan's Alley to make way for the Georgia Viaduct. And during this time, it made me reflect on the type of planner that I would want to be. And that's why I stand in opposition to the plan as it currently stands. Now, I understand that the intent of the original motion from the councillor was to get staff to bring back options that council could discuss. They currently only brought back a single recommendation, which is to rezone the neighborhood. And as has been discussed by hundreds of residents of Vancouver that have spoken over the course of the past few hearings, there are several harms that come as a result of the proposal as it stands. Specifically, I call upon council to defer this decision back to staff in order for them to come up with new options that don't result in the displacement of currently existing residents in the downtown east side. Presently, the proposal would reduce the percentage of social housing in new development from 60 to 20% and would reduce the shelter rate housing provision from 33 to 20%. Overall, this means that only 4% of new units built would be affordable for those on income assistance. Currently, the city's plan for the DEOD will gentrify rather than uplift the neighborhood. This plan is fundamentally inadequate. It fails to provide affordable housing, worsens existing crises, and threatens the well-being of the neighborhood's current residents. And as an academic, as a graduate student at the University of British Columbia, at the School of Community and Regional Planning, I stand in solidarity with 200 other academics who have signed on to an open letter opposing the proposed changes to the DEOD. I specifically call upon the council to mandate staff to do three things. Number one, to engage in comprehensive consultation with impacted community members, including the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council and the Japanese Canadian community. Second, for council to mandate a report back on conversations between the mayor's office and the provincial and federal housing ministers to find funding for deeply affordable housing. And three, the development of a plan to retain downtown eastside assets and create more shelter-rate housing without displacement. Now, I've been paying attention to the public hearing over the past few days, and one speaker stood out in particular. He was talking about how he had been a resident in the downtown east side for decades and has had many friends in the neighborhood. Single-room occupancy rooms are the last resort for so many of our city residents. And he saw how the fire at an SRO that one of his friends was staying in resulted in that person not having the community of care that was built around him as he was a drug user. He ended up overdosing and dying as a result. The proposal as it stands will lead to further displacement of some of the city's most vulnerable residents. This will lead to people, our friends, our family, our community dying.
And I'm sorry, we're at time.
And so I oppose this motion as it
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker has the last four digits, 1900. Are you on the line?
Hello?
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name.
Hi, hello. Yes.
If you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm Nadia Revelo. I'm resident of the Obsidian and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation called Vancouver. I'm a member of CUPE, and I want to send a message of solidarity with the municipal worker who has been fired and going to be fired by the ABC majority government. I'm calling to express my opposition to this plan. I listened to the staff reasoning behind this plan and the city council concerns about speculation, the lack of housing units in the city, and the need for new, in quote, new partnership and, in quote, new approach. However, I'm hearing the same solution, more market housing and less social housing, which leads to the gentrification and allows developers and real estate investment trusts to acquire land at low cost. The community has protected land prices, keeping the law in the Oppenheimer district through the zoning. But today, ABC councillors and the mayor want to change this protection, allowing the market to profit and continue speculation. The current DOD zoning is an example of a community-based solution to the housing crisis. It should be upheld and replicated in other areas of Vancouver rather than erased. We all know that Vancouver is facing a housing crisis and has one of the highest rates of death due to the poison drugs and poverty in Canada. Despite resident opposition, the ABC majority government continues to push policies that benefit developers and speculators, worsening the homelessness situation by providing fewer affordable units for people with annual income under $35,000. If the ABC majority government is generally concerned about the housing speculation and security in the DOD, they should advocate for closing the loophole that allows real estate investment trusts to engage in speculation. This municipal government should also focus on addressing money laundering in real estate rather than wasting millions of dollars harassing people on the street with police presence. Instead of reducing or stagnating the empty home taxes, the ABC government should consider increase them to address one of the root causes of housing speculation. How is the ABC majority government tackling the money laundering through real estate? This is a question that the City Council should answer before making
Point of
decision
order.
about this plan.
Yep, sorry, can we pause? Yep.
Caution the speaker around making accusations around money laundering and councillors in this chamber.
Okay, I didn't call that out because the question was, what was ABC doing to tackle it? But it's a very fair point. I think that can get conflated. So, Speaker, if we can remain on topic, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. This is part of the topic because the reasoning of the staff was, I was listening at the beginning of when they presented the plan. They were talking about how they was worried about the speculation and why it's so important to have this new plan to have more units. And I am saying we are going to displace a lot of people in this city, people that have been displaced many times. And we are not pointing out the root causes of the problem of the housing crisis in the city. And that's why I bring it these points, because nobody's talking about this. But we need to talk about this because that is part of the big problem that we have in the city. And that's why I am bringing this point. Because instead of displace again those people that you have been hearing many of their testimonies, we are not talking about the big issue. So I just want to have 3 lines more. I'm going to finish my reasoning here.
Great.
Is okay? Can I continue?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. As a resident of Vancouver, I can say that my neighbors disagree with the ABC government approach to the housing crisis, which resembles the Trump style, which dispossess and criminalize the vulnerable and poor while benefiting the ultra-wealthy, violating human rights. I really feel shame. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number, with the last 4 digits, 1463.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Sure. My name is Georgia McWilliams, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed policy changes in the Downtown Eastside's Housing Implementation Report. So when I moved to the city about a decade ago, I was incredibly grateful to find housing that I could afford in Vancouver's East Side. Many years later, I live in that same neighborhood and have found myself surrounded by a community that I cannot imagine leaving. I feel so fortunate to live somewhere where my home, my groceries, my loved ones, and essential services are all within a short walk or transit ride. But for all the gratitude I feel for getting to live here, I also feel deep sadness knowing that my joy has come at the expense of people being pushed out of their homes and away from their communities through the process of gentrification. I am speaking today to urge Mayor and Council to pursue an affordable housing plan that genuinely meets the needs of people who live in the Downtown Eastside's Oppenheimer district. There is no reason why increasing housing in Vancouver should come at the expense of current residents, especially in a neighborhood where so many people are already facing systemic barriers to meet their essential needs. In the limited engagement the city conducted with Downtown Eastside community members, their opposition to this plan was clear. The proposed changes will be harmful. By failing to provide adequate affordable housing, the plan risks worsening existing crises and directly endangering the lives of current residents. Countless Downtown Eastside community members have spoken about this much more impactfully than I ever could. But not only will the proposed changes harm current Downtown Eastside residents, it is also unclear to me how market rate renters, such as myself, will be able to integrate into a community that is being destabilized by a loss of affordable housing. I am concerned that this plan risks deepening existing wealth disparity and driving even deeper schisms between neighbors. Speaking from experience, as a market renter in East Vancouver, I feel happier and safer when my neighbors have access to appropriate housing, food, and health care. These essential needs are the foundation for a healthy and stable neighborhood, alongside friendship and community. This plan will not uplift the Downtown Eastside. It will make it a harder place to live for everyone. So given the strong opposition from Downtown Eastside residents and the lack of consideration for future market renters, I feel compelled to ask, who does this plan actually benefit? I am encouraged that some councillors have raised concerns about how this report was developed. City staff provided only a single proposal rather than several options, which limits council's ability to make an informed decision. And with only one option on the table, council is effectively being asked to choose between an inadequate and unpopular plan or slowing down the process to explore other options. Although this is not an ideal situation, Mayor and Council, I emphatically urge you to take the latter option and vote down this proposal. The stakes are high, so slow down this process. Take actions suggested by academics and experts on housing in the Downtown Eastside and work with community members, especially those who will be most disproportionately affected by the proposed changes, to devise new options. This is the first time I've spoken at a public hearing, and I chose to do so because the proposed changes appear to have been advanced despite clear opposition from Downtown Eastside community members. This disregard has compelled me to speak out in solidarity with my neighbors whose voices are obviously not being heard. I am a market rate renter living in a neighborhood that is actively being gentrified in East Vancouver, but I am also someone who is suffering from this housing affordability crisis. And I speak from experience when I say that when you increase housing supply without making it appropriate or affordable to current residents, both the existing and new residents will suffer. I oppose this proposal, and I urge Mayor and Council to carry out their responsibilities as elected officials to put a stop to gentrification. Vote down the proposed changes so that new options can be put forth that actually reflect the needs of Vancouver's Downtown Eastside Oppenheimer District residents. Thank you for your time and consideration. That concludes my remarks.
Great. The next speaker, last four digits, 7682. Are you there?
The speaker is disconnected.
Okay. I'm going to jump to the next individuals in the chamber. Lee Shi An.
大家好，我係唐人街單人房嘅租客。我反對呢個提案，我係認為建設高價房屋直接收窄低收入嘅生活空間、休閒空間，連散步攀步嘅地方都會被限制。我哋需要安靜同埋接受嘅空間。
Hi everyone, I'm a tenant in a Chinatown SROs. I oppose to this motion. I believe that building high-priced housing directly narrow and strengthen the living space and recreational space available to low-income people. Even the space to simply take a walk will be restricted. We need space that are quiet and where we are accepted.
這一方案一旦通過，有錢人帶着資本會覺得唐人街和東端是可以投資之後，就吸引其他更高嘅收入人流，肯定會杯葛我哋、標誌我哋，同埋一定會多咗一啲佢哋私人嘅保安，一步一步趕走我哋。有錢人和窮人混喺一齊咧，窮人會被容易逼走嘅機會會多啲。
Once this proposal is approved, wealthy people will bring their capital and see Chinatown and Downing side as investment areas, attracting others who can afford even higher price, will inevitably be scrutinized and labeled. There will be more private security, and step by step we will be pushed out. When wealthy and poor people are forced to live together, this will drive away the living conditions and facilities that poor people need. We cannot afford these restaurants, gyms, and entertainment venue.
好多第一次置業嘅年輕人也難負擔嘅市場房價，有錢人需要嘅地方放久生活肯定是，他們會投訴我哋嘅所有舉動。
Many young people trying to buy their first home also find it very difficult to afford market price housing. And also when wealthy residents need place to walk their dogs and live on fixed schedule and routine, they will complain about our noise.
新房屋租金可能會繼續持續上升，會影響我哋。
Also, rent for new housing may continue to rise if this motion is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 24, Nicholas Umpner.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for the leadership and supporting the vacancy. You know what? You guys are probably a lot like just as tired as I am listening to people talk at you. I'd rather talk to you. This whole housing crisis thing has been going on for too long. There's so many different things going on with the community. People are at risk of losing their housing. And yeah, this is supposed to be Christmas. It's supposed to be a time of good news, not a time of worrying about where you're going to spend the next day with your family. I've got a whole bunch of different people I help in my life, like day to day, that probably would die if they lost their place to live. I don't know much else. I won't really take much more of your time, but I beg you guys to reconsider some of the choices you've been making. Have a good night.
Thank you, Nicholas. Merry Christmas. Speaker number 262, Eric Coe.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Eric, and I am a lifelong Vancouver resident and a member of the SRO community. I want to speak plainly about two connected issues, displacement and economic risk. First, displacement as the old hotels and the SROs are demolished for redevelopment. People are being told that they will be temporarily relocated and allowed to return. In reality, those timelines can take 4 to 10 years, and many people never come back. This is not just relocation, it is a loss of stability, a loss of community, a loss of protection. When low-income residents are pushed without clear enforceable guarantees, they become more vulnerable. They lose access to serious supports and safety. This is how people become marginalized and effectively subjugated by the system, and not because anyone intends harm, but because the safeguards are missing. That will open up what I call a Pandora's box. Increased homelessness, worsening mental health and addiction outcomes, the real public safety risks. These impacts affect everyone in the city, not just those being displaced. My question to council is, who is accountable for the people during this transition period, and what concrete protections are in place to ensure people are not lost along the way? Second, the economic risk to Vancouver. The cruise ship designs are changing. New ships are reaching heights of 72 to 75.5 meters, and many will soon be unable to pass under the Lionsgate Bridge. At the same time, Seattle is building a new cruise ship infrastructure. Victoria is expanding their ports. If Vancouver cannot adapt, we risk losing a major source of tourism revenue, potentially hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion annually. That loss would hurt local workers, small businesses, and entire neighborhoods. These issues are connected. House policy, displacement, public safety, and economic resilience cannot be treated separately. I'm here to oppose the development. I'm here to ask council to slow down, plan responsibly, and put enforceable protections in place so progress does not come to the cost of people or the future of this city. Thank you for your time.
Eric, thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 27, Paul Sumner.
Well, I wanted to say that I think 200 square feet is way too small. It's bordering on a jail cell, which my understanding is average of 50 square feet, as little as 42, as many as 60 square feet in British Columbia. But having people squished into 200 square foot spaces is too dense, in my opinion, especially in bigger buildings. I feel like it's a pressure cooker, many people living right on top of each other, and you can feel the pressure building and anxiety and stress in the building. I'm aware of a building back home where I'm from, in Ottawa, where the city actually had to reduce the density because of all the problems with the small units. And the building had to expand the units to be bigger and less density. There's no reason why everyone shouldn't have their own bathroom and their own oven. It's a basic necessity to be able to cook and to take a poo. Most SROs have about a 12-inch space to put a hot plate or a slow cooker. In my case, I've got both, one in front of the other beside the sink. No more room than that. And I cut vegetables on the 5 inches between the sink and the edge of the counter. It's not enough. Although my room is, I think, 300 or 320 square feet, there is room for an oven, which I don't have. And there is room for a bathroom, which I don't have. Everybody should have a bathroom and an oven and counter space to cut vegetables. In addition, I see that there's a proposal to reduce the number of units, and in the case of renovations, by up to 50%, which means people will get displaced, many of whom will end up back on the street again or in emergency shelters. In the case of men, that's 15 bunk beds, 30 men, 1 room. That's unacceptable anywhere, at any time, for anybody. It's disgraceful. Not only is the city saying that there would be smaller, less livable units, but fewer of them. So it's not even a give and take. It's just a bad deal for a whole lot of people, thousands of people. If my unit got renovated and replaced, I could end up with a much smaller living space than I've got now to cut vegetables. Less than 5 inches, theoretically. There's a problem with one size fits all as well. Some folks are having trouble keeping up. Some people have had trouble keeping up even when they were a child. They're having trouble keeping up now. They'll have trouble keeping up forever. Those people need to be respected, and they need to have self-respect, and they don't have it in an SRO. They don't have it when they have to walk down the hall to take a pee, when they can't even cook something on a stove. It's not right, and it's in the city's hands to correct that. The moratorium on supportive housing is, in my opinion, destructive. It forces people who have different needs into the same circumstances. And on the other hand, there are people in supportive housing who probably don't need to be there, but because there's no alternative for them, they stay there, and then people that need supportive housing can't get into it. In my case, I'm a very functional person. I just won't ever be able to afford a more expensive place. I'm an old man. There's lots of guys 58 years old. I can work less now. I can't work as long. I can't make as much money, but I'm supposed to pay the same amount of rent as I did when I was 40 and when I was 30. All of my life, I've been a worker and I've been a taxpayer. I've been working 16 hours for many years rather. And in fact, there was a time in my life where I worked 7 days a week for 4 straight years. I've been paying taxes, but now I'm in an SRO and I'm not getting back from the city. I've paid my dues. I even did a whole lot of volunteerism, up to 30 hours at one point when I was unemployed looking for another job. I did 30 hours a week of volunteerism at the library. But I'm not getting back for all this input that I've given the community. And there's a whole lot of people like me. Everybody that has been an employed person their whole life has given to the community.
Paul, I'm sorry, we're over time.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, thank you very much for coming in. Okay, Clerk, do we have more people on the list? On the line? Okay. The next speaker is has a phone number ending 2360.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, if I can please get your first and last name for the record, and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yep, I'm a resident of Vancouver. Effie Demeter.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm sorry that I can't be in person, but I also realize that questions cannot be posed to mayor and council in these little speeches, but I just want to have a reality check and ask why we're still here. Why are we here again? People have been showing up all year for the downtown east side, and nothing seems to change. Why do we have to come back every few weeks or months in hundreds to voice the same concerns for this neighborhood that so badly needs help instead of hurt? You've had downtown east side residents, you've had indigenous folks, you've had scientists, you've had other academics, you've had mothers, grandfathers. We even saw today a big, beautiful group of Chinese elders that feel that they've been let down by someone who they saw as a community leader. You've had mothers and babies come and occupy City Hall recently on another matter. I don't understand this. I would find that embarrassing. I would find that demeaning, and it would probably affect my decisions. Now, I know that a few hundred people isn't enough compared to what the population of Vancouver is, but 9 months from now, you will have the whole population of Vancouver to contend with. There will be a vote, and we will all be there to make sure that none of this happens again. We know you're not strong from the by-election. That was kind of embarrassing. It must have been. I can't imagine that you'll be running again, Mr. Sim. But maybe some people in this room are misunderstanding how politics works. It's the people that make the politics, not the politicians. I just want to give hope to everyone who's come out this time and all the times recently. Thank you all for speaking and having such heartfelt and amazing and valid reasons to oppose this. Yes, by the way, I oppose this motion. But I just want to reassure everyone that has been watching and has been down and sharing, because this goes further than just this room. I'm not even there right now. Soon you will be gone by the people's vote. Soon you'll be forgotten, but we'll still be here. And realistically, nothing that you try to implement in this amount of time is going to have any impact on going forward, because we all know that construction and permits take forever. So you're caught in your own circle. And I wish you a farewell, at least for 2025. Thank you, Ken.
Great, thanks, Effie. All right, the next speaker, last 4 digits 2885.
Yes, hello.
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name, and if you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Yeah, my name is Alicia McCara, and I live in the west end of Vancouver. And I am calling in opposition to the proposed plan and in solidarity with my neighbors in the downtown east side. First of all, I am happy that we are talking about housing and affordability. Canada recognizes the right to adequate housing as being a fundamental right affirmed in international law, and we are clearly in a housing crisis, with approximately 3,500 people in Vancouver unhoused and many, many more on the edge of it. So it is clear that we need to find ways to house our neighbors in safe and adequate housing. However, I do not think that this report does this in a meaningful way. The proposed plan reduces the percentage of units that would be affordable for those who really need it at shelter rates. ABC and Ken Sims say that this is necessary to entice developers to provide more housing, but fail to acknowledge the plethora of empty, unaffordable condos across the city whose developers are benefiting from being exempt from the empty home sales tax. Now this plan would allow developers to create more empty condos and reduce shelter rate housing. This plan would make nonprofit developers compete with for-profit developers for land, making it more expensive to build shelter rate housing in the areas that is needed. I want to know, how is this helping anyone? Or rather, who is this helping? Because it's certainly not our neighbors who drastically need housing. We should be treating housing as a collective infrastructure, not as a quick buck for corporations and developers. And I think that calls for more supply in general obscure the fact that even with more supply, we have failed to find ways to add truly affordable housing for our neighbors in greatest need. One of the quoted benefits of this policy is that it would theoretically create more diverse, mixed-income communities. Another way of doing this would be to apply the shelter rate requirement to the rest of Vancouver. This way, more people across the city could access affordable housing and have more choice in where they actually want to live. So I urge for this proposal to go back to staff so that they can work more closely with those who would be affected and displaced by this and address the shelter rate housing gaps. I truly hope that Vancouver can be a world-class city for the people that live here. To me, that means making sure our neighbors are adequately and truly affordably housed. And I hope to see a proposal that takes that into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. The next speaker, last 4 digits 1707.
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry. Hello?
Yeah, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Certainly. I've kind of got a speech sort of written out here, but it's not quite finished. My name is Noreen Evers. I've been a resident of downtown Eastside, Vancouver for just over 15 years, and I'm opposed to the motion. Prior to that, I had occasion to live in a jail cell, about 200 square feet, but there was a washroom in that. It wasn't down the hall. There was also a window, so those are pretty important things. And now I live in an old jail, and that's the unit above the courthouse. So after having spent years and so much of federal, provincial, and municipal taxpayers' money, and having different organizations providing various services to low-income and homeless persons in the downtown east side. It makes no sense whatsoever to now provide those same services to a different clientele already having excess money after they pay their taxes and housing costs. They probably don't need a free haircut in the Oppenheimer Park on Sunday mornings or Wednesday afternoons, unless trying to keep their funds banked like a Scrooge. Where are all the traditional, I lost count, all the traditional support pillars in the downtown east side homeless and low-income residents going to move to? So where are their clientele going to be displaced? Where are we going to go to? Distribute ourselves throughout the city instead of in one area that already has supports for us? The following are our long-standing support pillars in the community, such as Evelyn's Cellar, where one can get a meal for $2. United Gospel Mission, which is UGM. First United Church, Lookout Housing and Health. Powell Street Getaway was just newly opened. The Bloom Group's Powell Place, Downtown Eastside, Bloom Group's Powell Place Women's Shelter, Downtown Eastside Women's Shelter, 412 Cordova, although that building does need to be replaced. Sisters Door is open. Salvation Army Harbor Light close by, Jacob's Well, Dudes Club, Wish, the Tattoo Heart Society, plus all the Aboriginal outlets intended as helpers for the downtown east side homeless and many low-income disabled community members. They don't need, in a condo place, they don't need these supports. Where did they go? I think that needs to be considered. I'm a Canadian citizen and I qualify and indeed still have an application with BC Housing as I need a larger unit, preferably in my same building. Recall that word is need, which implicates rights, including the duty to accommodate. The city of Vancouver, has both a housing agreement and a memorandum of understanding filed with land titles already regarding the property at 250 Powell Street, formerly named The View, formerly named The View, which are the apartments above the downtown community courthouse. Currently, there seems to be an illegal shifting purpose regarding its original intent and past practice, which was housing for homeless and those at risk of homelessness. The courthouse renovation at 250 Powell Street was advertised to the public and paid for by all three levels of taxpayer dollars, being municipal, provincial, and federal, as housing intended for homeless and risk of homelessness. The original priority further being women at risk of violence. This includes men who identify as women, disabled persons, and seniors. I am all three of those priorities. Seniors or elders, to be truthful, I haven't heard much about concern for elder housing during the several speeches already opposed to Council's motions for very good other reasons, but I think seniors need to be considered. I was recommended for permanent housing at 250 Powell by staff from Bloom Group's Powell Place Women's Shelter. I came here with a lot of legal paperwork. The building is formerly called The View. Unfortunately, because of my stress, my disabilities, illiteracy with technology, my myriad of social justice issues, and accompanying never-ending physical paper war, I've run out of room in my still current two tiny shelter rate unit. I offered to pay $750 a month for a larger unit. I offered to pay an increase of that, the rental increase, the legal rental increase, and I haven't been afforded that. In September 2018, I started what finally turned out to be December 2nd, 2002 BC HRT 123 case available at Canley, which currently still has an illegal decision posted online. As an update, prior to that decision date in 2022, I no longer receive PWD welfare shelter rates or corresponding welfare support rate funds. When I turned 65 years old, my income transitioned to old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, the BC Senior Supplement, plus a bit of Canada Pension Plan. The next year, doing taxes, I discovered that my any CPP income over $25 a year, as any income, had to be repaid back if one collected the GIS or BC Senior Supplement. The combined only OAS, GIS, and BC Senior Supplement
And I'm
did
sorry,
not...
we're at time.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a great night. The next speaker, last four digits 2720.
Hello.
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Yeah, hi. So my name is Bomi Kim, and I'm a resident of both Vancouver and New Westminster. I'm a second-generation settler from Korea, currently living on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm also a master's student and researcher at UBC School of Community and Regional Planning. And I'm speaking in opposition of the proposed rezoning plan. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of learning alongside community leaders and SRO tenants in the downtown east side. And as you have heard from many previous speakers, the downtown east side community is a special one. It's a community trellised with care and solidarity, a community that looks after one another, believes in one another, and sees all life as precious. From my time listening to and learning from community, it is clear, as I hope it is clear to council and staff, that the community and from the community engagement sessions, that this plan is flawed and carries harmful consequences. The rezoning plan will dispossess and displace tenants and community members who have deep roots in the downtown east side. Undoing the current DOD zoning will incentivize market development in the area, which will push residents out of the neighborhood that they call home. And dispersing poor, isolated tenants who are already struggling with their health and aging away from their social networks without a guarantee of a good place to go or coming back, or any concrete tenant protection measures is cruel. But this doesn't have to be the case. I believe that there are alternatives to supporting the downtown east side community that does not use tools of insidious dispossession. Here are some alternatives to the rezoning plan to consider during this time that staff called a precarious economic moment. So first would be to support community-led housing. By transferring privately owned properties in the downtown east side into community ownership, we can remove housing from the speculative market so that profits are reinvested into the buildings and benefits stay with the community. Previously this year, Council rejected the motion to support the downtown east side community land trust. I asked Council to reconsider this decision. If we want to support the downtown east side community, housing should be led by the community who know firsthand what they need and also have already been building socially integrated networks. The second suggestion I might have is building a database of all available municipal and provincial land that includes calculated viability of land for development for buildings such as the 20-foot lot strategy suggested by the SRO Collaborative. You could also investigate opportunity to sell municipal or provincial orphan lots for development to community groups such as the Land Trust, or facilitate discussions with private owners to sell underutilized and viable land to housing nonprofits. Lastly, maybe creating a fund similar to the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund that is specific to affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, to be specific, in the downtown east side community could be helpful. My point here is that there are alternatives to supporting the downtown east side community that are oriented around practices of care and repair, and that build structures to support the community to heal and determine their own future. If you want a plan that actually works towards a good, healthy community and revitalization without displacement, then the plan needs to be community-led because they are the experts on what they need. That's everything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next caller, last digits 9327. Oh, so 9377. I apologize. Caller, are you there?
The caller has disconnected.
Okay. 7622. Hi, please go ahead. If we can get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, thanks, Mayor and Council. My name's Sarah McLeod. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm very grateful to live on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. It's been really cathartic and nice to listen to everyone from the community speak on this. I oppose this proposal from staff. Something about what Laverne said a couple days ago about the Red Women Rising report. And what a gift that report is, honestly. Like, it should be a prerequisite for the staff to read that report and then read it again and then maybe just read it a third time. Because I really, really do believe that if we just tried to, first of all, like a gift from the people who share their vulnerabilities and their knowledge and their experience, just to make it so that we can have better things for people who might be in our position in the future. And I read that, and I really do think that we could fix so many homelessness issues around the country if we were to just listen and implement those things. And I know it was something that the Indigenous Relations team was looking at implementing through your guys' wanting to implement UNDRIP. And I could go through like the action groups there and how I think they're falling short, and we need to make sure that a plan like this is putting that at the forefront.
Sorry,
and
Speaker,
not,
Speaker, I apologize. Can I just pause you for 1 sec? Okay, sorry about that. Please go ahead.
So I really think, like, if it isn't already something the staff's looking at, if this goes back, then they should be looking at that report. Also, on that topic, sorry if it's loud, I'm out in the rain and I'm trying to pull this up, but the Red Women Rising report might not be something that you guys are required to look at, but something that is a legal imperative for you guys to be, you, the government, should be looking at, is the calls to action from the Missing, Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. And in section 13.2, it says, we call upon all governments and bodies mandated to evaluate, approve, and or monitor development projects to complete gender-based socioeconomic impact assessments on all proposed projects as part of their decision-making and ongoing monitoring of projects. Project proposals must include provisions and plans to mitigate risks and impacts identified in the impact assessments prior to being approved. I mean, I can keep going on. 13.3, we call upon all parties involved in the negotiations of impact benefit agreements related to resource extraction and development projects to include provisions that address the impacts of projects on the safety and security of Indigenous women, girls, and the 2S LGBTQIA people. Provisions must also be included to ensure that Indigenous women and 2S LGBTQIA people equitably benefit from the projects. We call upon the federal, provincial, territorial, and, so I guess you guys aren't included in that, but like there are many, many sections in this that it does apply to municipal governments. And you know, someone mentioned maybe like 20 speakers ago at this point that just questioning if this has happened as like an option. Like, this isn't an option. This is a legal imperative for you to do and for you to ask the staff to do. So just please listen to the community. When I've struggled this year with mental health and addiction issues, it's not because I was in the downtown east side. I went to the downtown east side to get help when that happened, to get healing from the community. This community is strong. They know what they need, they know what they want, and they know how to support each other. So listen to them, and please make it better for everyone, living there and living in your city. It is your legal duty to do so. So thank you for the chance to speak, and thank you for listening.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker, last four digits, 4620.
Hello?
Hi, if you can please state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name's Dr. Amber Grant, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I live in the Strathcona neighborhood. I'm a postdoctoral research and teaching fellow at the University of British Columbia in the Faculty of Forestry. I conduct participatory action research with illicit drinkers and unhoused people living in public parks in the downtown east side. My research examines recognitional injustice in urban planning decisions the impacts of settler colonialism and patterns of climate injustice. I oppose this motion, and I'm calling to urge you to reject these proposed amendments. As we all know, this proposal reduces deeply affordable housing from roughly 20% of units at shelter rate to just 4%, about an 80% reduction. And Indigenous people in Vancouver represent 40% of the homeless population, despite being only 2% of the city's population. The people I work with in parks in the downtown east side are disproportionately Indigenous, and this overrepresentation is directly linked to settler colonial policies, residential schools, the 60 Scoop, child welfare systems that continue to disproportionately affect Indigenous families. And the current conditions in the downtown east side reflect these policy legacies, and this proposed policy will only worsen these realities. The current DEOD policy that was established in 2014 was established after extensive years-long community engagement, and that process centered low-income residents and people with lived experience who fought for the 60/40 requirement. They knew what was needed, and they demanded deep affordability. And at the time, the council listened, and now the plan is to bulldoze over those efforts, to discard years of community organizing, and for what? To improve financial viability for developers, to make land more profitable for speculation. This isn't housing policy, it's transferring public commitment to private profit, feeding the speculative market that created this crisis. This also comes at a time when the federal government has made commitments to housing investment. Rather than weakening our standards, we should be holding the federal and provincial governments accountable to provide the necessary funding. And we have leverage right now, and so we should be using that, not surrendering to it. This policy also violates UNDRIP. Canada and BC have adopted the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into law. It requires free, prior, and informed consent for decisions affecting Indigenous peoples. Article 23 of UNDRIP recognizes Indigenous peoples' right to determine housing priorities. Where is the free, prior, and informed consent from Indigenous community members who will be most affected? This rush process violates those requirements, and you cannot claim reconciliation while ignoring the legal framework that's supposed to guide it. As someone who teaches about recognition of procedural justice at UBC, I would use this process in my class as a textbook example of failure on both counts. Recognition of justice requires that those most affected are recognized as legitimate knowledge holders, and procedural justice requires meaningful participation. This proposal greatly fails both tests. And the consequences of this policy will be severe, as outlined by the many speakers already. First, land values will spike, making the DEOD parcels more valuable for speculation, while residents lose homes. This feeds a speculative cycle that is destroying citywide affordability. Second, tenant relocation protections are structurally inadequate for people living on $500 shelter allowances. The quote, right to return, is meaningless when returning to units aren't priced at shelter rate. For Indigenous people who have experienced multiple colonial displacements, this is, again, another forced removal and likely into more climate vulnerable conditions. Third, this sets precedent. Once viability concerns justify cutting affordability from just 20%, what stops the next cut to 10%, to 5%? Right now, we're establishing that community needs are negotiable when developers claim insufficient profit. There are over 2,000 people living in the downtown east side without addresses, and over 8,000 residents at housing risk. Many are Indigenous people bearing the colonial impacts and acute climate vulnerability. My research has shown how housing injustice and climate injustice are inseparable. People in parks in the downtown east side are facing deadly extreme heat, extreme cold and rain, atmospheric rivers, and wildfire smoke. And this policy is going to make both crises worse simultaneously. The federal government has made commitments to housing and reconciliation, and this is a moment to organize and demand accountability. Vancouver should lead a municipal coalition demanding a federal housing strategy that funds deeply affordable housing and recognizes
Dr. Grant, I
Indigenous.
apologize. You're at time, but thank you, Dr. Grant. The next speaker, the last four digits are 2293. Are they there?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, can you speak up again, please?
Yes,
Oh,
just mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you great now. If we can please get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver for the record, please.
John Petrov. I am a resident in Vancouver's West End. Reside, work, and organize on the stolen land. And it's a distinct privilege for me to add my voice today alongside with all of the other great speakers. And I just want to say big respect to all of the amazing speakers. Mayor and Council, I hope after hearing all the great speakers today that it has become apparent that this proposal's approach of rezoning the DEOD is a prescient point I want to return to and reiterate. Increasing the influence of private developers and land forces will not solve all the crises. Rather than uplifting, it's apparent that this proposal is more about punishment. We should seek community-vetted and community. I find it deeply concerning that a social impact assessment was not performed along with this report, as was done with the due diligence back original recommendations. And I feel that it's absolutely crucial and necessary right now. Particularly, it's been so many years. Proposal. These residents and other advocates in the community have already pointed out a myriad of ways. Sections threatens their housing security, threatens their unity with each other and combat, crisis that could emerge from gentrification and segregation. These people have been speaking about their lived experiences. Their lived experiences are where our recommendations. Other speakers also gave voice to the reality of systemic racism and classism being significant factors present now as before in residents of the DEOD not being able to meaningfully doing the absolute minimum that I possibly can today to really urge Council to heed all the words of those that spoke in opposition today to in turn guidance should be given back to city staff to enforce the fact that's been heard from the community throughout these hearings. Japanese Canadian community, amongst others. We need to have recommendations that include dignified, community-embedded housing solutions. Say, with my full chest, I love the downtown east side. I'm a resident in the West End. Privilege housing stability currently, but I have experienced what eviction can do to people. It's such a cruel injustice. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, even my proposal out to the people, break something that already works, give strength to it and improve it, not in the form of this proposal. Finally, I just want to say land back and no evictions on full.
And John, I'm sorry, you're at time. Great, thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is Sean Michael Paul Wong. And
Where's the clock?
Sean, welcome. I know it's been a long and stressful day, so thank you for wading through this.
Is this the clock? Will the timer be on here?
Yeah, the timer, you'll see the little lights on there, and it'll turn red at 5 minutes.
I would like a timer. Yeah, okay. My name is Sean Michael Paul, the family Wong, aka Wongi, aka Wongasan. I come from a privileged background. Went to Southland Elementary, Point Grey High, along with another 14 schools in different parts of the world. One famous was Russell. I would like to start by saying we are having this meeting on unceded territories of Musqueam, where I grew up. I grade 6 to grade 11. I was born here, but left in 86 and been back in two. Also, in the unceded lands of Swalotooth, which I were the wolf. Squamish, the bear. I spent my life bouncing between Hong Kong, Manchester, London, Ireland, Vancouver. In 2000, every time I come back to Vancouver, I do a bit of outreach. Whether we went inside back in the day, some people know me for wandering around with bright yellow Lululemon bag, because inside was only open during the day. I was back here in 2013. I'd drink at Granville Room and at Johnny Fox's Irish bar. My mother is married to an Irishman now. She has a farm in Ireland, in Conwy Colucan and Westmead. Speak numerous different languages. I'm quite highly educated. And in 2018, the first week of January, I was arrested in Kelowna for assault on my father. Wong Jim Si Chung, aka Jimmy Wong. Came back here for court. Chinese way is I was always right. He didn't press charges against me. He's batshit crazy. Apologize for my language, just like my mother. He told his social worker some story over 5 years. She eventually went to police. Apparently, I've been abusing him for 5 years, 3 of which wasn't even in the country. Due to the, I was embarrassed. I have friends that are barristers. I have family that are barristers. I know legalese quite well. In this country, I had 2 court cases. Europe, I had loads. All because somebody touched my mother and my brother. All charges dropped. I spent 3.5 months in HMS Manchester. Otherwise, only strange ways. Looking at 17 years for false imprisonment. For a time, my mother's husband in a chair after he punched her. She phoned me on the 20th of December 2014. I flew on the 21st. On Boxing Day, tied him to a chair. Asked him why he punched my mother. I spent 3.5 months in strange ways. It was one of the nastiest jails in England. It was the last jail to be taken over by the prisoners. I was there for the 25th anniversary. Here you do different categories. There's C, B, A, AA. It covers, and D, I think, in England. Maybe even E. It's the top 3. C, B, AA. There's terrorists in there. All for protecting my mother. For the last 3 years of my father's life, I was not allowed to speak to him. I went through 4 of your court-appointed briefs. Always plead guilty for something I didn't do. I ended up with a prosecutor, Michael Fox, because he was there. I'm like, could you represent me? So I really didn't want to get family and friends involved. It's quite embarrassing. But if it paid for a lawyer, you think you're paying me? Because I was homeless in Vancouver. I didn't want to speak to family. I lose face. Friend, you have an Asian background, you understand that. Yeah. So I spent 3 years helping everybody. You ask anybody. For 3 years, I helped everybody. From 2017 to 2020, 19 and 20, I was at Oppenheimer. I had a big setup, 18 pallets, blue pallets, shed pallets next to the totem pole, a little kitchen. I was still paying rent and kids. Cook for everybody. When they closed it down, I was the last one standing. I was at 25 hours after the evacuation because I could not find my father's ashes. I didn't get to go to my father's funeral. During COVID, I was 20 minutes late because my mother Wouldn't leave me alone the night before. Battery died on my phone. I marched there. Everybody's left. They asked me to mingle. I'm his only son. I mingle get them. If you want to see my background, there's a club called Mars in the 90s. That's my Uncle Robert. And next thing you know, in Chinatown, late 80s, late 70s, early 80s, my grandma Chan Poling. My time is about to run out. They even get started. Tina House, Indigenous News Channel, will publish my story. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, Sean.
Conquiamus, Admirances, Rostolia, Hesketh.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker we have is online with the last four digits 7682. Are you on the line?
The caller with the last four digits 9579 is no longer on the line.
Okay, and how about 7682?
No.
No? Are there any other callers on the line?
Yes, one moment, please. Last four digits 8520.
8520, are you on the line still?
Oh, sorry. To go in order, 9579 is next.
Oh, 9579. Sure. If we can
Yes,
please.
I'm here.
Hi,
I'm here.
If we can please get your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Hi.
Hey ho.
Lisa Chen. Lisa Chen.
Hi, my name is Lisa.
Yeah. 我係唐人，大家好，我係唐人街單人房嘅租客。
Hi, everyone. I'm an SRO tenant in Chinatown.
我反對呢個項目啊！
I'm against this motion.
我哋啲窮人咧，自己有發言權。
We poor people must have the right to speak and voice out our own rights and interests.
我哋啲窮人咧有權發聲。市長和市議員咧，你哋不能讓發展商中意點就點。
Mayor and councillors, you cannot just let developers to do whatever they want. You must not approve this project. Yeah.
你哋不能讓發展商中意點就點，不能通過呢個項目通過。現在呢方案起咗過樓大廈之後呢，會安置租客。租客啲措施根本係天方夜譚啊，冇保障。
Under the current plan, once the high-rise is built, the so-called tenant relocation measures are completely unrealistic and offer no real protection.
新嘅租金呢，我哋根本負擔唔起嘅。我覺得呢，唯一可以接受係市政府親自呢和我哋啲租客呢簽一份。 永久嘅凍結。
The new rents are simply unaffordable for us. I think the only way I could accept this proposal is if the city government personally signed a permanent rent freeze guarantee with the tenants.
保障是或直接呢賠償因逼遷導致我哋生活嘅損失，透析呢，因發展而失去我哋社區嘅互相幫助、互相生存嘅網絡啊。
Or directly compensates for the loss caused by the forced displacement, including the loss of the community's mutual support networks that are crucial to our survival.
而們這啲搖款搖債嘅人呢，
冇辦法體會到我哋啲窮人嘅困苦艱難。
You people in power cannot truly understand the hardship and struggles of the poor.
你們不知道我們呢按現況呢度客嘅生活點樣過呢？你們呢冇喺為過。
You don't know what it's like to live as an SRO tenant. You have never experienced it.
但說不上，議庭有關微協冇字。如果是將你能夠落來東端單人房嘅租客半年呢，來年堅持這個方案呢，我就支持你。
And let's not even talk about the more than 2,000 people who still have no food or shelter. If the mayor could come live in an SRO unit in the downtown east side for half a year and still insist on supporting this proposal, then I would support it too.
如果你無視我們300個人借到時將會議反對呢，堅持通過呢，你們準備好1萬副手銬啦。
If you ignore the opposition from us 300 people at the city council meeting and insist on passing this motion, you might get 10,000 pairs of handcuffs ready.
我哋準備好收拉手，唔會離開我屋企噶，自己屋企噶。
We prepare to hold hands and not leave our homes.
我哋堅持到底。
We'll fight until the end.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Sir, Clerk, do we have any other callers on?
Speaker ending in 8520, you can talk. Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. If you can please state your first and last name, and if you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Yeah, sure. My name is Rachel Bullock, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, just calling in to oppose the motion. I don't actually have anything to spare ahead of time. I think a lot of people have said way more eloquently and with much better understanding of their own experiences, the ways they'll be impacted. Yeah, and that quite a lot has been said on that front. I haven't called in before. Usually public speaking makes me a bit nervous. But I thought it feels like it was worth calling in to voice even imperfectly just how incredibly discouraging I think it has felt existing in Vancouver. I think the past, I think things get worse even in the short, 10 or 11 years that I've been here when it comes to housing, and in particular watching how folks most impacted in the downtown east side and people with the least capital and resources have been impacted by this, by different policies. In particular, I was it feels really exhausting and discouraging to be hey, even if I show up, it kind of feels like the current municipal government is approaching these hearings like a checkbox, but without actually listening or really hearing people. And it's so discouraging to be oh, the mayor, it's just what a waste of time. Okay, let's move on to the next one. It feels really shitty, frankly. And I think in a context where globally and at different levels of government, it's not good. Things are not looking good. And so in a municipal context where our voice should actually have proportionally more impact, it's been quite discouraging. But I think also the other piece, I guess it has become quite obvious, and it's not a surprise that in spite of sharing the same city, we are actually all a part of very distinct communities with access to different resources that informs how we think about things and how we live or don't, or don't think about things. But I just also wanted to be it's not, I think I just wanted to ask the council to be hey, it actually is okay to shift positions from what you've initially said or what you've promised developers and that sort of thing to actually shift to listen to people and your constituents. And that there's actually no shame in that, and while people are maybe upset about it, I think that you would still be able to rest well knowing that you have actually listened to overwhelmingly the people that are coming to you, like time and time again, city council, to be like, hey, this is not creating the city that we need it to be or want it to be or that it could be. And so I think it feels like there's also, in some of the visions that I've seen coming out of city council the past couple of years, like just a failure to imagine something that could be better and feel like, let's just try it. You know what? These are what people are saying. This is what the data says. Let's try it. And I think it's also like, it's okay to change plans, and while requires some, like, I think, courage to have some very difficult conversations with people who have a lot of pull. I think like that, knowing that you're actually creating a legacy of something that is better for everyone, where the people are actually centered in the city that you're that you've been elected to, and to do that bridge working across different communities, like you're actually in quite a unique position to be able to do some translation work. So I guess, yeah, just trying to ask council or invite council into thinking perhaps a little bit differently about how you've been approaching your role. Yeah, that's pretty well all that I have to say. I'm grateful, I think, to participate in this process, but I think, yeah, also thinking about the function of a quote-unquote democratic process is that it actually produces a society that is good for everybody. And so asking council to keep that in mind as you go forward in trying to figure out how to move forward in the city in the next chunk of time here. There's a lot of really kind and smart and intelligent and brilliant people out there who know so many things, and I would implore you to, yeah, just like listen to those people, and if you have doubts, if you have cynicism, that your own like kind of like internal, I guess, like that tendency that you have to like write off or roll your eyes, like I please sit with those things, because none of the other things that people are telling you, none of those stories are actually going to make a difference if you don't actually think about where your internal resistance is coming from or why things feel uncomfortable for you. So yeah, just asking for some self-reflection in addition to reconsidering how you're approaching the vision for the city and showing up for the people that the city belongs to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerk, are there any more speakers? Okay.
Yes, speaker ending in 6164.
Please go ahead.
Speaker with the digits ending in 6164, please go ahead. The speaker is disconnected.
They hung up. Okay. No more speakers. Okay. So seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is keeps hanging up. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Well, we'll give her a little bit of a grace period. We've had all day, and we do have to get on with the business of this motion here. So, is she on yet, Clerk?
Hello?
Hello, Fiona?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hey, so I am a Vancouver resident. I want to mention that my phone may cut out. I don't know if I'll be able to call back if I get cut off. I am opposed to the motion. I want to say first, just in case I'm cut off, that I wanted to mention something that was said by one of the downtown Eastside residents. He said they are just trying to get rid of us in the most inefficient way possible, and that's what I believe is really a good summary of this plan. I also want to say that I've been standing out here in the pouring rain waiting to speak, and I'm thinking about all the people, hundreds of people or thousands of people that will be currently out there and will be displaced by this terrible plan if it goes ahead. I did write the 2019 and 2020 hotel reports on gentrification in the downtown east side, and if you want to find them, you can find them on the website of the BC Human Rights Commission. So I do have been following gentrification and displacement in the downtown east side. I also participated in the 2014 LAP plan for the downtown east side, and I think of all the consultation and the months and years of work that went in to consult people in the downtown east side, and by comparison, I participated with other residents of the downtown east side in the so-called consultation at the Japanese Hall back in May, and was really shocked at the way we were shushed and basically made to leave and not able to speak. So I urge you to take the time to consult with the people who will surely be displaced by this plan. It's not to say that there's no reason to change things. Another quote from somebody is to say that change is good, but you really need to listen to people who live in the area. And the last comment I'll leave is from Ryan, who says change needs to happen, but it needs to come from the people. And again, I'm opposed to the plan.
Great, thank you very much. Clerk, are there any other speakers?
No further speakers on the line or in the chamber.
Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item today?
No correspondence has been received.
Okay, seeing that there are few or no public comments received after 3 p.m., I'm now closing receipt of public comments. Does staff or the applicant have any closing comments?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Edna Cho, Senior Planner in Housing Policy in the Planning Department. So first and foremost, we want to thank all of the members of the public who spent long hours monitoring the phone lines or coming in person to speak over the 3 days of the public hearing. The downtown east side is not a typical neighborhood. It is a community shaped by intergenerational trauma, poverty, and long-standing policy failures, alongside powerful traditions of mutual aid, grassroots leadership, and a strong community spirit. We heard these strengths clearly throughout the hearing. We heard deep concern about the proposed changes to inclusionary housing requirements from 60% social housing and 40% market rental to 20% social housing and 80% market rental. Any proposal that introduces more market rental housing and brings more middle-income households into the neighborhood raises fears of gentrification, displacement, and the erosion of a community that has fought for its survival and dignity for decades. These concerns are grounded in people's lived experience. The goal of the work is to increase social housing and accelerate SRO replacement with new self-contained social housing. It is not to replace or reduce low-income housing in the neighborhood. And in order to do that in today's context, one way is by allowing a higher proportion of market units, which is needed to help subsidize deeply affordable units. The proposed zoning also provides increased heights and densities, streamlined processing, and key zoning relaxations to nonprofit housing providers who deliver 100% social housing projects, which will be an essential way in which social housing will continue to be built in the downtown east side. The proposed changes also call for an improved tenant relocation approach, expanding eligibility to all households, involving nonprofits, and focusing on permanent, affordable rehousing options so tenants are better protected from redevelopment impacts. Many speakers emphasize the need for more affordability, more shelter rate housing, more senior government investment, creative approaches to using small sites for SRO replacement, and better coordination across governments. Staff fully agree. These ideas are core to the 2014 Downtown East Side Plan and remain essential. The proposal before you today does not replace or diminish those priorities. It adds another tool to the toolbox. We also heard concerns that these changes would raise land values or overly incentivize private development. To clarify, there are no pure private development options being proposed through these changes. No condominiums are proposed, and there are no projects that would be fully market rental. Extensive economic testing showed that these zoning changes will not destabilize land values and that senior government partnerships will continue to be necessary for these projects. I will close by reminding us all that time is not on our side. SROs are closing now due to fires, aging conditions, and maintenance issues that will only worsen in the coming decades. We all know that we cannot address this crisis alone. We need to work with all partners, all levels of governments, nonprofits, even private partners. So while we continue to seek the ideal, we can move forward now and do the good that we can. So thank you. That's staff's closing comments.
Great, thank you very much. And I just noticed that we actually agreed to hear the, up until the close of the speakers list. And our team members here need a break. So we will take a break. My question to you is, everyone receptive to taking a half-hour break? And is that legally 40 minutes? Okay. 40 is 40 minutes? Is that great with it? Everyone's feeling good about that? I know it's been a long night for everyone, so I just want to make sure. Okay, so it is, so we'll say 7:41 back in the chambers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Councillor Meisner, if you can turn on your camera, please.
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So where we left it off last was our team members and the applicant, one and the same, gave closing comments. So does council have any final questions for our team members? Councillor Dominato, you're on the queue.
Yes, Mayor, just noting as a point of parliamentary procedure that I don't have any visual of the chambers right now. I just see the in recess. I do have a question for staff, just following up on, we heard Wendy Peterson and a number of speakers raise a consideration around 25-foot lots. And I'd like to confirm with staff that direction could be given this evening as part of this report and recommendations, or they could be amended to include such direction.
Hi, Councillor Dan Garrison, and Director of Housing Policy and Regulation. Yes, we definitely heard that from speakers throughout the public hearing, and so it is absolutely appropriate to move direction to staff to look at the 25-foot lot issue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Mayor, I understand we still have permitted questions. I am prepared to move the recommendations with the yellow memo, but I'd like to see if my colleagues have questions. So I'll put myself back on the queue.
Okay, great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Councillor Bly.
No, I'm on for a deliberation.
Okay. So I'll advance you. Councillor Dominato, you are back on.
Okay, thank you,
that's
Mayor.
for after. Okay, so let me put you on hold for a sec. There's just going to be some other process that we have to go through first. So, Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No.
Okay, council members who were absent for a portion of this item will need to confirm they review the proceedings they missed and are therefore eligible to participate in debate, discussion, and decision. Councillors Bly, Dominato, Kirby-Young, Klassen, and Joe were absent for this item or portions of this item. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed, and does that include today as well in the script? Anyways, if anyone missed anything, Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings you missed, and will you be participating in debate, discussion, and decision?
Yes.
Great. Councillor Dominato?
Yes, and could I just make a note again, parliamentary procedure, my timer's been running for over a minute and I haven't been speaking. So if the clerks could reset that or fix that. Thank you.
We'll
But yes, I
reset
have
that.
reviewed.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young? No. Councillor Klassen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Councillor Joe? Yes. Thank you very much. I will remind council that we need to move the recommendation for item number 1 together with the yellow memo dated December the 3rd, 2025, and the yellow memo dated December the 8th, 2025, both entitled Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation Amendments to the FC-1 District in the Zoning and Development Bylaw and the Downtown Eastside Oppenheimer District Official Development Plan, DEOD ODP bylaw to accelerate SRO replacement and increase social housing, additional financial analysis. Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations along with the yellow memos?
So
Councillor
moved.
Klassen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Council members, is there any discussion? Councillor Dominato, you are up. And
Yes.
sorry,
Thank you.
I'm just going to move you to the main queue, please. So I think that was Councillor Dominato first. Oh, you got that? Perfect.
Yes.
So
Can I go ahead, Mayor?
We'll go to the main queue. If we can add Councillor Dominato first, then I think it was Councillor Bly, and then Councillor Orr. And if we can please restart Councillor Dominato's time. And I'm going to advance. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate it's been a long day for many, particularly speakers who've been waiting to call in. I do want to move an amendment to recommendation B. I have circulated it to council.
Okay, I'm just going to move
and
you
it-
to the amendment queue,
Yep.
please. Great, and so Councillor Dominato, where are we gonna?
You want to, I'll put myself on there.
Can we I'm going to advance Councillor Dominato first, and then if we can add Councillor Bly, second there. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just in response to Wendy Peterson's presentation and also correspondence, but we heard a lot of speakers addressing the opportunity with the small lots in the downtown east side, and there's a number of them. I know Wendy's done a whole walking tour of the downtown east side and the blocks, but particularly these 25-foot lots. And there's an interest in looking at using prefab to do some social housing with those lots, particularly also to support SRO transition. So I heard concerns about displacement, but I also heard concerns about trying to accelerate the movement on SRO replacement. Where will people go? I believe what I've heard from the collaborative, there may be an opportunity to leverage these 25-foot lots for that purpose. So this amendment is to amend recommendation B. It is quite technical, and so I did run this by staff. And it is to respond to that suggestion. And so I am moving that for council's consideration this evening.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and appreciate Councillor Dominato's amendment. I think it does respond to one aspect of what we heard from the presentations from SRO Collaborative, but I don't think that it goes far enough. I have an amendment to the amendment, and I'd like to move that now, please.
Amendment Q2. Okay, so Councillor Bly, sorry, where are you here? So I'm going to add you there. And so was there someone who was going to speak after Councillor Bly on that? So you're advanced.
I'll introduce it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So this motion is actually a referral motion that the report, Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation with amendments, be referred back to staff for further analysis as it relates to the potential of establishing deeper affordability and unit mix on 25-foot lots, including subdividing 50-foot lots, and additional analysis to consider recommendations that address the height and heritage preservation, as well as consulting with the community on additional feedback we heard throughout this hearing. We heard from, I believe, probably close to, we don't have the actual final number, but over 320 people registered to speak. I'd say we heard from close to 300 of those speakers, if not more, and the feedback was, I think, varied and in opposition to what is being proposed here. And so I think it's important to keep this work moving forward. I appreciate staff have brought this recommendation through a public hearing. I think it would have been better to bring it through a council report, which was the intention of the original motion. And so what this allows is council to continue to direct the work that happens with this motion and shape it, which was really the intent from the beginning. In addition to the amendment that I've already stated, it also asked staff to specifically consider related amendments that can respond to comments we heard through the public hearing about excluding private SROs. So I'm interested in learning more about that and what the pros and cons would be to strike 50 and 80% replacement option of the SRA units, again, to shape this outcome, this report. Also, to implement the SRA tenant protection consistent with the recent direction for the Granville Street plan. Remove other solutions as deemed acceptable by the city that was flagged by one of the speakers with respect to tenant relocation policies. I think that folks deserve some certainty around that piece. Also identifies the Empress, Belmont, Afton, and the Phoenix, and the F. Morgan building. Many know as Mount Everest. So this is directly reflected by the many people from this SRO collaborative that signed in to speak. And then the final 2 points are ensuring that relocation options are not simply comparable, but equivalent or better. And then also to address other comments from the SRO collaborative that were provided to council in writing. So that's the amendment. And I hope that in the spirit of collaboration, which is where this motion really started 2 years ago, we continue that collaboration and work with the community to get to a better outcome. This is not about defending status quo. This is about shaping this significant policy direction in the future.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
Well, happy to second that. You know what? Maybe I'll come back on, but I do want to reflect that. Well, actually, no. I will just take a moment to reflect that. I sat on the original Downtown East Side local area plan from 2012 to 2014. I was representing the Strathcona Residents Association at the time, and it was incredibly challenging work. And many people who spoke to us, Wendy Peterson, Jean Swanson, Phoenix Winters, Dave Ham, Terry Hunter, they also, and Karen Ward, they were all on the Downtown East Side local area planning process. And Joji Kumagai, Jordan Eng, Rob Livingston, Colleen Boudreau, Ivan Drury, Race Baxman, Michael Clegg, Tom Wanklin, Helen Ma. We had a lot of work that went into it. And I need to name some of the people who we've lost since then, like Nathan Edelson, Hendrik Hokema, Richie Cunningham, and Tracy Morrison. And we spent 2 years working on the plan, and of course the plan was not perfect. And certainly there are improvements 10 years on that we can certainly contemplate. But the plan did give a lot of unity and hope. And it was on the passing of that plan that I actually decided to run for city council because I felt that there was so much work to be done, and there was an opportunity to bring the community together. And where the plan did not deliver the extent of market housing that was contemplated, and of course we've seen all these challenges in the neighborhood, like the toxic drug crisis and COVID and all these impacts, and of course the loss of affordable housing elsewhere in the city. And it's a neighborhood where I've lived the last 30 years, and I can tell you there's folks who are there not by choice but by necessity because there's nowhere else to go. And so I worry, and we heard from so many folks about where this revised plan is not meeting their needs. And I totally respect all the work that staff have put into this, but I know that this is work that could be doubled or tripled in capacity to get it right. And so I support Councillor Bly's referral motion and looking at the 25-foot lot and the SRO opportunities, because I think that there is more work. And we heard from folks that they're not feeling engaged in this and that they are scared. And this is an incredibly challenging and sensitive neighborhood that we owe to do a little bit more, because we've failed on a lot of fronts. Not this council, but just as a city in general. And Ken, you and I, we've seen the city change, and we've seen the loss of affordable housing elsewhere in the city over our years. And I think this is important to recognize. This is the last stand for a lot of folks, and we need to get this right. And there is an opportunity. This is some great work, but let's build on it, and let's take some of this work from the SRO Collaborative and recognize that there's opportunities there, and recognize that frankly, the massive incursion of increased property values in this neighborhood, despite the yellow memo, I think the reality is that there are challenging economic dynamics that will forever alter the opportunities to deliver. And I have a variety of other concerns around loss of industrial land and stuff, but focusing on the amendment at hand, I do support this, and I think that there's more work to be done. And thank Councillor Bly for bringing this amendment forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, a question from the clerk. So, Councillor Bly, is this a complete strike and replace of Councillor Dominato's amendment? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks to Councillor Fry for that, history lesson and hearing some of those names. Obviously I recognize a lot of those names, and I was somebody who's been writing about this issue for a long time as well. And I recognize all that work that was being done, and all that work really was collaboration. And I think that is really reflected in this motion in terms, there was a lot of emotion that came forward, and there was a lot of people that are very angry and very upset. But this is a very practical, this is an olive branch in my view, very, very sort of, little things that will really make a big difference. And this is the spirit of it. And sending staff back just to sort of finish this off. There's no rush. And just to get a few of these details, just to iron it out, I think would make a huge difference in terms of some of the fear and the anxiety that permeates this community that we've heard here over the last few days. I just think this is just a little bit, that would definitely go a long way, and I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bly.
Oh, I will close on the motion, so I'll cede my time.
Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting Councillor Bly's referral. I think that it contains a lot of very sensible and thoughtful amendments, and I also support just taking our time with this. I've sat here listening to extremely distressed people who really deserve a break and some patience. And I think that this is a responsible way to take our time, take into account the really good input we've received from members of the public over the course of this hearing. And I would be very comfortable, and I hope that all members of council will support this so that we can really think about it and get more input from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just want to quickly close and just thank those that have spoken in support and really extend the comments made by Wendy Peterson from the SRO Collaborative, somebody who's been on this work for a long time, and just share her closing comments because I think it's worth restating. As I shared when the uplifting motion came to council for the first time, calling the question on the DEOD is not a bad thing. It has galvanized the community and our partners to bring forward this practical, exciting, and innovative plan that can unite everyone. With leadership from council, and particularly with the openness to learn more that I heard from the mayor's office and the enthusiasm that I heard from AVC councillors who reached out to me recently about this idea for the 25-footers, I can see that there is a real opportunity to align political timelines and make lasting and meaningful change for the low-income population. The last time there was a major housing investment of substantial scale in the downtown east side was made possible by Mayor Sullivan, which was an NPA council. There is a lot of frustration about the state of the downtown east side, and it is possible for all of us to come together around a plan and really make something that tangibly improves the conditions of the neighborhood. And then goes on to say, we would be honored to continue working with staff and council to refine a plan that protects tenants, reserves culture, and enables responsible development. Let's work together. So I'll leave it there. And I just ask for an open mind when considering this referral to continue on this work in a way that brings everybody together.
Right. Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to call the vote on the amendment to the amendment by Councillor Bly. That fails with Mayor Sim, Councillors Dominato, Klassen, Meisner, and Joe in opposition. Councillor Bly? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the amendment queue. Councillor Klassen, this is on Councillor Dominato's amendment.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I will be supporting this amendment. I know that a number of councillors were able to have a chance to do a walking tour with Wendy Peterson, who impressed me with not only the enthusiasm and positive spirit for which she approached this idea of the 25-foot lots. She'd done the work. She did a lot of legwork. She actually has done a lot of mapping of property ownership in the neighborhood and had a very clear idea of what kind of partners are going to have to come forward to work with the SRO Collaborative and the community to make realize some of these ideas. She was pretty specific about having modular and prefabricated wood construction to be a part of this idea. She identified the height that she thought would be ideal and would make economic sense, and as well even identified the fact that she knows that she's going to have to talk to the federal government as well. For those reasons, and the practicality, and again, the hard work that went into her effort to try and communicate these ideas to council, I'm in full support of bringing this amendment, and hope staff will have a chance to take a good look at this, because I think it adheres in many ways to what the community is looking for. And she again spoke at great length about the plan that our staff have tabled us, and I won't put words in her mouth, but she did sort of explain that she thought that there was a way to implement some of these things, but again, it has to be done in a thoughtful way, and I think that's exactly what is going to be the approach. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'll be brief. So yeah, I also like to support this amendment from Councilor Dominado. Yeah, I also had a very good tour with Wanda Peterson. Really appreciate what she has done for the community, and this very interesting idea she brought forward. She actually took me to the one of the 20-foot large building. It's an amazing, beautiful building. I think there's so many lots in Vancouver, in downtown East Side, can fit into this this footprint of this amendment. So, and also, she has been connect with some of the mass timber manufacturers. I think it's really possible to prioritize this and make sure that we utilize this land for more affordable housing. Yeah, so I heard a lot of emotion tonight and last week, but I think this approach, this amendment is really evidence-based. So happy to second that and happy to support this amendment.
Great.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no notes in the queue, I'm going to call the vote on Councillor Dominado's amendment. Sure.
With the amendment that we're voting on the amendment. Just given the nature of this hearing. Okay, probably need to get the chair.
Yeah, it's just the amendment. It's not the actual main motion, so there will be another vote.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good question. We want to make sure it happens right. So, Councillor Bly, you're good now? Okay, good. So I'll advance that. Okay, so I'm gonna, we'll call the vote again. This is on Councillor Dominado's amendment. Great, and that passes unanimously. Okay. So, and Councillor Dominato, you're out of the queue, so I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, did you have anything else?
Nothing at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Councillor Bly?
I'll cede my time for the minute, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, thank you very much. I also have a motion to refer, and I've updated it. I just sent the updated version with regards to language from staff, just to make sure that it's okay.
So just clerk, question on parliamentary procedure. If a motion to refer has failed, actually, was your motion to refer just on the amendment? No, it was on the whole motion. So if a motion to refer has failed, can it come up again in a different form? Sorry? Yep, thank you. Yep, can we please take a 3-minute recess? Great. So, Councillor Orr, can I please move you to the amendment queue? Because you can, you can move the amendment. Great. And do you have a seconder? Great. Councillor Maloney, thank you very much. Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Excellent. Yeah, this is just to refer to hear more, to do more consultation, essentially. I mean, we heard from 240 academics, including Eugene McCann, who is an expert in gentrification. So this is evidence-based. We heard from 6 members of the Order of Canada. We heard about Japanese internment, slum clearance in Hogan's Alley, anti-Asiatic riots, head tax, residential schools, 60 Scoop, Expo 86. We heard that displacement isn't just physical relocation of people in a building, but part of a larger mechanism of increased policing of poverty, increasing land values, and other unseen barriers. In my studies alone, I've heard that social mix is just another word for gentrification. Research shows that the DEOD is working in that it produced more non-market housing than the rest of the downtown east side combined. That's what we heard today. Urban Indigenous, Japanese groups, SRO tenants, Chinatown seniors weren't consulted is what we heard. We heard it's banishment from Dave Ham. We heard there are ads out for property touting these increased land values. We heard that this isn't housing first. We heard that this ignores the campus of care that exists in the community in terms of mutual aid and other sort of people looking out for each other like peer support networks. We heard about heritage protection for Chinese and Japanese buildings. We heard about the size of the units and the lack of outdoor spaces. We heard about concerns around seniors and women accessing care. We heard that it's not a neighborhood to be fixed, but a neighborhood to be nourished. We heard how this is connected to the climate crisis. So this is taking all of this into account, what we heard today, and take into account that we need more consultation, more evidence. That's the spirit of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, we'll put it to, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to speak in support of this referral. I am having deja vu from other attempts that we have made to move work forward collaboratively in this chamber. So I think that it is more broad than the specific amendments that I brought forward, but equally as important. And at the end of the day, it's about moving at the speed of trust that includes the people that work every single day and live and support folks in the downtown east side, in the DEOD, with a clear statement that we've already heard that things have to get better, things have to improve. This is not defending status quo. This is about moving things forward collectively. And at a time when the province has appointed former mayor and coroner Larry Campbell and Senator Larry Campbell. And while we've heard from Larry directly that he's not a magician, he's not going to come back with all the solves, it is incumbent on us to be pragmatic and consider what could be revealed in that focused work that then allows us to align ourselves in our efforts and potentially the funding with the province to make a real difference in the downtown east side. And I think it doesn't make any sense at all for us as a city to move ahead faster than the very levels of government we need to actually meaningfully solve the challenges we have in the downtown east side. So I'll be in support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Yeah, I will be supporting this. I appreciate the good sense in waiting to hear about the report of Larry Campbell. Why wouldn't we make the most of that investment in time and study? And I also really heard from the speakers, many of the speakers over the last couple of days, one of the key asks was nothing about us without us. That was said again and again. And this gives us the opportunity to have meaningful consultation with the groups who have asked for it. So I'll be supporting it, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I also support this referral back, and I just need to reflect further to my earlier comments. When I was involved in the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan in 2014, there was extensive community consultation, and have certainly asked of staff the extent to which there was community consultation. I had submitted an amendment that was approved in the original motion that talked about a social impact assessment. And I do feel that the general tenor of this report and recommendation coming from staff, excellent as it is written from purely a real estate land economics perspective, and it fails on the point of meaningfully engaging the lived experience and the demographics of the community that we're about to make sweeping changes on. And this report does not contain any information about local incomes, local population profiles, the extent of vulnerabilities, the kind of housing needs that we have in the neighborhood. And for me, that's a massive gap in coming up with a significant area plan. It's not lost on me that this council moved to reject the social housing proposal that came from staff not a matter of days ago, and that we are effectively failing to provide for some of the most vulnerable people, albeit unintentionally, I'm sure, but that we do have a significant responsibility and a burden here to do the work and compile the evidence and make those evidence-based decisions. And unfortunately, I just don't see it in this report. And it's not a slight on staff. I think the direction they were given was more or less to look at this from a real estate and pro forma kind of perspective. But what we need to do is bring it back. And I appreciate that Councillor Orr is talking about some of the groups we need to talk to. And I would want to expand on it, frankly. But I think this is a good start to go back and do the work and give a human lens to this plan, because these are, at the end of the day, real people and real lives that are in the balance.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, we'll bring the amendment to a vote. That fails with myself, Councillors Dominato, Klassen, Meisner, and Joe in opposition. So we will go to the main queue. Councillor Orr.
I'm happy to come back on.
Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. So this is to the final motion amended so far. Okay, so I will just provide some closing remarks, and I'd like just to start by thanking everybody who signed up to speak, who waited multiple days to make sure their voice was heard. I'd also like to thank staff for their work, for bringing this report forward, this application to a public hearing. But I have to say that this is a really difficult moment for me. 2 years ago, when I brought forward the motion called Uplifting the Downtown East Side, I did it because I believed we were capable of reimagining our city in a way that truly welcomed people, protected their dignity, and ensured that every person, regardless of income, background, or circumstance, had a place to live. Not just a unit, but a place, a home, a community. And what happened in the creation of that motion was truly inspiring. People came together across organizations, sectors, cultures, lived experience, reflecting healthcare, housing, local economic development, frontline services, support services, to build something that was hopeful. The residents, the nonprofits, Indigenous leaders, businesses, service providers, and advocates work to imagine a neighborhood where people are housed and supported, a neighborhood where people can participate fully in the life of the city, and where community is strengthened rather than continually strained. And it was a rare moment that I have seen in my 7 years of council, a moment of collaboration around the downtown east side, and it showed what becomes possible when we choose to work together. And that's why today does feel so heavy. The rezoning application before us does not reflect that collective work. It narrows the ambition behind it. It separates housing from the social and health supports that people need, and it moves ahead without the commitments and safeguards that the community insisted were essential. And it arrives at a time when the ABC majority has been actively dismantling the housing policies that once protected our lowest income residents. And as a result, it is now harder than ever for people to stay in their own neighborhoods. And this application, this rezoning, only makes that worse. I want to be clear that this is not about defending the status quo. Wendy said it in her letter. I've said it multiple times. No one believes the current conditions in the downtown east side are acceptable. What I am defending, though, and what has fueled every day of my work on council is a vision that this community dared to imagine. And it was a vision people fought for, invested in, signed up to speak to, and unanimously supported 2 years ago. And they refused to give up on it. And we heard that in how people spoke to council in the last few days. It was a vision where people don't leave, that we don't leave people struggling. Unstable housing, systems that push them beyond their own limits. And it was a vision where newcomers and longtime residents alike can find a dignified and stable place to live. And it was a vision that understood housing as the foundation for opportunity, for health, and community. And in pursuing that vision, we cannot let other levels of government off the hook. The city cannot solve the toxic drug crisis on its own. We cannot fund deeply affordable housing at the required scale without federal and provincial partners. We cannot deliver the mental health care, treatment, or poverty reduction tools that people need without the full participation of senior governments. And when we move forward with motions that imply Vancouver can carry this alone, we create space for inaction elsewhere, and that cannot be allowed to stand. Every level of government must be fully engaged and accountable. And this is why I believe it is time to go in the other direction, to begin holding other levels of government accountable, inviting them into the solutions, and working towards a new Vancouver agreement. More than 20 years ago, the original agreement brought together all levels of government with the downtown east side community to create a shared approach. It wasn't perfect, but it created a foundation of coordination and mutual responsibility. It acknowledged that no single government could solve these challenges in isolation. Today, the landscape is even more complex. We're facing a toxic drug crisis that has claimed thousands of lives. We're witnessing unprecedented homelessness and housing instability. Inequality has deepened across the city. And a modern Vancouver agreement must reflect these realities. It must bring together commitments on housing, health, treatment, community safety, economic opportunity, cultural safety, and Indigenous leadership. And it must restore a coordinated framework that matches the scale of the faces that we're challenged by. So I know this moment is frustrating and disappointing. I feel that too, but I also feel hope. And I believe that we can still build a Vancouver that welcomes rather than pushes people away. I won't be supporting this motion today, but I will continue to work with the community to find something better in the future, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Orr. Oops. Councillor Orr, perfect. Thank you.
My point of parliamentary procedure, my speaker is at 1 minute and 15 seconds. My timer, sorry.
Yeah. So I'm going to pause this for a sec. Yeah, it's accurate because you used part of your time on the main motion. So,
okay.
But I'll add another 10 seconds there. So we'll go to 5:10. So please go ahead.
All right, yeah, I listened intently to the staff say the current plan isn't working, and while that may or may not be true, I think the scale of this plan is out of whack with what the neighborhood has said they want, and it seems to have deviated from the original motion, as Councillor Bly just mentioned, which I think the original intent was noble. I appreciate that this is the only way to build housing in this current economic situation, but shouldn't we wait to hear from Larry Campbell? Should we have a community impact assessment, housing needs assessment? And I'm still not even sure if this complies legally with UNDRIP and DRIPA. And look, I know something needs to change, I get that, but you can't take this in isolation. This is a motion to increase social housing, but we made it harder to build social housing across the city. We voted against giving the Downtown Eastside Land Trust a grant to buy an SRO. We voted against increasing the empty homes tax to fund affordable housing. We voted against fully funding SRA conversion fee waivers. We have funding reductions to ACCS. We voted against the right of first refusal. We paused supportive housing. All these tools that we could have that would complement this original intent of this plan that we are not doing. So taken in that context, I don't quite fully understand. To me, what this says is that we are creating the conditions of deep inequality in the downtown east side while simultaneously saying we are the only ones that can offer up any possible solution. I studied this in school in geography. It's a concept called revanchism by geographer Neil Smith. Bear with me, but it's basically when capital abandons an area, like they've done multiple times in the area, and then demands to return when conditions are favorable. You know, overall, this plan reduces commitments to social housing and affordability, increases risk of gentrification, as the experts have said, undermines tenant protections, weakens community control and meaningful consultation, and fails to meet the scale of the housing crisis. To Councillor Fry's comments on the original DEO plan, it was a long process. And let me tell you, when it passed, many thought it didn't go far enough. And to Bly's comments, this is about when community is strengthened, not strained. That's the original intent. So as someone who is a neighbor of the downtown east side, someone with lived experience in the downtown east side, someone who has volunteered there, whose brother has worked to save countless lives there, whose friends have worked to save lives there, who has lost dozens of lives, friends to the drug poisoning, I stand opposed. I stand opposed alongside seniors, people with disabilities, people on social assistance, urban indigenous, Japanese Canadians, Chinese elders, people who use drugs, SRO tenants, residents of supportive housing, those with mental illness, those who can't be here today, artists, academics, renters, heritage advocates, church groups, and so many more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Meisner, we can't hear you.
Hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'd just like to make some closing comments. I'd like to also thank everyone who spoke to council over the past few weeks, particularly the residents of the neighborhood that live there every day. This report that is before council really has two goals: increase social housing in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district and accelerate SRO replacement. And I think we can all agree that these are worthy goals. I strongly believe that this work is going to get us where we want to be, to accelerate the replacement of SRO rooms and the buildings that are often in very poor condition and not dignified housing for anyone, to create new homes for people through partnerships, not just with government, but also with housing providers, market and non-market, to build the social and supportive housing that this neighborhood so desperately needs. We all know that government funding is limited, budgets are shrinking at the federal and provincial levels, and we need to find new and innovative ways to replace this housing stock that in many cases is unlivable and unacceptable. For decades, things haven't been working, and successive governments have tried different strategies in order to improve conditions in the downtown east side. But every single year, it continues to get worse, and people are suffering. What I hear tonight is a doubling down from some of my colleagues on these past strategies and an endless wheel of more and more consultation. And residents in this neighborhood deserve better. They can't wait any longer. They deserve self-contained, dignified social housing in a neighborhood that desperately needs more balance to become a healthier neighborhood where everyone can thrive and where everyone has access to dignified social and supportive housing. Change is difficult, and I understand there's fear in the community. I am supportive of this well-considered plan from staff because I strongly believe that it will move us towards achieving the goals that we all want to see in the neighborhood. And that is accelerating the replacement of SRO units with new self-contained modern units and creating more social housing in the neighborhood while mitigating land speculation. Again, residents of the neighborhood deserve better than the status quo, and they cannot afford any more delays or referrals. Staff have worked hard on this plan. They've worked to consult with the community, and I believe they presented a balanced report that will achieve the goals that we all want to see while protecting residents from displacement and unchecked gentrification. So in closing, I believe these changes will open the doors to meaningful change in people's lives, their living conditions, their health and well-being. And I know that's what we all want to see. And I believe it's incredibly important that we seize this opportunity to do things different and move things in a positive direction for all residents of the downtown east side.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also want to appreciate all the speakers coming to speak at council today and last week. Also, heartfelt appreciation to our staff for putting this report together. Also, thanks, Councillor Bly, for bringing this motion at the beginning. Yeah, so I want to express my support to this report. For more than a decade, the downtown east side has been governed by a well-intentioned policy that sought to protect vulnerable residents. But in practice, we have produced outcome none of us can accept. Worsening street disorder, declining public safety, deteriorating housing stock, weakened small businesses, the steady loss of essential businesses and community anchors. The reality is this: restricting mixed-income housing, limiting density, and preserving the substandard SROs rather than replacing them has not delivered stability or dignity for the residents in downtown east side. It has entrenched the crisis. This report represents an important and overdue shift from ideology to outcomes. By enabling mixed income housing, allowing greater density, prioritizing the replacement of aging SROs with modern, safe housing, and strengthening tenant protections, we are finally addressing the structural conditions that have kept downtown east side trapped in declining. This is not about displacement. It's about creating the conditions for safety, recovery, and the long-term community stability. It is also important to see clearly social housing and supportive housing must be well managed and also be accountable. Communities across city are not rejecting housing for vulnerable people. They are rejecting models that failed to respond to real-world impacts. Restoring public trust requires higher standards, transparency, responsibility, not denial. If the previous approach were working, we would not be even here today. Doing nothing or repeating the same strategy with minor adjustment is not compassion. These reports give us the tools to change the course, to diversify the neighborhood, to reduce the risks through inclusion rather than isolation, to finally move towards a downtown east side that works for all the people who live there, work there, and depend on it. I want to be very clear about one thing. This report is not about gentrification. Gentrification is displacement without protection. What we have in downtown east side today is the opposite. People trapped in unsafe buildings, deteriorating SROs, and a neighborhood locked into permanent crisis by policy that refuse change. The report is about replacement, not removal. It's about replacing aging, unsafe SROs with modern social housing. It's about adding market rental housing alongside social housing so that poverty is not isolated and the risks is not concentrated. It is about creating a neighborhood where people can live, recover, work, and build a future for themselves and for their future generations. If protecting vulnerable residents were enough, the status quo would be working. It's clearly not. It's not working. True compassion is not about freezing a neighborhood in time. It's ensuring people have safe housing, functional streets, accountable services, and a community that can sustain itself over the long term. Refusing to change is a failing model. It is not a progressive model. It is a really harmful model. This report moves us away from ideology, but towards outcome and results. And it is urgent work, so cannot be delayed. Residents in downtown east side deserve better. So for all those reasons, above, I'm going to support this report. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks very much to all the speakers who've called in and to staff for your work and presentations and answering questions. This motion looks to the private sector to provide social housing, a responsibility that the city should be taking on for themselves more. We're rolling back this level of inclusionary zoning in the only neighbourhood it's required. Council has paused net new supportive housing approvals and voted down zoning that would prioritise affordable housing across the city. While I've been listening to staff and speakers, I've been asking myself, does this plan make it easier for non-profit housing organisations to provide non-profit housing? And does this plan make it easier for senior levels of government to build social housing easier than spot rezoning? It lifts height requirements for social housing buildings and increase the density of buildings, but this could have also helped the existing inclusionary zoning. The SRO collective put forward ideas about a lot of amendments that were positive, and I'm sorry that they were not taken on board. So if this, whether it makes it easier for senior government to build social housing, I mean, it's really only if the senior government's looking for the opportunity to be market landlords, which they don't want to be. And this still might not be sufficient to get developers to break ground. Market housing providers don't want to operate non-market housing. So, you know, I heard from speakers that are concerned that the primary beneficiaries are landowners, which doesn't solve any problems for the people who need their problems to be solved the most. This is the city redesigning its rules to accommodate a failure of public investment instead of fixing that failure. And the city isn't in a position to do that alone. SRO replacement, or more broadly, providing more deeply affordable social housing is a public obligation. And I'm worried about leaning heavily on private delivery and that will address this need too slowly to help people that need quick action. We need to build more social housing in every neighbourhood of the city. We can build market housing in every other neighbourhood of the city if we choose to. We could build more social housing in every other neighbourhood of the city if we choose to. I won't be voting in favour of this. I'm really sorry that we've missed the opportunity today to do a lot more work and consultation with the people who are most affected by this. I don't think that it's appropriate that we listen to all the people who've come to speak to us and then decide that we know better than them what's good for them. So what a missed opportunity. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do want to start by acknowledging and my thanks to all the speakers who came and waited in person, as well as those who wrote us about this proposal. I also want to start with a few reflections, as it was duly noted by my colleague, Councillor Zhou, and by Councillor Bly herself, is that she initiated a motion around the downtown east side. And I know that it comes from a deep place of care, and I think it's laudable, and I think it was something that was supported unanimously by Council. And through that motion, staff were directed to look at a number of measures to uplift the downtown east side. One of those measures was to look at land use and zoning. And I recall from that discourse that part of it was centered on the fact that the framework put in place well over a decade ago called for this 40-60 split. And as we learned through staff and the report, is that only 2 projects have really been undertaken under that model, and it wasn't viable. And so, well intended, the framework was not having the planned effects and outcomes. And so we sent staff off to consult. Now, consultation and engagement it can be varied, and as we've heard, we saw in the report, there were mixed views on a variety of things. There were support for some aspects of the report. There were concerns. There were some. We heard from speakers that there was some fear and anxiety about change, what might happen, what this might mean, and obviously we heard that perhaps people would have liked to have further consultation. My experience has generally been with public policy is that consultation is not one and done, and engagement with community as we're advancing public policy work, that there has to be regular engagement, and that this is only a moment in time, and that there's a long road ahead for this work. But I just want to acknowledge that. But you know what I also heard in comments from speakers was urgency. urgency to address the concerns that both systemic issues that they're seeing in the downtown east side community, whether that be poverty, homelessness, inequity, the opiate overdose crisis, and other issues, and that there are some ongoing issues there. And ironically, after this debate is said and done, I suspect the public narrative will have painted this as a huge divide at council, that council was divided on the issue and that one party cared and others cared more or didn't care. But at the end of the day, I think what you're hearing from all of the comments around the council table is there is an earnest and interest in trying to make things better. I think we recognize that not all of that responsibility lies with the City of Vancouver, that many of the issues involve other levels of government, whether it be provincial or federal, because it touches on issues of poverty, touches on issues of trauma, abuse, mental health, addictions, healthcare generally. And so, despite the fact I expect that there will be headlines that show us quite divided, I actually think there is actually a lot of alignment at this table. We might not be aligned on the path forward and the approach that it's taken, but I wanted to acknowledge that because sometimes it's easy to paint these things in a different manner. And I want to acknowledge that as I was listening to the speakers and I was considering the staff presentation and the report and the work we sent them out to do, there's action versus inaction. We can try something or do nothing. And I'd like to be on the side of trying something. And it may not be perfect. There's the old adage of don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think we need to be bold and to try different measures. We know that the plan that was put in place hasn't been effective. And we are now at a pivotal moment where the provincial government and the federal government are more engaged than they ever have been on the issue of affordable and social housing. And so this is an opportunity to drive an agenda around support for the SRO replacements, to get more affordable housing in place, and to address some of the gaps that have been there when the other levels of government really weren't playing in the game. And so for all of those reasons, and I would say many of them cited by my colleagues earlier on, is I'm prepared to support the staff recommendations and the amended report. And I think there is a real opportunity here to do better, to work with the community going forward, and to make positive change for the neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Sorry, do you have to seat the chair? You. Mayor Ply, thank you very much. Okay, I just want to say, first of all, thank you to our incredible team members for all the incredibly hard work that you've done on this file, and all the speakers that came in and spoke. Obviously, there's a lot of passion around this. People really care about the neighborhood. Now, I do want to close this by grounding us in what this report actually does, and just as importantly, what it does not do. This report does not approve any specific development. It does not force redevelopment, and it does not remove council's authority or weaken tenant protections. What it does do is modernize outdated zoning and regulatory tools so that social housing and SRO replacement can move forward in a way that is clearer, more consistent, and aligned with today's funding and delivery realities. For too long, many buildings in the downtown east side, particularly SROs, have been aging, substandard, and increasingly difficult to replace or meaningfully upgrade under the current framework. This report acknowledges that reality and responds with practical tools to support safer, more dignified housing while keeping strong protections firmly in place. Any additional height or density contemplated here is earned, not given. It is explicitly tied to delivering social housing, and it remains subject to city review, public process, and council discretion on a project-by-project basis. The report also includes targeted financial tools, limited DCL waivers, and a new housing revitalization grant program designed to unlock projects that would not otherwise proceed. They're not they're not blanket exemptions. They're focused measures tied to clear eligibility and clear outcomes. At its core, this is a planning framework. It doesn't pass judgment on the neighborhood. It equips the city to respond more effectively to the housing challenges we all recognize exist in the downtown east side. And we also need to be honest about something here. Some voices, including those who tout the fact that they have served on previous downtown east side panels and advisory processes, seem to only want to maintain the status quo. But refusing change is still a choice. And in the downtown east side, the status quo has kept this community in crisis. The status quo on the downtown east side is not working for residents, for tenants, or for the people living in crisis. Doing nothing is not compassionate, and delay is not a plan. For those reasons, I will be supporting this report, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Well, I wasn't really intending to speak further, but, you know, frankly, some of the comments from my colleagues have been incredibly frustrating, especially comments that I think are impugning me as hoping for the status quo, which I find quite offensive. I heard one of our colleagues dismiss engaging the community as an endless wheel of consultation. Another colleague talked about people trapped by policy, yet the majority of this council voted against new supportive housing and against new social housing that could have removed that very trap that seemingly talking about. I think some of my colleagues would do well to read a little bit about the history of this community and why SROs exist in the first place, and how changes to transit infrastructure and the end of the interurban precipitated the neighborhood's decline in the 1950s, or how generations of resource extraction workers came to the downtown east side to drink themselves to death after breaking their backs working to build this province. Better yet, if you don't like reading, you can watch the 1975 Academy Award nominated film Whistling Smith for a glimpse of the decades and generations of challenges the downtown east side has struggled with. And it's struggled since COVID, and since the toxic drug crisis, and since the loss of affordable housing citywide. You know, I live in this neighborhood. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 40 years now, and I talk to all sorts of people, and the amount of people, it's that old adage, there but for the grace of God go I. I meet people who broke their backs working on the job. I've met people who have fallen into addiction through no fault of their own. I've met people, I've stood on the food lines with one of my counselor colleagues here, looking at people who are so badly damaged by things that are not their own fault. And they have nowhere else to go but here. So, you know, the idea that the downtown east side is broken as the result of the last decade of policy it would be laughable if it wasn't so absolutely disconnected from reality and offensive. I've lived there since 1988. I've lived in Strathcona, Gastown, Victory Square, Chinatown, and the DEOD. I've lived in punk flop houses, warehouse spaces, commercial spaces, and houses. I've been up and down in the downtown east side. I've been there through the Vancouver Agreement, through the first supervised injection site when Philip Owen took his stand and went down over taking a stand for the downtown east side, when Jim Green went to bat for the community and went down. I was there when Vision Vancouver tried to take it on 10 years ago and initiated the downtown east side local area plan because it was broken then. It's broken now. But that doesn't mean that nobody's tried. And frankly, this is a complicated piece. And you know, the thing, I know the mayor thinks I'm just talking about the status quo, referring to my time on the downtown east side local area plan, but it was incredibly moving and powerful. And we worked together across all sorts of classes and strata. We had folks from Chinatown. We had everybody working together and looking at each other as humans and recognizing what the challenges were. And, you know, we used to have a tradition in those meetings, and Dave Ham, who had spoken earlier, he used to always lead us off, and he would say, you know, let's think about, let's do this for the people we lost. So I'm going to name Nathan Edelson, Hendrik Hokema, Richie Cunningham, Tracy Morrison. They put in the time to do the work. This council has not put in the time to do the work. I appreciate that staff have put in the time, but not the work that's necessary for this incredibly complex ecosystem and environment with very fragile people. The part that bugs me the most about this report is that it lacks that human insight. It lacks the entire perspective about what is happening in the downtown east side as far as the people that are there. And I recognize that the direction staff were given was to come up with a real estate plan, but the real estate plan in and of itself is not going to solve the problems here. And it's certainly banning supportive housing anywhere in the city or banning social housing elsewhere in the city are not going to solve the problems here. And I can tell you right now that rezoning with reduced below market requirements and a 20-story street wall with 30-story corner walls, that's not the cure that the neighborhood needs. And it's incredibly offensive. Some of the comments that I've heard from my colleagues here that are masked in some kind of like antidote or some remedy for change, when in fact, I think they have not really done the work to understand what's going on here. And I will just end with my favorite quote from the Del Mar Hotel.
Sorry, Councillor, you're at time.
Unlimited growth increases the divide.
Councillor Claassen.
Is that funny to you, Lenny? No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And just sort of echoing a little bit of the comments I heard from Councillor Dominato before, I think that everybody in this chamber comes at this with the same amount of a desire for trying to drive important changes to support this community. And I will acknowledge, Councillor Fry, your, I think, extensive efforts in this community. And so I recognize that, and I want to thank you for the work that you have done here. I want to also thank staff for their work on the uplifting Downtown East Side plan. I realize the work was hard, and it's the beginning of something that hopefully will bring important change and support for that community. I also, like others, want to acknowledge the hundreds of people who have spoken during this public hearing, many from vulnerable communities and many with lived experience in the Downtown East Side. The level of care, concern, and advocacy, and even fear we heard reflects a community that has too often been let down. I hear that clearly, and I take it seriously. I also want again to specifically recognize Wendy Peterson, the SRO Collaborative. Their advocacy draws on deep local knowledge, lived experience, and creative thinking about how we do better for residents that rely upon SRO housing. That kind of grounded, community-based insight strengthens this conversation and deserves respect, even when we don't land on the same place on every policy detail. The hard truth is this: the Downtown East Side is living with some of the oldest and most distressed housing stock in Vancouver. Many buildings are physically deteriorating. Renewal has not been happening at the pace required to ensure safety, dignity, and long-term stability for residents. Continuing the same path is not a neutral choice, it means continued decline. I empathize deeply with the concern that change in this neighborhood has too often meant displacement or broken promises. But my responsibility as a councillor is to make decisions based on workable models, credible pathways, and what will actually result in more and better housing, not what we just wish were all possible. This plan is not perfect, but I believe it is the only viable framework currently before us that meaningfully addresses the reality of aging infrastructure while maintaining strong tenant protections and prioritizing permanent rehousing. It does not abandon shelter housing. It does not abandon social housing. In fact, it explicitly preserves housing across the continuum. What it does do is acknowledge that without mixed income development and improved financial viability, replacement housing simply will not be built at scale. Mixed income matters, especially here. A neighborhood made up of only one housing type or one income level becomes fragile, and that's what's happened. Mixed income is how we cross-subsidize deeply affordable units, fund SRO replacement, support local services, and create long-term stability rather than a perpetual crisis management. I do want to acknowledge a valid critique raised by many speakers. Right now, the housing typology largely stops at low-end market rental. We absolutely need a fuller continuum so that people can remain in this community as their lives change, whether it's at shelter-raised housing, supportive housing, social housing, or market rental. This plan does not end that conversation, but it creates conditions for the conversation to move forward, rather than leaving us stuck with buildings that continue to deteriorate. Many speakers have called rightly for massive senior government investment, and I agree with that call. But we also need to be honest. Senior levels of government are deeply in debt and have not come forward with the scale of funding or implementation plans the community has asked for. Waiting for that perfect funding solution risks waiting while buildings continue to fail. This plan positions the city to leverage what funding does exist rather than leave it unused. I'm supporting this plan because it confronts reality. It enables replacement rather than symbolic policy. It strengthens tenant protections, prioritizes permanent rehousing, and offers a path, imperfect but real, towards a safer, more balanced, more livable downtown east side. Rejecting it would leave us, our city, and this community with fewer tools, fewer options, and fewer homes. And for the people of the downtown east side, that is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I also just wanted to comment about implying that people who don't vote in favour of this are happy with the status quo is very offensive. I think making conclusions about the intention of other members of council is also not the right thing to do, and I think that it applies universally, not just occasionally. We need every type of housing in every neighbourhood, but that can't only apply to the downtown east side. So I am again going to comment that this council, the majority has not voted for the social housing initiative and net new supportive housing, which is unhelpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to call the vote on the motion as amended. And it passes with Councillors Bly, Fry, Orr, and Maloney in opposition. Okay. So now that completes the item. So can we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Clausen, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay.
Yay.
Great. Carried. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. He wasn't laughing at that, Pete. He wasn't laughing at that. I saw the whole thing on